Hi. And we're live, very suddenly. Hi there. My name is Conrad Curry. I'm here commenting at this year's 2022 Maryland Open. It's great to be here at the Westminster Town Mall.
Hi, I'm here with him. I'm Philip Phelps, and looking forward to 2 more rounds today and another 3 rounds tomorrow.
We didn't cover the first game. After all, we're still trying to get placements and everything. But we're going to be covering table number 1. It's going to be a Space Wolf and Tyrannid game. We're going to be covering that shortly when everything gets underway. That should be in the next maybe 15, 20 minutes. Today at the tournament, we're really seeing just a lot of diversity with the number of armies.
Yeah, there's been a surprising amount of diversity. I was coming in expecting to see a lot of Tyrannid and Tau, and they've made a strong showing.
There's a lot of them.
What I was surprised to see, demons even showing up today.
Yeah, we got some demons. We even got a sisters player.
Couple of them.
Yeah, I'm surprised that we're not seeing more. Some of the metagame is like really healthy right now, but unfortunately the Tyrannids have been kind of a big deal, one would say.
A little bit.
Leviathan really taking the cake. Really can't wait for those some of those data sheets to come in and kind of get the meta doing something different.
Yeah.
But we're seeing, if anybody's curious, we're seeing High Fleet Leviathan coming up in this next match on table number 1. Should be a good example of just exactly what's going on in the meta. But let's see, what else?
Speaking about the event a little bit itself, this is a 6-round event over these 2 days, and we are, instead of using match points as a tiebreaker, like is most commonly done, we are trying out using opponent's match win percentage as the first tiebreaker instead.
So tell me how that works.
So instead of, in most tournaments they use battle points, and that is very good for determining a game, but it has some weirdness where if you play against a weaker player, you get rewarded doubly so. Mm-hmm. So instead of
stomping in Timmy's face.
Instead of stomping in Timmy's face and then also getting better breakers, we look at the strength of your schedule. If you're winning close matches against very, very good players, you should be rewarded for that. And so we are instead looking at how well your opponents did in the rest of the tournament to determine these tiebreakers.
Yeah. So we were talking to some players after the first matches. We were going around kind of just chit-chatting up the groups. And what we really found was that a lot of people were going, man, I got beat. And I really, really have to do well for my opponent because otherwise it's going to go bad for them if I lose over and over and over again. So it's actually really encouraging some sportsmanship, I was finding.
And it lets you play out games in a different way. You don't have to worry about how do I win by the most. You can just be like, how can I win this game? And that, I think, is very healthy, and it lets some lists that may not have otherwise thrived show up.
Yeah. We're seeing, so far, we've only had 1 game, of course, but so far we're not seeing any, no one seems to be ruffling any feathers. We're seeing a lot of good sportsmanship out there, lots of communication, people being real good to each other. That's always encouraging to see.
Yep. Turning our view to the actual round 2, they're going to be playing Data Scry Salvage as the mission, which is a 6-objective mission, and it's diagonal setup, which is one of the weirder setups that you can end up in.
That one's always the fun one, right? You get the really deep backfield.
Yeah, 24 inches apart at the widest, but it's a pretty deep backfield, and with the player placed terrain that they are using, you actually get a lot of opportunity to hide your forces and move up more strategically.
And we're seeing some very interesting objective markers this year. Last year we just had your general, make a marker down on the table. They were, I believe, wooden chips last year, or maybe plastic chips last year. And people would just have to measure out from the 3-inch. Now, this year, we're using 6-inch wide neoprene mats, which have been popularized online through various, just kind of gaming channels. But you can have custom images painted on them. And
I believe one of the players last round had like the faces of his family,
the faces of his children on the map. Which, not judgment. I would love to see my kids more often, but it was a little disconcerting for us when we had to stare down the top down at it. It's just a kid's face staring at you. It was fun.
Yeah, it's a good look. It's a good look. The 6 objectives means I think that we're likely to see a lot of Stranglehold. It plays well into these 5 and 6 objective missions.
What's Stranglehold? Tell me about Stranglehold.
Stranglehold is probably the most popular secondary right now anyway, but it is, you get points if you, at the end of your turn, if you hold at least 3 objectives and more than your opponent. And on 5 and 6 objective missions, you're likely to be holding 3 of them anyway, and you need to take your opponents off them to win, because that's how primaries work.
Good way of getting points. Yep, absolutely. So it's real consistent.
It doubles down on what you already have to do. You see it a lot less on the 4 objective missions, because then you have to fight over more tightly contested objectives.
Makes sense. So Phil, give me some background. Like, what do you play when you play Warhammer 40K?
So my biggest army right now is Drukhari. I've actually recently expanded because I have been enjoying the Army of Renown, the coteries of the Homunculus.
Ooh, spooky boys.
Very fun. I also have a small GSC force, and I used to play Tau a while back. I sold out of them before I got back into the hobby when 9th came out.
So GSC, that stands for Gene Stealer Cult.
Yes. Gene Stealer Cult.
It's a mouthful, so you understand why we're abbreviating it. But, for anybody that doesn't know what GSC means.
Who's never played against them, which is, most people.
They're not the most popular army. And, and truth be told, they're a very difficult army to play, as you were intimating to me.
Yeah. They are about as squishy as guardsmen and don't have the bodies to support losing as many.
Certainly not the tanks, that's for sure.
Right. So you have a lot of very impactful decisions with them, which is very fun, but also very exhausting sometimes.
Oh, yeah.
I think that's a large part of why we don't see them show up in huge numbers of these tournaments, but we do have a player.
We do have one. We had one today, and we were talking to him. Unfortunately, he ran up against one of the big meta players, meta list. I nearly said meta decks. Meta players today. I went up against Tau, and unfortunately, Tau are very strong right now. So. And
they have a lot of, even with the nerfs, they run a lot of indirect fire and some other things that just make that matchup incredibly difficult.
A hard one for Gene Stealers.
I've placed that one a few times. I don't think I've ever won that game.
Absolutely. Now, myself, I play Night Lord, Chaos Space Marines, and Tau myself. Because any good righteous player will know to play for the greater good.
Yeah, of course.
And I have in my history played Tyranids, of course, but not not when they look this good. Now, let's go over exactly why Tyranid High Fleet Leviathan is so good right now. Yeah. So, importantly, Tyranids have a mechanic called Synapse, which is kind of like a field of control that they can generate around themselves, and you want your smaller units to be near your big units, and it's just kind of almost described as a weak point in an army, an Achilles heel. This army was built to have. You were supposed to be able to knock these kind of creatures out of the game, and then the little smaller bugs would run in fear. So tell me, why is this not how this works anymore?
So, Tyranid warriors are a troop choice that is Synapse. Which means you can field entire armies that don't need to be in Synapse range of another creature, so you don't have this weak point. And specifically, High Fleet Leviathan gives extra durability to Synapse creatures to help prevent them from losing control. Instead, you just take all big creatures, and they are a monster to try to move off this board.
Very difficult. We had a player talking to us about it earlier, and he couldn't do almost anything to a High Fleet Leviathan list just because they were so tough. And it's a little frustrating to hear that, but there are lists that can get around it.
Yeah.
It's just...
I think that's a large part of why we're seeing as many Eldari as we do. Their shuriken weapons with the... they have Rendon and stuff. They don't rely on getting low rolls to wound them, like increasing their ability to wound. They rely on a number of shots that have good AP because they rend.
And not only that, but like auto wounding weapons and stuff like that.
Things like that get around the strength of this essentially transhuman effect where Synapse creatures can't be wounded on better than a 4 regardless of the strength of the weapon.
Yes, very rough. So we're hoping to see, some things, but right now in the meta, Tyranids are just overrunning everything. And if you think that's fitting for the fiction of the setting, I mean, it's kind of accurate.
Yeah. But in competitive play, I think we would like to see a little more diversity from that. But in general, they've been doing okay on those diversity.
Last year, it was all Eldar. Let me tell you, it was a lot of Drukhari, a lot of Ynnari, and
definitely movement in the right direction.
Sure, I think this year we're getting a lot, much more diverse. Admittedly, as much as we're talking about Tyranids, they are not actually the most represented faction, which, as per most tournaments, I think is Space Marines.
Yeah.
This year, though, last year it was actually the Dark Eldar who were hands down the biggest. I think we had nearly 30 players showed up with Dark Eldar. It was a lot.
Yeah.
So, but 9th edition was pretty new back then, and new codexes codices, I should say, were very, very powerful because the majority of the factions were running off their 8th edition codices, and so.
Yeah, we're running out of new codexes for 8th edition. Chaos gets there soon.
Oh, and there we are. We got our new. We got our next game running.
Looks like they're getting their terrain set up still. Player place terrain creates an interesting dynamic because it allows a little bit of expression even before the game begins and your strategic thinking, knowing where you want to be able to move up, where you need to defend yourself using the terrain. And so I think it creates a game even before the start of the game. And
they're even talking right now. They're kind of complaining about they're running out of room to put all this terrain down.
Yeah.
Now this is new because last year we had preset terrain. We had here at the event we had previously just set everything down, try and save time, and went forward with it. But this year we're going to be going with a player set terrain, which I always like. I like it because it really helps a player like really kind of express themselves, like you were saying. I feel like
I think it helps a lot with the number of Knights players we showed up. Knights can get really, really unfortunate sets of terrain where they struggle to be able to move efficiently through them because their bases are just so big.
Well, it's
so being able to player place helps you affect that a little bit and not struggle to play the game, which is good because we have a healthy amount of Knights here.
Lots of Chaos Knights, and the new Codex dropped just recently, and we're seeing they are impressive.
Yeah.
Now I don't know, I wouldn't say oppressive, but impressive. The Chaos Knights, they're definitely packing a punch. As you can see, our top down, we got our guys. They're
working on it.
They're tournament players. They're measuring out where they want to even put their terrain.
Also, you have to have 4 inches between pieces of terrain.
Absolutely. So they're trying to keep things legal. We've got good players this year. All right, we've got deployment started up.
Keeping a little bit in reserve from the Space Wolves, but nothing from the.
He's going all out.
He's starting ready to go.
Nothing burrowed. I mean, Leviathan doesn't need to. They can just walk right up the field half the time. They're so tough. You could they wade through,
everything.
Everything.
That's kind of the problem. But yeah, they're going to be getting started with their deployment now.
And they got stranglehold, I believe one person mentioned.
Yeah, I think I heard that.
Like we said, it's a very common secondary.
Trying to get the rest of them as soon as we can.
So normally we get 3 secondaries and a primary.
Yeah, secondary is very popular. I think there's a good chance we see engage on all fronts, which is trying to get into table quarters. And then usually the last one is often going to be something from your codex.
Yeah.
Space Wolves, I'm not familiar with either of the codexes enough to know what their secondaries are, but that's usually where they come from. The other popular choice might be to the last, but neither of these armies play into that as well, I think. So I guess the Tyranids might.
Yeah. We'll be getting the roster and the official secondaries in soon. We've got shout out to Nick Wright, who is helping us with this. He's going to go in there into the action, getting us much needed information. Battlefield intelligence.
We do have the lists already. We don't have their secondaries, but we can take a look at their lists a little bit. And we're seeing from the Tyranids, it is a Leviathan list, looking pretty heavy on the warriors as you would expect. Looks like he has foregone the almost traditional at this point 3-3-9 for a 6-6, and then taken some gargoyles, which I don't always see.
Well, gargoyles, I mean, they're fast. They can get in there. They can capture points.
He might be using them especially for objectives. The ability to move around, especially if he wants to take something like retrieve knockman data or another secondary that requires you to do objectives spread or actions spread around the map, is a good way to do that.
Oh, absolutely.
So that's my guess is why he's bringing them, but it's hard to say for sure.
Any HQ that we might be looking at that are pretty cool or anything, or just standard Hive Tyrant?
He's bringing Hive Tyrant with wings.
Yep, that's pretty standard.
Yeah,
I mean,
just solid.
Do what works. Do what works. You're not graded on creativity necessarily here.
Good thing we're not sometimes. Oh no, I believe he is not actually bringing a flying tyrant. He's just got his standard Hive Tyrant.
Big old stompy, huh?
I don't see any wings on that one.
We'll see when he. I mean, it looks like it's got wings.
I couldn't tell if that was the Hive Tyrant or something else.
Luckily, bright green, bright yellow. We're gonna be able to see him.
Oh, he has both. He has a winged Hive Tyrant and a non. Okay, there we go. And Northrop for the powers. We're not seeing two of those anymore because of that one recent fact that fixed some.
The data sheet did a lot.
Yeah, but. So, and then coming out of the Space Wolves, wow, we have Bjorn the Fell-Handed, so character dread.
Bjorn, I believe last year I was talking big stuff about Bjorn when he went up against a Chaos Knight. No, it's Keeper of Secrets. Keeper of Secrets. I was talking big about Bjorn, and that Keeper of Secrets took him apart. So we'll see if Bjorn's going to get a redemption this time. We'll see.
We'll have to see. And then just your standard Wolf Lord on Thunderwolf and Chaplain. Nothing too out there.
Big up woo-woos.
Your standard, we want to hit things with axes. Nothing wrong with that.
Some people might argue.
I like axes. I'm a big fan.
Big fan.
I like throwing them more than hitting people with them mostly, but
That's always fun.
Yeah.
So, let's see, what else? Anything, just Thunderwolf Cavalry, all that jazz?
Thunderwolf Cavalry, a couple Wolfen packs. The long things that he put into reserve, we heard.
Now describe Long Face. What exactly?
They're very similar to Space Marine Devastators in that they're the heavy weapons squads for the Space Wolves. He's got them packed out with multi-melters and grab cannons, so they're probably his big anti-tank.
Or arrive and mess something up.
Yeah, he's probably trying to bring them on in a turn or two, using that as a way to protect them.
Yeah.
And then bring them on and take down one of the problem large creatures as best he can. How well that'll work, we have yet to see, but that's probably what he's thinking. And if he left them out, there's just a lot you can do to try to take them off the board before they can have the needed effect on the game.
All right. We got some guys deploying in terrain, but we got to squat out in the open. And also the Tyranids he's just deploying those out there. I guess whichever one of these Hive Tyrants, they both have wings, but you said that he only statted one with wings?
They might be, I'm trying to figure out what else he has that would have wings. Trying to read through this list as fast as I can. So that's one wing type tyrant, that's one not wing type tyrant. He has two wing type tyrants and a non-wing type tyrant.
We have a little bit of a mistake made. He has to actually put that piece of terrain wholly within his deployment zone, which means it needs to go back past. For anybody who's unaware, the dice you see lined up on the map, towards the center and further up, you can't see why. I don't know why I'm pointing. The dice that you see on the map that are kind of lined up in a row. There, not the ones jumbled up in the corner. Those are denoting the deployment zones. Now, you can only deploy units wholly within your deployment zone. but there's also special rules for terrain and whatnot. As you're crafting, as player crafting terrain, you can obviously tell someone has made a mistake at this point. And that's fine.
Well, it's early enough in the game. It's easy to fix.
He admitted it himself. He's fixing it himself. Obviously, this is very good sportsmanship. Even these small things should be applauded. We should, definitely call them out as being good things that players are doing. We're seeing a lot of really good sportsmanship today. I've been talking to some players, and no one's had anything bad to say. We watched two players who fought each other, and one of them lost very badly against the High Fleet Leviathan. He turned around. He was like, "Oh, you beat me! It was a great game." You're always happy to see that.
It's what you want to see at these tournaments. You don't always get to see it in some of the other hobbies. I have seen some very salty Magic players in my time, so when you get to see them just happy to be out here and playing, it's a good day.
People who are addicted to things should be, you should have a lot of sympathy for them.
Yeah, fair. You're addicted to cardboard crack, it can be tough.
All right. Well, we got. That's a big scary Maliceptor he's putting on the board. Now, those are also the big scary thing from the Tyranids right now. Now, why? They're mortal wound, just generators. They're just real scary.
I honestly don't know the exact rules from them, but they can put out a scary amount of mortal wounds. They also have a very powerful psychic phase, which can be relevant. It also opens up a couple options in the secondaries if they choose to go that route with like psychic interrogation and stuff like that, which gives you another axis to play on if your normal secondaries aren't particularly good into a certain opponent.
Oh yeah. If you're dealing with some sisters who are all, every single thing they can do, they can deny you and stuff like that. Sometimes you don't really want to rely on yourself.
But it gets you some extra options and gargoyles. Small winged creatures have always been a tricky thing to deploy, not because they aren't useful, but because they never fit together very well.
Let me tell you. Most Tyranid things. Now, like I said, I used to play Tyranids, and I remember modeling these guys. Oh my God, what a mess! Everything is leaned real far over. Everything's got big wings and claws and everything. And you're trying to shove them all close together to try to pack them in somewhere. You get some paint chipping and models falling over. It's a big mess. It's always a big mess. That's why I like my Tau. Nice straight edges. Very
clean, stays
compact.
above the base. Yeah.
It's convenient.
Yeah, we have some of that in the Drukhari. Our the flying units we can take, our flying heavy weapons units, they're very finicky and very top heavy, which is not useful on a tall model.
I mean, I would even think what's the ones that ride on the spiky hover bikes or whatever they're called?
I'm blanking on the witch unit.
Yeah. Raiders?
No. Ravagers are the ship.
Starts with an R.
No, it doesn't. Maybe it does? I don't know. I have to check this now, because I'm, as a Drukhari player, a little bit offended that I can't figure this out.
No. I called you out.
You did. I play mostly Coven, not the witch cults.
There you go. So
that's not going to be helpful.
The goopy, scary boys.
Hellions, there we go.
Hellions, yeah, of course. Now you say it, I'm like, oh yeah, obvious.
Duh.
Those guys, oh man, so many Hellions, and the Succubi coming out of the raiding ships last year. Man, those were it was everywhere. All over the place, everywhere.
Yeah.
So we can see, he's packed a lot of warriors up in that one piece of terrain. That's actually a second story. Underneath all of those,
I think another unit of raiders.
You can see him putting them in. That's his own thing.
Oh, that's his own throw right there. But yeah, I think I saw him put other warriors in there earlier. That's just a nice little package of death to open at some point, I'm sure.
Let's see. We got Thunderwolf cavalry over there on the left side getting deployed. Let's see.
Space Marines on there, puppies.
We can see Eric here. He's got the on the puppies.
On the puppies.
You can do it, puppies.
Yeah, they're a scary unit when they need to be. They are powerful close combat.
I mean, they're all about it. Thunderwolf's very strong, very scary. Get in your face, tear you up.
Yeah.
And very resilient. I believe 3 or 4 wounds on them.
I think it's 4. I'm not 100% on that. But.
Oh my god, they're so tough, and they're strong, and they come with thunder hammers, you know, and stuff.
Yeah.
So,
Like every good close combat unit should,
it's
right?
scary. But we're gonna see how they
There's a
pair
couple
up.
lightning claws mixed in there too.
Ooh, good stuff. Good stuff.
Gives variety.
Yeah.
This is important sometimes.
Lightning claws. They're re-rolling to wound with an AP -2. Very strong. Very strong. The Tyranids not benefiting from Armor of Contempt. That's the new rule that came out recently.
Probably a large part of the resurgence in Space Marines we have seen.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
The ability to ignore the first -1 of AP lets them actually stand toe-to-toe with the things
Really?
like they should have. So.
A clever solution. I gotta say, clever by Games Workshop. Instead of just upping the armor value for Space Marines, but trying to still kind of keep it at a 3-up general and trying to create some kind of gradients for the faction.
Well, they were running into an issue where they wanted to bring up the power level of some of the shoot-in, which is understandable. And one of the ways to do that is add an AP, and then they realized Space Marines couldn't stand up to what they should be.
Yeah. Well, they don't.
Rather than release an entire new bulk, which takes time, and they haven't had the chance to yet, they just chose very intelligently to just give that small little bit to handle that new wave without making things that previously didn't beat them that much worse against them.
Yes.
All that AP0 guard shoot-in does just as well as it used to.
Yeah. Never.
Which, I mean, isn't
wasn't
great,
impressive.
but...
Actually, that's another one. That Hammer of the Emperor just got buffed.
Oh, that's true.
They are actually doing much better.
That's true.
But luckily, this year we're not seeing the 300 conscript list.
Yeah, we had Deathcore Krieg playing on table 1 last round.
Yep, against Grey Knights, and apparently that was a very impressive game. Sadly, we kind of didn't record it, but we'll hopefully we'll see something just as impressive here. We're getting everything squared up, and I got Ooh, we are getting started.
Sounds like they're into turn 1. Handling command phase, Tyranid command phase has some choices to make.
We got some cards going.
Smart. Even if he's not bringing a librarian, the Space Wolf did know that psychic powers were a large part of the meta. He brought something with a Warlord trait, I think, that lets him deny. Warlord trait or Relic, I'm not sure which.
We'll see.
Ooh, taking an aggressive early choice there.
Planning on being in melee on turn 1. We're getting some call-outs.
Yeah, apparently this may be a fast game. We'll see.
We'll see.
So, to explain what I just did, Tyranids will be picking Synaptic Imperative every battle round. Okay. And all Synapse creatures have an aura that give this ability. So all Synapse creatures have an aura of 6 inches. Melee attacks of a 6 to hit, you score 1 additional hit.
Yeah.
For the entire
All right.
Well, we have someone cooperating with the stream. That's a new one.
When they do that.
I love it. It makes me so happy.
So what he just explained to us was that all of the big bugs, the synaptic creatures, have an aura that gives every creature in it explode in 6s, where a 6 in close combat gets an additional hit. So that really ramps up some of the damage these units can push out. He's hoping to Alpha Strike and take it.
Yep. So it looks like the.
Alright. So it was Strangle, R&D, and Oath at the moment.
Oath's a moment.
So yeah, they were just talking about the Space Wolves secondaries. He chose Stranglehold, which we talked about earlier. Hold at least 3 objectives and more than your opponent. R&D, retrieve Nakmun data.
Yep.
Is an action you have to take. You have to be more than 6 inches from the center. And for each quarter you do it in, starting with the second quarter, you get increasing amounts of points.
And you can see they marked the center of the map so that we can actually measure from it, since it became relevant.
Right. And then Oath, I'm not 100% sure on, but I know part of the scoring is related to being in the center.
Yeah, it's actually a very varied kind of thing. It can generate a lot of points in a kind of a small variety of ways.
Checking his chaplain prayers, giving buffs to someone. I didn't catch who.
Being able to generate mortal wounds against Leviathan, very valuable.
Well, it was actually feel no pain against.
Oh, it's feel no pain.
It was feel no pain against the mortals, which against the Maleceptor, as previously mentioned, and a few other.
I'm going to make a mild comment about Canticle of Hate. I didn't know that hating someone meant that you didn't get hurt as badly by them.
Canticle of he had 2 first. Canticle of Hate was the first one. That is a +1 to hit or reroll to hit. It helps hit in combat. I'm not exactly a Space Marine player, so can't tell you.
Neither am I.
Can't tell you the exact, but it increases your chance of hitting in combat.
Well, he ran those Thunderwolf off. He's taking that early objective, trying to get that Stranglehold going.
Yeah, Stranglehold as the first player is very easy to take on your first turn. You want to make sure you maximize those points as soon as you can.
Absolutely.
Because it gets a lot harder as the game goes on, and they get to also play the game.
And of course, the Thunderwolf, very good units to try and take points with. Very tough, very durable, in even resistant to shooting. And of course, you put some of them in that terrain feature to benefit the squad, getting them a +1 to their armor save for people shooting into it. So. All right.
Talking about some details about the distance to make sure they're both on the same page as they move, which is a very good way to handle this.
We're also getting players who are kind of explaining to each other, hey, I've got this, I'm doing this could happen, just so you know.
This is exactly what you want to see from players, because the worst feeling is when you just don't understand something and you lose because you were like, I thought that was 13 inches away, and it's actually 12.
Yes, and also hidden stratagems and things like that are gotcha moments. We don't want to really see players doing that, but of course this is a tournament.
Yeah.
This is for marbles,
yeah,
so to speak. So people, you're going to do what it takes to win. We're not here to, players aren't here to be friends.
Don't pull your punches.
Don't pull your punches.
But, no one can know. There's, 30 different factions represented today?
Something like that. It's crazy number of factions, all of them with different stratagems that do different and weird things. Some of them, some stratagems kind of just do the same thing. But
yeah, and that helps with the shorthand, but at the end of the day, there's just a lot to know about. This game is not easy. I'm sorry, it is 20 different factions.
20 different factions
represented, if you assume all the Space Marines are essentially the same faction, which there aren't. They have similarities, and they are built from a lot of the same base, but a lot of these supplements came with extra stratagems, extra relics, extra warlord traits, and all of that adds to the complexity. There is a massive
There is
amount
a big
on.
difference between Dark Angels who show up with an all-biker list and Space Wolves who show up.
I mean, there's even a large difference between your Deathwing and your Ravenwing Dark Angels.
Absolutely. So
that's like 2 different armies in a lot of ways.
Yes. So, and props to GW for designing a game where you can really have, a lot of these different things. I mean, even the Tyranid game we're seeing here, we know Leviathan's very strong, and this guy's playing Leviathan.
There was at least one player on, I think, Jormungandr.
Jormungandr. So we're actually, shout out to Adeptus Ridiculous, probably was the one that promoted that. It really seemed to like that one. So. Oh,
Moving some people up, being aggressive, which I guess I shouldn't assume anything else from Space Wolves, but...
No. I mean, that's what you want to do. You want to do what you're good at.
Yeah. If you're not being aggressive, you probably are. Let's be real. But definitely moving up, paying attention both to that Stranglehold objective and spreading out into the different corners to try to grab that Nath Moon data. He's probably going to have some issue getting the last corner. Not sure what his plan is for that yet, but we'll see.
Well, he's got the deep strike.
True.
Might
Well,
be
I don't know if they're deep striking or outflanking or what, but depending on what it is, it could do quite a bit. Depends on how long he holds them in reserve versus bringing them in to try to put a little extra damage on the table.
Well, I assume he's going to be trying to come in from an unpopulated edge, especially how...
I mean, he has to. You need to be 9 inches away.
Yeah. Well, not only that, but, he's going to be wanting to use the ranged features of, like you said, those guys are coming in with some big guns. You want to be able to use them, and you want to be able to use them correctly, so to speak. So.
That's a number.
Unfortunately, those wolves only got a 1 inch on their advance. It's a scooch, but it's a, you know.
Every little bit counts sometimes.
Sometimes.
You gotta move him when you can.
Well, you can see he's not, I don't think he's approaching that nest of warriors overly enthusiastically. I think he's just trying to get his positions in. He's recognizing the real power behind that clump of warriors.
And trying to make them make a commitment to one direction or another and maybe play the objectives. He knows he's going to have trouble taking them off the board.
Yep.
So if he can get them to go one direction and maybe push the other, he might be able to do something that way and just play the objectives.
It's what you got to do. Look, I've played games where I've lost and my opponent had not a single model on the table left.
Yeah.
I've tabled an opponent and lost the game.
Yeah.
So
you don't have enough time left to score the points, and you're like, well,
Yeah.
you played the objectives better. That's how this game works.
Yep. So we want to. I think we're going to see some excellent play from these players. We're going to. All right. No surprise, the Space Wolves don't have a ton of shooting.
Yep. Sounds like Bjorn missed with his multi-melta. And that was it. That was all of the shooting that is currently on the table.
All right, we're going to see a charge here from Thunderwolf Cav, or attempt to. We'll see.
He got that.
Nice,
He needed
roll a
exactly
10.
what he needed.
Ooh, that's going to really disrupt some things. He's going after the Venom Thropes, which are a rather scary unit. They can lay down some real pain. You really need to.
Not exactly familiar with what are they used to do? Like, I'm not familiar with their battlefield role. I don't have a lot of Tyranid experience here.
So Venom Thropes are a lot of auto wounders, and I believe they can put down mortal wounds. They're a little obscure. They're not kind of part of the. They are synapse creatures, so he's probably why they probably appeared in this list. But they are, from every edition I've ever seen them in, they were pretty decently scary. But you know, using these guys, throwing out some Thunderhammer hits to try and score some early hits and wounds. Because Space Wolves.
What else do you
Full
need?
rerolls. Looks like he hit every single one of those.
3-stab wound with his strength 8 versus toughness 5. And Thunderhammer 2 damage, I think.
Thunderhammer. Oh no, 3.
3. That Thunderhammers took off most of that unit, and it sounds like Lightning Claws will probably be able to wrap it up. With that kind of rolling, I'm sure they will.
Goodness. Rolling fire for the Space Wolf player. Holy crap. Wounding on 5s.
But re-rolling.
But re-rolling. Lightning Claws. Very potent, very potent.
Doesn't even need to re-roll. It was enough already.
Fantastic.
He was able to tag it with the upper unit. Okay. I was worried about him dropping his Stranglehold because he moved them off of the center objective, but he was able, it looks like, able to tag
Just
the top.
touched it, yeah.
Yeah.
Man. Up there in the top left. looks like those Wolven just landed on it. And he's consolidating into a, not necessarily another charge, but he's consolidating into close combat so that he traps them in and stops them from being able to do any ranged weapons.
But notably because of how the rules work in combat, that Maleceptor will get to attack back right now, and the Thunderwolves can't do anything about it other than take their saves and hope it's not enough to cause problems.
Yep. Thunderwolves have three wounds each, so
Okay.
we're going to be seeing that. Oh, well, that's what it is. 2 up armor, 4 up invul.
Seems real good.
Tough. No, not Primera, so they're not going to be able to benefit.
Thank you.
Gotta love it.
I think someone did point out that he should be using the dice tray, which I was very thankful.
Can't blame them. They're used to rolling on the table.
Yeah.
Oh, we lost Thunderwolf.
Good job,
Maliceptor putting in the work. Now, I don't know how, again, the Venom Throps disappeared almost instantly, so
Yeah.
we never even got to see what those could do. But that's Space Wolves for you. I mean, they're just going to come in like a, well, almost like a Thunder Hammer.
That one. Can we do that on turn 1?
Ooh.
There's some.
Data intercept on turn 1.
I don't remember off the top of my head. Let me pull back up this rules. I don't believe they scored. I do not believe they scored on round 1, but
I'd be pretty impressed. A lot of these kind of things can't be scored on turn 1.
Progressive objective. Each time your army successfully competes, yeah. He's going to score 2 victory points here, it looks like, because it is points equal to the number of objectives you own in the no man's land, in neither deployment zone.
He gets 2.
So that's a solid start from the Space Wolves. It looks like they got about 5 points because they haven't started scoring primary yet, obviously.
No, that's at the end of round 1.
But solid start.
I got into melee, got disrupted. We'll see how those Thunderwolves fare. I think he might be throwing them to the wolves, so to speak. But
Aren't you clever?
yeah, I'm a smart one. But yeah, likely those Thunderwolves aren't going to probably make it to the end of next round, but
Yeah.
they're going to tie some stuff up. They're going to be.
It looks like, unfortunately, Eric wasn't able to get anybody into position to take the retrieve Knockmoon data, because you have to be fully into the table quarter and fully 6 inches into the table quarter, so you can't just like straddle the line. So with that, he wasn't able to get anybody in there except for the one unit that was already performing the action for the retrieve data.
And I think this is a little bit of a tricky map to even do that on, especially with Tyranids just lined up the front there. I don't know how he would have even gotten in that table edge to do it.
Honestly, I believe this is one of the hardest deployments to do R&D on. I'm not a tournament player. He may have looked at his choices and decided it was the least bad. But I'm not sure I would have taken R&D, especially with also wanting to be able to do actions for the primary.
Yeah. So.
He made the choice, and he's going to see what he can do with it.
Absolutely.
And then the Neurothrope is giving out roll 3d6 for psychic tests himself, as well as the Maliceptor.
3d6 to psychic powers.
It's all the command phase
There's
things.
just so much good stuff in here right now.
Oh,
Their focus is
Movement
just so
phase.
good.
Maliceptor's not going to move because then
See,
you
I
can't
just
use
wish
psychic
everyone,
powers.
instead of nerfing somebody, I just wish everyone was getting taken up, just taken right up.
What was it? Rising Tide lifts all ships?
Oh, yeah.
That is a dangerous road to go down.
What? No, nothing could go wrong from that.
Magic has no experience with power creep. It's not like there's an entire industry term about it or not
Oh,
or something.
yeah, never.
Nah, to an extent, I agree with you. There needs to be a limit to it, but I do agree that I would rather see armies buffed rather than armies nerfed, because it feels real bad when your army that you've spent so much time on drops out of contention.
Oh, yeah.
Particularly hard, especially if like a certain unit gets nerfed out of it. It gets real bad. It creates feel bads. Whereas if you're like, hey, this model you have that used to be good and that right now isn't is suddenly good again, then you get to play with your old toys, and that's fun too.
Playing with toys. That's all we're ever really doing here, isn't it?
Yeah, we're just playing army men with a lot bigger budget. Let's be real. And a fun pre-game hobby too. Like,
Oh, yeah.
but you know, it's still army men.
Oh
with-
my god, look at that. Oh.
Hi, Mr. Hive Tyrant.
Hive Tyrant out of the blue. Look at that. You love it. You love it.
I'm not sure the Space Wolves love it. Let's see. Guess it does save them the effort of running across the map if they come to
There's
them.
his Stompy Hive Tyrant right
Yeah.
there. That was, you couldn't even see that. That
Yeah,
was
those wings can.
block it out. Man, they can move.
They can. Hey.
They have 5 wounds each, right? Or 4 wounds.
4 wounds.
Good enough.
You know, you already do 5 damage over your failed impulse save.
Yeah.
Already gonna be a rough time.
Gargoyles up here.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah.
Objectives.
Oh my
I mean,
goodness.
With the time limit, they only have 3 hours to play the round. I get trying to just move them as fast as you can. They're finicky on the best.
Well, now there's always the issue of cheating here because, and when I say cheating, I mean that in like the
You
lightest
got pig
sense.
units a little confused there.
Yeah, yeah. See what I
It
mean?
takes 2 units of 10
Yeah.
to help fill out his objectives and his troop choices a little
Oh
bit.
yeah. I believe they're actually fast attack, but yeah.
Oh, are they fast attack?
Yeah, I think so. But even then, you get some people get really kind of into the whole. You
No,
have to
they're
measure.
troops.
Are they troops?
They're troops.
Egg on my face.
I think they used to be fast attack.
did.
Once upon a time.
Yeah, back in my 5th edition codex.
I mean, that's when
played
you
them.
mostly played them, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, this game's a little different than
I'm an old man.
Hey, I was playing in 4th edition. I get
What,
it.
in the crib?
I mean, that's back when we had hull points and a vehicle damage chart.
My
which-
favorite time to be alive.
I actually do like the vehicle damage chart, to be fair.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
excited to be playing Horus Heresy soon. That brings that back.
Oh, it did. Oh my.
I mean,
goodness.
Horus Heresy's the new edition of Horus Heresy that they just pulled out is primarily based on 7th edition rules, rather than updating it to 9th. Because it was originally Horus Heresy was originally written as a side project during 7th edition, and when they decided to bring it back, rather than updating it to 9th, they chose to stay within the general framework of 7th. There's obviously updates and fixes, and there's been some additions. The psychic phase doesn't exist. They've changed how psychic powers work, but
Council of Nicaea.
well, they're still psychers. They just
Yeah.
work differently. But that's a topic for a different game.
Yeah, yeah.
But anyway, they're bringing back the vehicle damage chart, which I'm a fan of.
I always enjoyed it. You know, I had a terrible strategy back when I played Tau in those early editions where it. You know, it was when the weapon skill was actually like you compared it, and so vehicles could be hit on a 2 on a die.
Oh yeah.
And so you would punch them, and because all vehicles had really weak rear armor and all melee was resolved against
it's
rear
weird.
armor, you could get really funky moments where you can get your Tau battle suits, who are supposed to be terrible in melee, punch a Lehman Russ to death or something. It just was the funniest thing.
Yeah, there were some more strange rules back then.
Oh yeah. Or maybe not Lehman Russ. I think they had 12 back.
Yeah, they but you know,
Whatever.
points the same.
Wave serpents. Okay,
Yeah.
I punched a wave serpent to death with some crisis suits. It was great.
Yeah.
Oh my god, look at those gargoyles. They just stringing them along there. I think trying to hold them in some kind of terrain and also be taking an objective. Now it is largely on a player. We don't have a ton of judges running around everywhere, but it is largely on a player to check to make sure that your opponent is doing everything correctly with their movements. As I
Make
was
sure
saying.
you know what the rules they're using are.
Now, personally, I'm a little leery of that cohesion right there. I think that might be pretty much stretching it. I'd be asking a judge to measure that.
Yeah.
Personally, but that's on the player to call that out. I'm a little leery about that cohesion, but he has done that in the pairing, because if a unit loses cohesion in in that sense, you have to pick a side of the unit and you lose everything else.
Right.
So he's buddied them up, as you can see all there on the right, to
help
try and kind of keep those gargoyles.
Yeah, prevent losses if it does happen. Things
Yeah.
like that. Makes sense, and yeah.
But they're a little far apart. Maybe they're just within the 2 inches.
My guess is he measured it out pretty carefully. Got some. He missed the dice tray. We've all been there. I don't know. I'm a big fan of the house rule of if you miss the dice tray, can your troops really be expected to hit the broadside of a barn? But who knows? Nah, they're being good sports about it, and
Yeah, moving up some warriors. As we said, there's a lot of warriors in that building. He's got them snugged up in there, and
yeah.
they run in.
Smite.
Smite. I
yeah.
mean, it's not the psychic phase just yet. We're still
Not
on
yet.
movement. But,
Yeah, but he is positioning him for that.
I mean, he's telegraphing what he's about to do. I mean, that's his choice.
It's not like the.
It's not like you can do anything about it. You know?
Right.
He's like, I'm going to kill you now.
This is not one of those alternating action games like Necromunda or something like that. You can telegraph what's going to happen this turn and probably be safe.
I do enjoy me in Infinity. Have you ever played Infinity?
I've played it a couple times. I am very bad at it.
It's a fun one.
But it was a good time. I just not enough hours in the day for all the different games I want to play.
No kidding. I mean, that's definitely a back in college game when I had more important things I should be doing, but
wasn't. Yeah. The one I've been interested in trying is Malifaux. I've heard a lot of really good things about that.
I love that game
But,
a lot. But I like all tabletop role-playing role-playing games.
War
I like
games.
those too. And I like my tabletop war games as well.
That 3d6 paying off, preventing of perils of the war.
It's very important. You don't want to lose a stone throw
Yeah.
this early.
Very important that the clarification they were making there was that it is choose 2 dice, not choose the 2 highest.
Yes.
Because I've seen that kind of rule written both ways, and in that case it would have been a couple mortal wounds that he probably would like to avoid.
Yeah. I don't think it would kill his own throw. I think they got 3 wounds on them.
It's an off chance because perils is D3.
D3,
so
yeah.
It's not likely, but it's definitely possible.
You can tell how much psychic phase I do being a Tau player.
Yeah, I'm Dark Eldar. I'm right there with you.
Yeah.
The Dream Stealer cults have introduced me a little more to it, and my Horus Heresy army is going to be Thousand Suns, so I'll be very familiar with how psychic works there.
Magnus did nothing wrong.
Correct. And I'm a big fan of the candy red on the pre-Heresy Thousand Suns. Looks good.
Bright candy red.
That's what it
They
is.
look
Bright
like
candy.
fireballs, you know, just the cinnamon candy.
Yeah.
Just bright red fireballs.
Bright red fireballs. Bone looks a lot like that. The bone trim looks a lot like the write-in that's on some of those kinds of candy.
It's good stuff. It's good stuff. You know, and as a Night Lord player, I've got chaos-looking Night Lords, and I can just walk those right into 30k because it's not like they looked any different.
True statement. Good old terror units.
My boys.
Looks like one of the Thunderwolves went down to. Looks like Psychic Phase still.
Yeah, it looks like Smite. Invul saves not doing it against those mortal
mortals.
wounds.
I think I want to reroll it.
And using CP to re-roll his Psychic test, try to get off that actual Smite.
Yep.
'Cause he was looking for a 7 because it's like the 3rd time he's casted this.
Yeah. That 3-3-1 was not going to cut it. Oh, there we
There you
go.
go.
That's an 11. That's extra mortal wounds with that.
And then I'm going to choose one of those 6-man units, the one that's on the objective.
I believe that's a
as
D6
target
at that point when you
I
get an
think so.
11. Yeah.
Here, I roll a die for each model, and if I roll higher than your toughness, you take mortal wounds.
Oh.
3 mortal
Oh, that was not a smite. That was something else.
wounds.
Put in some mortal wounds
Alright,
on the
that's it
squad
for
there to help clear it out.
Next, we have the Zone Thugs here going to smite.
Oh, there's another Smite coming down.
They have a +3 to cast. It's going to be a super smite. They do these.
There it was.
these
That was the
plus
super
3
smite.
mortal wounds.
Oh no, I was
I don't
early.
even have to look at the die. I'm like, it doesn't matter.
And that takes off the Thunderwolves.
Um,
Oof.
Alright, so that's them.
This
That's all the
brutal
stuff over here.
Psychic phase.
I called it. I was like, those Thunderwolves, we're not going to see them at the end of next turn.
Big unit, like the Hive Tyrants get Psychic powers.
I mean,
Mount, Scepter.
absolutely. We're seeing, like, this is an incredibly psychic list. We've got Maliceptor? Is that what it's
Yeah,
called?
I think so.
Maliceptor. Maliceptor, we've got Zoanthropes, we've got 2 Hive Tyrants, maybe 3 Hive
3 Hive
Tyrants.
Tyrants, 2 winged, 1
You
not.
have to
Yeah,
see
and all of those are packing psychic powers. Maybe 1, maybe 2.
I think it's 2 for the Tyrants.
Yeah.
base.
I don't remember exactly. It's
But
been
their strength
a
is
long
what?
time since I've played Tyranids.
Yeah, strength
But they pack a lot of psychic powers. And it's hard to stand up to them. And once again, it's the Tyranids are this kind of perfect combination of being
Need a 7.
incredibly tough
Don't get it.
and also being full of mortal wounds. So you can't kill them, and they'll kill you no matter how tough you are.
Yeah.
very few armies kind of pack the kind of feel no pain. We're talking feel no pain. It didn't matter.
Didn't get there, but
Um,
doing what he can to try to weather this storm and hopefully counterattack the next turn.
yeah. Lovely chainmail dice bag right
Yeah,
there.
big fan. That red and black looks really good together.
All right. Still in the psychic phase.
Yeah.
The horror. Goes off on a 6. We're going to give that unit right next to him -2 to leadership.
Dropping the leadership,
Fail at morale, you know.
trying to make it a even.
And then he's going to smite. That's going to fail. No matter what I roll.
All right.
And then this guy's going to do psychic screen.
The
Sick.
fourth
Did you already cast
smite
No,
cast
that's
this
the one
round.
I haven't cast.
Oh my goodness.
Goes off
oh
on
my
7.
goodness.
Does 1 mortal wound to that unit there. And he's going to try to smite. He needs he needs an 8 now. You got a 9?
Cool.
Cool.
2 mortal wounds.
Ah,
That is just a
Okay.
lot of mortals coming out of the
It's-
Tyranids in this
now-
phase.
it's rough. This amount of
done with psychic
psychers.
phase.
I mean,
Cool.
Finally done with striking phase, and now we get
No
to
way.
shoot.
yeah.
I've lost 7 models. Yeah.
Shooting phase. I'm going to have these guys shoot. at,
Space Wolf down 7
okay,
models
whatever
from this.
Yeah, but 4 of those were
So they get
Thunderwolf.
D3 shots.
Yeah,
venom
Or
cannon.
very-
3 of them.
3 of them.
Because
Very,
One died in combat first, but yeah.
either way, I mean, this is very, high value. Those
Yeah.
mortal wounds can go at all kinds of units that it's just going to cause a huge amount of problems.
3 cover. Storm shield.
Yeah, and because mortal runes carry over, like high damage weapons,
Yeah, AP3.
if you hit a 1 wound model, it just very much
Kinda
kills
just-
that 1
yeah,
wound
just-
model. Mortal wounds carry over, which means
Oh,
it
yeah.
is just as effective to throw them into the 2 wound Marines as it is the 4 wound Thunder Wolves.
Oh, yeah.
You lose no
Best bidders,
efficiency on
3
that
shots
front,
each.
which is why so many of the lists we see right now
Ones, 'cause
are looking for ways to generate mortal.
there's all the 2s.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
Best bidders are strength.
we got a lot of 2s.
Yeah,
All right.
Force
And that's
to hit.
5.
5 saves. AP2 for these.
So 4 up.
Storm shield.
Oh,
Storm shields.
They're 4 up normally.
Yeah. So
So
it's
they
AP
can 3 up,
-2.
and then it'd be 4 up basically.
Yeah, 4 ups. 4 ups for everybody, really.
Yeah,
there we go.
All right. Fail
good
1.
one. It's 1 day.
That was very good roll.
That was a good roll
save.
right there. That
He
was,
needed it,
That was
too.
what he needed right
I
there.
will take that.
The real
Stop
thing
the
is.
bleeding a little bit.
Oh,
hopefully.
yeah. Well, the real thing is with psychic phases, just how consistent they are.
Yeah.
It's
It's not a lot of wounds. It's a lot of D3, D6, but
Yeah.
but it adds up.
But it
because
adds
it's
up.
So consistent.
yeah,
Beating most of
absolutely.
the saves and
Well, it's not. It's how to put this.
3 wounds.
Over 50% of all your dice rolls easily
We'll do the 4
are
ups,
going
storm
to be
shields.
7 or higher.
Yeah.
And when most things cast on 7%, that's like
Tink.
basically running. All I need to do is roll a 3+
ones.
to kill a model.
yeah.
Period.
They get 1 free
And
roll
that's
to hit.
very
Being
strong.
quiet there.
That's
I forgot to
that's
do it the last
better
time.
than probably one of the best guns in the game.
Yeah.
Is just being able to consistently kill a model,
Yeah.
no matter what, and that's so strong. And
It is supposed to be 4 up.
just the number of psychers that Tyranids can throw. It looks like almost like Grey Knight sometimes.
Yeah.
Storm shield will be 4 up, and this is 1 damage.
Yeah.
So storm
Yeah,
shield,
but the
4
Grey Knights
saves.
are a lot more limited on which powers they can take.
Failed it.
Yeah.
The zone, the Tyranid power list is very versatile.
You had a guy already wounded.
It's
Yeah,
it's
so we'll just
astounding.
move the wound
I
over.
mean, we're probably gonna see more Tyranids today. And
Yeah.
I don't want to use up all our talking points on the Tyranids on the first game
Fair.
here.
All right.
Frankly,
them
what I want to
shooting
see is 2 Tyranids fighting
You got
each other
this
and both of
cannon
them
that's gonna
going,
shoot into those 3
Yep.
boys.
We'll do
I
that
hate this.
now.
I don't think so. Do the hive? The Wigan have talents have
we'll see. We'll see where
All
all
three
of
hit
this
with
goes.
two
I mean,
hit.
last year, it was a big surprise,
I need 2
but
wounds.
Patrick
Gets one reroll.
McEnany, he won with a Space Marine list.
Yeah,
And
White
no-
Scars. if I
White
remember.
4 up
Scars.
save.
And it was an absolute surprise
you
because
killed one.
everyone thought the Eldar were going to, their Dark Eldar and the Yunari were going to just take last year. And that's not what happened. We had Admech in second place, and I
So
believe
we'll have these 10 go into the
Necron. No, I think it was Drukari still in third place.
But still,
Force to hit.
that's
Still.
more diversity than we were expecting, which is always
Absolutely.
good to see.
And it's not. I
5
don't,
1 wounds.
Tyranid players are coming here. They want to win. Good. Good for them.
Terminator.
Want to play the game.
Okay.
More players is better
Oh,
at the end of the day.
Terminator
So I have
gets
nothing against
Terminator
these guys.
goes, oh,
Play
God.
your Tyranids. Enjoy them. It's good.
Of course.
Safety one.
It's just
Still.
they're very strong.
They are. And we'll see a fair amount of them, I'm sure. But hopefully we get some other stuff.
We're gonna you know, down the pipe. I think Games Workshop is planning on, you know, obviously writing something dealing with this.
Oh, I'm sure we do.
overwhelming
We're coming up on the time for the quarterly data slate soon, and we're gonna have the points update coming out around the same time as the new objectives
Yeah.
that are scheduled to come out next week. So
We're just like right at this sweet moment where
right,
we
This
see
is-
it. You
this
can
is gonna
see
be-
it on the horizon.
yeah, this is gonna be one of the last tournaments that you guys watch that's gonna look like this, because in 3 weeks or so, this game's gonna be entirely different.
Oh, absolutely. We got new command points and everything. That whole new system is going to get made.
I'm sure we'll have some time to talk with some of our guests about it, because I would love to see some people who are a little more competitive focused
Yes.
than us thoughts on it, but it is certainly going to be a new game,
Oh, yeah.
because how secondaries are handled is changing, how there's going to be slight changes in the missions, and how CPs are handled, command points are handled, changes a lot with that.
No, it's going to be, in my opinion, it could not be better for a good change to be coming along. And,
Yeah.
you know, as a Tau player, I very much enjoyed when the Tau were on top, but
Doesn't
like
need
to
to be
see-
that way all the time.
no.
Yeah.
Because, you know, how else are you going to get your complaints in? You know,
Right.
When you're not winning.
Valid. A huge portion of this hobby is complaining to Games Workshop about why your army
I need
isn't the best.
vindication
Right.
to feel bad. My army's bad. It's not my fault. But yeah, no, I feel like I don't think the game's been in a worse state. No, what am I saying? I don't think it's been in a better state. That's what I meant to say. 'cause
Yeah, that
that's-
makes a lot more sense.
that makes me seem like a very pessimistic person. No. I think that right now, Warhammer 40K is been at its best. I mean,
I agree.
we're getting great updates. We're getting rules coming out consistently, and we're getting corrections to
Strange rulings.
strange rules, overpowered effects.
They are taking a more active hand than I think I had ever seen them do before in how the meta shapes, which is important. I think there's still work to be done. I think there's things they can do, but with what is it, 25 factions or whatever, you're never gonna actually get them all balanced. It's impossible.
It's hard, and
But they are making good inroads. They are listening to their player base. They are looking at the data, and they are saying, this is a problem.
And I really think the popularity of the tournaments. I think a lot of, there's something to be said. I'm aware of a lot of competitive games out there. Computer games, tabletop games, you name it. But a lot of times the competitive scene is something that independently forms out of the player base, not really out of the intention of the game.
Yeah.
So a lot of times, game developers, and as always, they're always a little behind what the community is doing, and that's normal. That's natural.
Yeah.
It takes time to do anything in a business.
There is a lot of inertia involved.
Oh yeah, and so a lot of times it's a little slow. And with the leadership shakeup about 6 or 7 years ago in Games Workshop, we're really seeing a big change. Like just things are moving forward. We're getting a lot of progression. We're changing how this kind of the game side of it, the hobby side, is still pretty much the same as it always has been. I mean, but how is that going to change?
Oh,
Yes.
that's a good
There's
question.
only so much.
You can interrupt, right?
Like
I have that opportunity.
They got
innovation.
rid of the fine cast. Get rid of the fine cast.
They're working on it. They're working on it.
We don't need that crap.
What's their strength? They don't have like thunder hammers.
They're working on the
No, they have
Finecast.
lightning claws, chainsaws.
They're bringing some things
do
that
they
used to
have for
be
weapons?
affordable
Thunder
exclusive into the Games
hammers,
Workshop brand
crossbows.
itself, which is nice to
I want to
see.
kill them first.
And they're just
it doesn't
expanding it.
What?
There are certainly things I'd like to see
They're gonna
change.
fight
I
anyway,
would
if
like
you
to
kill
see a
Oh,
wider
yeah, they can fight on
embracement of
death.
3D printing technology. I
Doesn't
think
matter.
Can they
they
fight on
would
death
make
after they've already fought?
buckets if they started selling
can fight
FTL files.
If if you had just
Go ahead,
said,
kill him.
so all I want is a Power Fist
We'll start-
STL. Please, could I have a Power Fist?
Yeah,
STL?
even if they never sold entire models as STLs,
Like, I'm not
they
worried
could
about
sell
dying
some of those
stuff.
bits that you just
Oh,
you end up having to
try
trade other
real hard.
players to get.
Okay.
Well,
I would
don't-
immediately
You don't
be willing
know.
to pay, you know, like
here's
You
a
don't
free
have
tip
AOC,
to anybody
I'm
who
making
doesn't know
4
about
free
this.
saves.
Go on eBay and search for the
Alright,
bit
I got
you
5
want to
attacks
buy. There are
with his
people
thing.
Yeah.
Yep, yep.
who buy entire box sets of these things and
Choose your
separate
ones.
out
Oh, look at
the
you.
bits.
yeah, because
Go buy it from them.
Yeah, explode 6
this
is
is
return,
one
so
of
2
my
extras.
biggest frustration
Eat.
points with Games Workshop and how they've handled
Strength
the
is
modeling.
11.
They have a tendency to put in,
those 2 ones
if
go
you
on there,
have,
so it's 2.
take the Scourge
Yes.
from Dark Eldar, because that's the one that has bothered me. Scourge
No,
can
that's
take
the
4
flying
different
one.
kinds of
They
heavy
go-
weapons,
so, yeah.
right?
Yeah.
5.
And they all serve
AP?
4 very different roles.
4. And,
box
you
Engineer
have
has
One.
4 saves.
Box comes
to
with
do
one of
Terminator
each.
first, right? Yeah.
When are you ever going to
four?
take
Yeah.
a Shredder, which is built to
-2.
kill
Well,
hordes,
no, he's got
and
a-
a Heatland,
no,
which
four
is
fails.
built to take
Yeah.
tanks
Yeah.
in the
But
same
the next
unit?
guy passes his.
You could. It would be a
6
bad
up.
way to play the game.
Yeah, you're
It is,
no one who's,
Because mine's
Yeah,
and it's
yeah,
not
yeah,
even like it's a
They
particularly
go to
fluffy way to,
2
but
basically,
like,
and then- yep.
I'm
So
willing,
6
I
up
have-
past the hand.
I'm
3 left.
willing to accept that
Yep.
people will make decisions that are less
one
rational
dies,
for
and
fluff
just-
reasons. I do it
for the
too.
last guy.
Nope.
Fine.
They're die.
Well, there's no fluff
right,
advantage.
I will
There's no
interrupt
gameplay
you, yeah.
advantage. This
Alright.
is just the wrong way to do
They're
it.
made. The kits are made to be playable, not necessarily tactical.
Right.
And that's I bought a Chaos Terminators box last year, and I can tell you, I wanted to equip them with all the things that they could equip, but the box came with one of each. That was
Yeah.
not how I wanted to equip my guys.
I have seen, they seem to be making it. I hope we see this move into the 40K side of the business. Horus Heresy is actually doing, for their new tactical Marines, they sell it as a box. It's 10 or 20, I don't remember which. Tactical Marines, all with bolters, but they're selling at a cheaper price point, upgrade, like
Sprues?
special weapon sprues that come with 5 of each of the special weapons.
I mean, I'd be fine with that. I
That's
mean,
exactly what we
that's
need.
just- That's just something that would be nice.
Yeah, well, and the reason the reason we saw it first in Horus Heresy is because in Horus Heresy, units tend to have the same weapon type across the entire unit. Your tactical squads carry bolters, and then you have like a support squad, and all 5 or 10 of them will have plasma guns
Oh wow,
or whatever else. Like,
Volkite or
whatever. There's a lot of options. But
Right.
the point is, you don't see the squad of 8 bolters of a rocket launcher and a plasma gun is all.
yeah.
You can do that with the veteran squads, but it is not the standard like it is in 40K. And so that's why we saw that change first there, but I do hope to see them transfer that across the brand a little more.
All right, we're seeing some big rolls. We got that unit in melee.
Yeah, and those exploding 6s plus 3 rolls is just
Ooh.
it's a lot of dice.
Never let it be said that the Space Wolves don't try hard in melee. Oh my goodness. Not the most shooting out of the Tyranids. I'm still seeing a lot of Space Wolves still on the field. I don't think that shooting fade.
It took off the Thunderwolf too. Like it picked some things off here and there, but
All right, well we got 2 damage on that Hive Tyrant, it seems.
and now it swings back.
Two extra attacks on the Hive Tyrant. Oh my goodness. 7 attacks.
Oh, that he mystically explodes. That's good for
Oh, only 7 hits going through. My goodness.
Pretty sure flying knife have some.
double checking the rules. There might be a reroll to wound,
Even
which
the
would
player says they got some stupid rule. At least they're self-aware about it, of just how crazy the Tyranids are right now.
yeah, they get 1 free reroll of a hit. Oh my goodness.
So strong, so strong. That was what it was destined to be. Get some Terminators.
He dies.
Yep.
And 6 ups on everyone else.
Yep.
Pass 1. One guy is alive.
And then you take 6 mortal wounds after all that.
He's dead then.
And
the
three
Reaper.
more.
Goodness,
my
six
Reaper,
mortals.
thingamajig.
Yeah.
Come on over to Bjorn.
That was
You know, I will.
brutal.
Brutal,
I'm not gonna get in there.
brutal.
Ah, coward.
Chooses not to tag
gonna get right
Bjorn in
there.
there.
I
All
would.
right.
Can't say I blame
Yeah,
him.
Yeah.
Right there. I'm gonna fight with the
Bjorn's
flying
mean.
first, get 6 attacks.
Although he is letting Bjorn get a turn to shoot that Melta-gun off. So
Okay, we got 3
see how that goes. But of course, it's a single shot Melta-gun, so it will roll a 1.
Every time.
Every time.
11. Doesn't matter. So they all wound. They all wins.
Strength 11.
Yeah, I think I'd trade one shot with the multi-melta for a round of attacking that I can't do. Try to.
Sure.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
But I guess they're back anyway. So I got
Fight on death, I suppose.
1
Yeah.
Thunderhammer, 4
Ah.
threes. We're gonna swing into.
This is, I think, the Wolfen squad in the center.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Swinging into the Warriors because the Hive Tyrant is not likely to go down from this.
3 damage. Makes them minus 1 damage. 1 CP.
Sending a C-
1 CP to do -1 damage.
that is huge here because
Huge.
the Thunderhammers are 3 damage, the Warriors are 3 wounds.
3
so
wounds.
moving that
is
ev-
huge.
every single
that
turn is going to take up an extra attack.
That is painful. And as we just heard the admission, he just looked at the other player and went, Leviathan.
Yeah, that's that transhuman effect coming into play.
Not being able to wound on anything lower than a 4.
They don't have to reroll 1s. These are on 2s. They all do the soul doctrine, so they explode on 6s.
I forgot to got psychic interrogation.
I'm okay with that. I was like, whatever.
Forgot about it.
So when
they
it
wound you
sounds
on
like the Tyranid
4s,
player
so that's
forgot that he had a
3
secondary that
minus
needs
4,
him to
so
cast a certain psychic power,
down to
psychic
1.
So
interrogation.
this guy dies and
Gonna miss a few points there,
Yep.
but
And these
I'm
guys
not
die.
sure it's gonna matter that much, frankly.
Chip away.
Yeah.
This looks like it's been a tough,
Alright.
tough matchup for the Space Wolves.
All right.
activate the
He
gargoyles.
hasn't put his what are they called? Oh, I
Long
can't-
fangs.
Long fangs, that's right. Hasn't put his long fangs in play. We'll see if those can do anything. I don't think so, though.
They might take down.
I don't want to be
the,
fatalistic towards the player, but this is overwhelmingly dangerous. It's stuck on it. Now he has, by charging that Maliceptor, now this is a little interesting, that Maliceptor did not move this round.
He actually did that. His Maliceptor gets to cast extra spell, psychic powers if he doesn't.
Oh, so that wasn't even an advantage for him. Didn't even know that.
I mean, he was taken out of combat earlier from one of the wounds and stuff. He could have, I believe he could have moved.
Oh, okay.
But,
Oh, that's right. He fought back and
Killed one,
the
and they
Thunderbolt.
chose to take him out or something. But I heard him mention on the mic
Okay.
that he doesn't want to move for psychic power reasons.
So strong.
I think they have a special rule where they get like 1 extra cast or something.
Maybe the 3, somewhere the 3d6 came in or something. It's strong. That's all you can really say about it.
Yeah.
Right.
And that might be the end of it.
So it is
Well,
17. Come around, so I still get that 1 more point.
Yeah, so you get 3 for those.
3, so it's 18, 16. I have 18, you have 16 right now.
You get 4 for
Oh,
primary
great.
for
Next turn.
next turn.
Odes
I get
moment,
4.
as I
Yeah,
believe.
get 1
Oaths of
CP,
the Moment was this
and
secondary they were talking about. I
then
was
we
having
gotta see
trouble
what
how
we
they
can
were
do
up
over
to
here.
18
All those
points,
guys
so
are dead.
round one,
Picking
they
a
were
new
including the
thing,
10
I'm gonna
points
take
for
warp
both
shielding.
armies
Everything
being
I have has
painted.
an multiple of these 5
That's where that came from.
Yeah. Of course, that is a requirement to be here today. Is that you do have to have a fully painted army.
Pretty bad out here.
At least 3 colors on it. Every model in your army.
And base.
Base. Seeing a little sparse basing on the Thunderbolts, but suppose that got by. Oh boy.
Yeah.
Yeah, tell me about it, man. Bad news bears out here.
Yep. Space Wolf player commiserating a little bit with his opponent about what is going on here, and
Well, sometimes you see some things that are this one-sided.
It is the nature of the game sometimes.
Absolutely.
You can't prepare for everything.
Trust me, I've been taken off the board way too early in some games, and sometimes you knuckle down and it's a
Closer
5-round
game than you expect.
Oh man, tell me about it. Those are the ones when you stand it for 6 hours, staring at the board, going, I would really like to just go home and have lunch.
Luckily, they plan breaks for lunch here.
Yeah,
That's not
true.
a thing in Magic tournaments. Granted, our rounds are only an hour, but still,
Yeah.
when you're on those 9-round days,
By yourself, my man. You got it.
Yeah.
Fire those
Bring a
things, he said.
snack bar.
oh, it's a thing that is very common, especially when players are consistent tournament grinders in Magic, 'cause they'll have snacks in there. I've one of my roommates is diabetic, and so he has blood sugar problems occasionally. And he has said that one of the things he said is that Magic players are always ready to have food on them. So if he starts to drop that hard, he can just be like, judge, and either the judge or any number of players nearby will just be like, here, have a power bar.
Yeah, there you go.
May not be your favorite, but it'll get you through.
I mean, that's community. That's
Yeah.
community for you right there. People taking care of each other. You love
Yeah.
to see it. Well, still in it. Truth be told, Space Wolf player, he lost a Thunder Wolf unit and didn't quite lose those Wolven, but I think he lost some Terminators.
I think he did lose the Wolf, and I think those were some characters that were supporting them.
And the Tyranid player only down the Venom Thrope unit, so this is looking a little rough.
Grim.
But it's not as one-sided as one might think. I mean, like we said, we still got long fangs that might be coming.
Yeah,
in play.
and he looks like he's trying to play the objective smartly here.
Don't need to move anything else.
So he's gonna get what points he can and try to make a
Give
game
up
of
too
it.
soon. You never know. Just these Tyranids have a very rough first turn when they can throw that many.
I'll do R&D for this turn.
That much
Mortal
damage
wounds.
out. Yeah,
That gives
It's
me
rough.
2 red.
it sounded like he was throwing around a fair number of command points. So it'll be curious to see if the changes to command points help lessen the
Really
first
change-
initial back.
One of the biggest complaints that I think people have is that these games can go.
Very alpha striking. They don't always, but they can.
I feel like there's the conflict between wanting the game to be done faster because Warhammer is such an intensive thing, and this is just tournaments, 3 hours a game. That's a commitment. If you're playing casually, you can get games that last 5, 6, 7 hours.
Yeah.
Now, 7 hours is very high. I keep hitting the microphone. But
I don't think I've ever played a 7-hour game. That
I
sounds
have.
insane.
I have. I was very tired by that. I didn't want to do anything the rest of the day. 11 at night, you walk home and you go, I'm dead.
Good night.
Good night. Love you, babe. Good night. But, I'm trying to check what's going on.
Yeah, I think he's debating some moves and stuff.
Put down, bring down some gas.
Yeah, you got outflankers.
Outflankers.
But
I
yeah,
have
so
Figuring out if
plenty
he's
of
bringing in
space.
those long
Okay.
things and where.
those are important. Here they come.
Looks like he wasn't able to get him into the backfield. He's bringing him in just to bring in fire support against that Hive Pirates.
He's gonna need it. I mean, that thing is tough and mean. But like I was saying, some of these games, they're long. You want to kind of end them quickly. So the Alpha Strike seems to be valuable in the sense that the game doesn't need to be 7 hours long. But at the same time, sometimes it's frustrating because not all armies are designed to even be able to do that or defend themselves against it.
Yeah.
So I think the change-up is going to be a good thing, personally.
I think it'll be healthy for the game.
Well,
It's
not
neat.
only that, but you're going to have people walking in with these crazy detachments. You get like people walking in with like this guy and then this guy and then this guy and then this guy.
Yeah, it's going to cut down a little bit on the soup, some of the soup aspects, the mixing and matching. And I think it'll also decrease some of the use of characters that are only allowed once per detachment. Like, you can only have one captain per detachment and things like that.
You want to pack like 4 captains in a list.
You're going to see less people taking a couple different patrols to try to bring extra of those, which is probably good. I think you'll see a little more less diversity in that regard.
Sure. I mean, that's well. What you're going to see is you're going to see what I think you're going to see is you're actually see increased diversity because no one wants to fight 5 of the same HQ choice that you just rammed in your list. You're going to be forced to take a lot more varied units. You're going to be forced to take. You just can't afford them. You're going to be forced to take, more troops, more elites. And the game will not be as much about just a bunch of singular characters running around.
Especially with the needed to pay for the first Warlord Relic and trait.
Yeah, absolutely. If the audience, if you don't know what's going to happen soon, they're going to be reducing the command points down to 5 from 10.
6 from 12.
6 from 12. What am I saying? 6 from 12. They're going to be reducing it in half.
Yeah.
That's the important part. And they're going to be two per round on each person's starter round.
What it is, this is talking about the Warzone Nihilus Grand Tournament Pack that's, I believe, supposed to go up for pre-order today, actually, on the Games Workshop website.
Happy Father's Day. Call your dad.
But in that book, there's a lot of changes to different parts of the game, but one of probably the biggest, or at least the one that they revealed this week on Warhammer Community, was cutting the starting number of command points in half, and then at the start of each turn, both players gain a command point, so now you will be gaining one on your opponent's turn as well. They are hoping to decrease the amount that you spend immediately, as well as promoting you to use them a little defensively since you're getting one on your opponent's turn as well.
Yeah.
So
and like we said, it's going to be costing more command points to even fully equip your leaders and stuff like that.
The first Warlord trait and Relic are no longer free. You need to. Everybody will have access to a command or a.
This will be discounted. This will be discounted for a lot of named characters. Of course, a lot of named characters are also going to be going up in price to kind of compensate for this.
Yeah. We have not seen many of the points values. There's been some talk about it in some leaks, but we suspect a lot of the named characters will go up in points value, at least a little bit, or may not get the discount that we may have originally expected due to that. Because they will get their relics that they're equipped with base. They will not get Warlord traits. Even if they are prescribed a specific Warlord trait, you still need to pay for them to have it, then they get whichever one it is.
So even then, you're walking in. I mean, I think that's why I said 5. You're getting 5 because even though you're starting with 6, you have to have a Warlord that has to cost 1.
No, so the Warlord itself is fine. You can have a Warlord without a trait now. You are now allowed to have a Warlord that does not have a Warlord trait.
Okay.
Yeah. It's still your Warlord for the purposes of kill your Warlord, assassination, whatever.
Sure.
But
you don't
it
need
just
to
doesn't have a specific trait at that point.
That's wild to me. I mean, that's not right.
Well, it's what it is, and
well, I'm joking. I'm being facetious.
That's fair.
I'm being facetious.
It's going to be interesting to see how that affects because some armies were very aggressive about their use of Warlord traits. Some of them have very powerful Warlord traits. Others, you were like, this is a good Warlord trait, I might as well take one.
Yeah.
It'll also be curious to see if some of them go down in value.
I mean,
specifically
currently, still, Warlord traits beyond your first still cost CP now. So, command points now.
But it'll be interesting to see if certain, Warlord traits that had to do with command points go down in value. There was a whole series of them that were, you get, whenever you or your opponent uses one, roll a die, and on a certain roll, you get a refund. Starting with less, it'll be interesting to see if those go up in value because you need to get them back, or if they go down in value because people are being more conservative about spending them and starting with less. And it'll be interesting to see how that plays out because it could go either way.
It's going to be a big shakeup, no matter what happens.
There are a huge amount of increase in value in the ones that have guaranteed reasons to get them.
All right, well, we're seeing those gargoyles are definitely going down here, but that doesn't surprise anybody.
Yeah. They're not exactly known for their toughness.
No.
They are the little bugs.
Even if they're soaking up wounds.
That's wounds not being directed elsewhere.
Yeah.
London, baby.
Throwing some grenades at them.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they banned. You can't shoot
Never mind. So.
You're in my way.
I'm from London, baby.
Those hive tyrants and gargoyles doing a good
Some
job
very-
taking up space.
And not only that, but some good maneuvering from the Tyranid player. He knows what he's doing. He's screening his units effectively, kind of stopping them from being able to target each other or charge in.
It does look like the Longfangs with Bjorn were able to take down the one-winged hive tyrant,
Yep.
which is good.
Oh yeah, that doesn't surprise me as much. Like,
Not shocking, but it is a bright spot for the Space Wolf
Yeah.
player who had a tough start.
now we got Bjorn in melee combat. It begins.
We'll see how he does.
Again, last year I was quite wrong. I was like, that guy, he's gonna handle it, and that Keeper of Secrets took him apart. I mean, it was.
Yeah. Well, Keeper of Secrets are a little dangerous.
Well,
and a little
since
fast.
since I picked one up recently and started playing with one, I too have been sold on the delicious and delectable power of Slanesh.
I didn't see what the demon lists being played today are. I was curious if one of them was running that, like 6 keeper list.
Oh yeah. Well, last year, I've been telling people, one of my favorite lists that we saw on the big tables was a 3 knights, 2 keepers of secrets, and 2 units of furies.
That is one of the most bizarre lists I think I've ever heard of.
And we brought the guy on board, and he was like, I love punching stuff and I love drinking beer, and having this list lets me get to drinking beer with my buddies faster.
I punch things faster, which means I drink beer faster.
Yeah, it was great. I loved him. So
Can't flaw that logic.
it's effective. It's tactical. It's genius.
Hard to argue with that.
But it was a very impressive, and of course, unfortunately, he got taken out, I believe, in the 5th round.
That's still a good show.
Out of the lead, but he still scored, I believe, top 10 for the tournament. It's always good to see knights. I mean, you'd love knights. Big, scary, impressive.
They're experiencing quite the resurgence right now.
Absolutely, and got a great sculpt. That new knight.
Yeah, the Aberrant.
Oh, and even the war dogs. The war dogs look great.
Yeah.
And I'm sold. I really want to pick one up.
Make it into your, soup it into your Night Lords a little bit.
Maybe,
Dreadblade.
maybe a Dreadblade here or there.
Yeah, that seems good. I've seen a couple people playing around with free blades into some of the Imperium forces. One of my favorites was I was looking at results from another tournament, and a guy had tacked a unit of 3 Armiger free blades into his Imp Guard to have the front end to be his front line.
Just to push up the field. That's a good strategy.
It was.
We got Bjorn in melee. A couple of ones on that wound roll. 5 wounds onto the Hive Tyrant. That is not enough to take it down. Those are some beefy boys. Those Hive Tyrants. We'll see what he's going to do back to Bjorn. But Bjorn is also, importantly here, Bjorn is contesting that point.
Yeah.
Which is very important. While both of them are HQ choices on that point, neither one has OBSEC.
So it's just going to be contested.
It's just going to be contested, which is important. He's denying that
I think he's going to actually be able to grab Stranglehold again.
Yep.
That helps.
Oh, well, we'll see. We do have a Tyranid turn after this.
Well, Stranglehold scored at the end of his turn.
At the end of his turn. Oh, right. Secondary.
Secondary often
Yeah,
are,
so
he can guarantee you that. It'll be interesting to see what he gets primary-wise, but...
He's definitely got the 3 on the left side right now.
Yeah,
So he's
they were talking about that earlier. There is a special rule on this particular mission where if you hold an objective with OPSEC at the end of your command phase, it is held by you even if you move off until it is taken back.
Yep. So he was able to claim that one up the top left.
And if he can keep them off there, he doesn't need to babysit it at all.
Absolutely. Couple of ones there. A little difficult to see. It's on the dice. He's got special Space Wolf dice.
I'm having trouble telling the difference between the 6 and the 1.
The 1 is a skull, and the other one is a wolf head.
Okay.
You have to be able to see it the right way. It lined up.
I'm not always a fan of that style of die, but use what makes you happy.
Reminds me of back in college, we found I got a pound of dice as a
Essex.
yes, and so it was a bunch of random dice, and we found 2 different d6s in the pound of dice. We were playing D&D.
Right.
One d6 had 2 6 sides on it, and one had 2 1 sides on it.
Whoops.
Whoopsies. That was fun. We found that out. Threw a big ball, threw a fireball, and picked up one of the die and went, "That's not right."
Something's wrong about this.
Something's wrong.
Yeah. I got a funny look one time when I told my family I bought dice by the pound.
For what? You got some intense Yahtzee games going on there, boy?
That was back in the day when I was teaching a lot of people how to play D&D, so I would just be like, here's a set of dice, keep it. Here's a set of dice, keep it. Here's a set of dice, keep it.
It's all yours.
I bought like 3 dice over the years. But, a lot more
Got
economical.
some lamentations about Bjorn not quite hitting it. I don't. Maybe he's just cursed at this tournament. He just can't quite do it.
Apparently.
Maybe. Ooh, some 1s there.
Nope, I think those were 6s.
No, those were 1s.
He had some 6s in there that made up for it, because
Yeah.
the exploding 6s from the Assault Doctrine.
Yep. 5 up invols. Let's see him. Ooh.
Then we're going to do the pack leader, so he's got 7 attacks. Hitting on 2s.
Let's see it. There we go.
8 hits from 7 attacks. Classic.
Yep.
You gotta love it.
So far we got 3 with Shred.
See, those are 1s.
Yeah. I'm going to
They're
struggle with
hard.
them.
They're hard to see. They're hard
Cool,
to
so
see.
that's
I'm not
going to
gonna.
be 7 at -3.
And that's a 6.
So, again. So I kill that guy and another guy dies. Yep. So 2 of them die. Take that!
Took out 3 of those warriors in that upper combat there.
Suffer my wrath. Cool.
That's better than it could have gone.
Oh yeah. Well, again on this player's on his turn, it's looking a little better, but
Technically we're both on this objective. Do you control this objective?
I gotta fight you back first.
Yeah. I mean, technically we're both on it. Your technical arm's just in my way.
Yeah. So we would test that. Then.
Yes.
Unless I kill you.
Unless you kill me. But we'll see about that. Because Bjorn is T8.
Okay. I'm
And also
strength
5.
11.
5 up, feel no pain.
All right. So I get
bragging
5
about
attacks.
Bjorn here.
Good hit,
He's
reroll
G8.
ones.
He's tough to say.
Yeah, there's a 1.
Strength 11.
Okay.
Stays a 1. Once a 1, always a 1.
It was
strength
that
11, so
big.
3 ups.
Oh, it's a beautiful thing.
So that is that many.
3 at AP minus
3 AP minus 4.
minus 4, so 6s.
So you have 2 up armor.
He's got 3 up armor, but -1. He's still
So
AOC.
it's gonna be 9 damage.
9 damage? What's the damage?
3 damage each.
So 2 damage.
Oh yeah. So 6 damage.
6 damage total, plus 5 feel no pain.
Bjorn being tough. He's tough.
That one be cocked?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I'm like, that one looks
Yeah.
very tilted. So he takes 4 damage.
One anyway.
So we stand there and
That's a
stare
one,
at each
always
other
a
with
one.
our damage.
Yep.
Yeah.
So Bjorn ended up
So we'll
taking
contest
4
that, so it
damage.
doesn't hold by
I
anybody.
believe he did
But I
5
get critical
damage
'cause I
in
control
his
more than
previous
you.
combat. So
that
Bjorn did
was
technically
61.
do better
Yeah.
against the high tyrant.
More
So,
importantly,
yeah, I
he
guess
survived,
we'll
which
hold.
means that objective will stay contested.
Is
And
contested,
I-
and he will get to maintain his stranglehold. And he will, force the player to actually have to do something about Bjorn if they want to be able to score points. The Tyranid player, WoW, seems to have more units on the board. They are Tyranids, so they're typically going to have more units on the board. They don't actually control that many command points. So,
Talking exactly about what I said earlier.
yeah, he's coming to regret that decision about that secondary. And that's sometimes you just don't
Over to your
you don't
turn,
know what
you
you're
have a
you don't
control
really know how things are going to turn out until you really see it.
It really. R&D is the one that can get you a lot of points safely if you're infantry heavy, like the Space Wolves are. So it's a pretty safe one in a lot of.
Now remind me, can you choose your secondaries after you see the field, or do you have to have them chosen?
Yes. You choose after you see both the mission you are playing and your opponent's list.
Okay, but not before they deploy.
Not before they deploy.
Or
before they deploy.
Before they deploy.
Yeah.
I'm saying things wrong.
Before they deploy, but after you've seen what they are playing.
So
Because, it would be really tough to pick some of those, Abhor the Witch, which is kill Psychers.
ones.
If you had to pick that when you made your list, no one would ever take it, because what if you roll up against a Drukhari?
Yeah.
There's not a psyker in that entire army book.
No, neither for sisters, neither
Right.
for.
So you are allowed
custodes.
to you pick after you've seen the mission and your opponent, and you can take that into account a little bit, and be like, all right, well, they brought a lot of vehicles, take them down, and it's good, or they are
Yep.
psychic heavy, take them pour the wedge, whatever.
So, yeah, and on this one, I think he was definitely going to have some trouble trying to push through that Tyranid line. I mean,
Yeah.
that guy. Larry, he lined that entire board edge, or deployment edge, with Tyranids. There was no way we were going to see Space Wolves on that table edge or in that quadrant.
Yeah.
So it was, I mean, hindsight 2020 here.
Yeah.
So.
I mean, and I think he went to his default. Like, that's probably one of his defaults, but I don't know what he could have taken instead.
The Thunderwolf Cavalry are so fast. They're
Yeah.
great at getting in
I'm not sure
there.
cavalry is allowed to do actions, though.
Oh, okay. And that secondary does require an action.
Yes. So I believe it has to be the infantry, but he can move those infantry pretty well if he's aggressive with his Thunderwolf
Wolven
cavalry.
are fast. I believe
Yeah.
Wolven are faster than normal
And he has the
Marines.
one outflanking unit. Like, there's a lot of ways to handle it. Even if you only get 3 of the quarters, it's a pretty solid objective. And if he was worried about some of the other options, I could see it.
Yeah.
'Cause he doesn't have a psychic, so he can't go into the psychic interrogation. The psychers are the hardest things to kill in the Tyranids a lot of the time, so you can't really take them before the
Not
wedge.
only that, but warriors here, they have I think they have a base 7 or they get a +1 on their advance, one
Yeah.
or the other. These guys just moved 13 inches and they are now on that objective and are claiming it. That's
And it's gonna hurt his primary a little bit.
It's going to hurt his primary. Now he's still holding 2, which is
Yeah.
I believe going to get him 10 points.
That is, I don't remember
wrong
if it's hold
about
2 or
I think it's dependent on the
It's dependent on the mission, and
Yeah.
at 6 they may have gone 2, it may be 2-3 more instead of 1-2 more.
Let's give that a look here.
Yeah, it's 2-3 more.
Yeah.
Instead of 1-2 more. So Holden 2 will only get him 4 points.
4 points. Okay.
Whereas Holden 3 would get him 8.
That does it. That does it right there. So
Is that movement up there is important. We'll have to see how the fight with Bjorn goes. But it looks like he's bringing in some warrior support for that. I think this might.
now the real question: can you look on there real quick because you can get their rosters up? Is Bjorn have anything that says that he fights first or his opponents fight last?
Make sure we get this objective.
Let me see if I can.
That will really inform
I'm
us.
gonna have to look up Bjorn himself because it is not listed in the list. It's just listed as Bjorn because he
As
has
Bjorn.
old.
Okay. So we don't actually see
I'll,
anything.
I'll take a second to see what he's got. I don't
even-
believe he does, but
I think that's just a Wolven thing for Space Wolves. I know that Space Wolves have a few forced people to go second, which I don't know why they wrote that in the rules. I still can't get over the fact that they wrote for some armies always fights first, and then for some armies opponent always fights second. I'm like, why did you do that? Why?
yeah, there's some weirdness with that.
Were like the 2 development groups not communicating about?
Quite
they
possibly.
Don't. What does that
Wouldn't
even
be the
mean?
first time. You can write the battle. These old.
He's a very good HQ choice. I have never been unconvinced that Bjorn's not worth taking. I see tons of people always bring him along.
I do not see anything that makes him
All right.
strike first or them strike last in any way.
Well, we'll see if Bjorn makes.
That being said, because it is the Tyranids player's turn,
yeah, Bjorn's likely to go first.
Bjorn is likely to go first if he chooses to. He might need it in another fight.
Well, we can see this as we can see on the right side that warrior squad might be coming up the field and charging Bjorn.
That's gonna be a tough charge, but doable.
Doable.
Potentially.
Yeah.
If I had to guess, it's probably about a 10-inch charge.
Deal mortal wounds on a 6th wound, and after he finishes all his swings, he can do D3 extra mortal wounds on a 2+ because of breakup.
I'm discussing a little bit of what I believe the Thunderlord on Wolf can
I'm
do.
gonna go fight Bjorn or my boys.
7-inch charge.
Oh, we got a.
Those long fangs might be in trouble.
Might be a time to declare an Overwatch.
I know it looked like 7 because of the distance.
It's going to be an 8-inch charge for them, so Likely, but not guaranteed.
I can heroic as far as my heart desires.
But
Welcome
I
back.
think
There we
a
go.
good charge there, and the fight going poorly with Bjorn might spell the end.
With an extra
Should be
CP,
out.
Yeah, you're
anything's
fine.
possible.
I'll let you have that. We'll see what those warriors do over there.
Yeah.
Frankly, at this point,
Okay. Let's do.
I actually have to commend the Spacewell player. I think he's
Oh,
actually.
yeah, advanced
He's
phase
playing.
crap.
He is
He's-
doing his best. He is
he's
playing
doing his
very
best.
well, and
He'll hand out
he's
real
keeping
ones
a good
to
sport. He's
these
been a good
guys.
sport about it.
He'll
Yes.
hand out real ones to-
But
He's-
it's easier. It's easy to be a good sport at the beginning of a match. It's a lot harder once the fatigue sets in.
Yeah.
It's
Alright.
easy to
When
get
you get to the
grumpy.
end of that round 3 and you've been playing for 8 hours.
3d6 psychic thing.
it's,
is that one of these guys or?
That's
Yeah,
the-
these,
the
like you said,
neurotherapy
these,
gives it out.
these guys
Okay.
have played a 3-hour round before.
And then he has a
this,
warlock
so
trait to give it
Yeah.
out twice.
This is it. We're approaching, I believe, 5 hours of these guys playing Warhammer
Fun.
today. So
Just a lot of Warhammer.
Fall back and there.
that's beautiful.
I'm not saying it's a problem, but it is exhausting.
And
Yeah, we'll
yes,
start with
these
He's
players
going to do a smite.
bring caffeine, but not too much. You don't want to get jitters.
Not get a 7. Why didn't we
Bad
get a
choices
7?
get
Yeah,
made.
yeah. Also, you don't want to have to be calling the judge every 10 minutes. Hey, can I go to the bathroom?
gotta go bathroom. But you know,
If you do, please do call for the judge.
yeah. It is one of those things where I always say
Next power,
bring
he's
some
gonna
snacks, make
do-
sure you're well fed.
You got to
Sure.
take care of yourself.
And hydrated.
Yes.
Drink water. Drink water.
You really got to take care of yourself on a long day
yeah.
like this.
We'll do a psychic stream.
This stream sponsored by water
Analysis.
because you need it. Drink
So you
it.
got a 7.
Please.
So it's gonna do 3 mortal
Please.
wounds
Take care of
plus
yourself.
D3
Yes.
from psychic stream. So it's going to do 6 mortal wounds.
That's enough to kill them.
What is it? There's no better
Well, at least
performance
there's no more
enhancing
second
drug
streams
than
around
sleep.
Yeah.
You know.
I'll
All
groove
right.
on that one too.
Now the
I wish I was better at it, but
Take care of yourself.
yeah. Nah,
Go. And he's going to
that's
do
the thing.
onslaught first.
that is one of the
Get
biggest things
advance
to
and
learn. If you
charge.
are thinking about getting involved in
Goes
the
off.
tournament scene for any game, this one
he's gonna
is
use it on
included, but like any tournament
Guys
scene,
here.
learn to take care of yourself.
Oh yeah.
Think about what you need to take with you,
Then-
plan it out, get it
He's gonna
packed
do a
the night
smite.
before, and
Oh,
Who's doing
get
a
a good
smite?
night's sleep.
Neurotherapy.
Don't be rushing around in the
Gonna be
morning,
just
and
within range of those wolf
and make
raiders.
sure you get that sleep you need.
He has +1 to cast.
Take care of
so
yourself.
it's going to be an
You know,
11.
that's a.
Neat.
How could
gonna
that be
do
bad
D6.
advice?
Yeah.
There's 4
What's that
mortal
old
wounds.
scout saying? A dehydrated,
Kill one dog.
hydrated scout's a happy scout, and
Yeah.
a dehydrated scout's a dead scout.
A dead scout.
He's don't
Don't want to be the dead scout. Especially because that
Well,
means a
we'll
lot
do
of
next.
paperwork for the tournament
we'll do him
organizer,
next.
and they're never happy about
Well,
it.
he just killed
Atlas.
over, sir. Oh, I didn't earn any points. Oh no.
Goes off.
Now everyone's mad.
He'll give it to.
My,
That's gonna ruin my breakers because he didn't get to play round 5 or 6.
And then
He died.
then
Yes,
he's going to smite.
he didn't
the
play.
D7.
Uh,
Got an 8.
I mean, what kind of?
it's the grim darkness
right.
of the stream.
We're playing 40k. It's kind of a grim humor thing anyway. Let's be real.
8 smite.
That poor creep just played.
Yeah.
It's an 8.
They're more on the grim, less so on the humor. I was thinking about the orcs mostly.
Oh yeah.
No power to cast. Goes off. Those
That
guys back
classic
to
British black humor.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
I don't care.
But we got zoanthropes going off.
They have a plus
We have the space wolf player defiantly screaming, "We don't care."
Wait, that's not gonna do it.
Failed cast. Oh
That
my
might be worth
god.
rolling.
You only have the 1 CP though.
No, it makes you feel.
You might need it for the
the
charge.
instinct to root for the underdog here.
Yeah, that's true.
It would be a nice
I
test.
need to check my
Because if you don't make this charge, I'm just gonna shoot.
I
the
swear that's
Yeah.
not why I
That
picked
is
the armies I
probably
picked.
That's fine.
You may think it is because I have
That's fine.
the armies I picked.
Oh yeah.
I'm actually
I swear that's not entirely why.
All right.
Yeah,
I think it's all
we
the
played
cycles.
Night Lords
So,
in town,
Cool.
shooting
so
phase.
Not exactly playing the
Duck
big
and duck
guys in the
phase.
setting.
Doc and Doc.
I don't know,
You're gonna shoot
Tower
combat.
kinda right now.
Assault weapons. So
Well,
No,
there's
not in
on
the
the,
setting.
in the setting, no. In the tournament scene,
they'll hit.
listen. When I played the Tau,
Strength is
and I got
really
it,
high.
they were not.
Back
Yes.
in my
One free
day.
roll is a new battle round.
Nah,
No,
I,
it's
not
I'm with you
really
there.
right.
I was
So
it's
back
not
there in
strength
fourth
16.
when we were like,
Strength 12. So 1 wound.
1 wound.
AP 5.
I hope this is enough because if
What's
you
the damage?
touch me,
5
you
damage.
touch
So
everything.
4 damage.
Yeah. Oh, it's
Killed him,
bad.
right?
No, I feel no pain, sir.
Those
Oh,
chain
yeah.
charges back and forth were brutal.
Oh yeah, yeah.
He
Takes 3?
dies.
Yeah, there's dead.
It was that one smite that did it.
Yeah.
Does he explode?
Bjorn
my-
died to
that'd be
smite.
nice.
Bjorn
kill
is
that guy.
gone to the smite. Yeah. Did not
Did not
explode.
explode.
Did not take
No
the Hive
explosion.
Tyrant out with
All
him.
right.
I was really hoping I'd make like 2 saves.
Do their shooting at them.
All right.
D3 shots with the Venom Cannon. 1 shot,
1 shot.
1 hit,
Yeah.
1 wound. Strength 8, AP3.
AP3.
It would be
4 up Storm Shield.
5 up, right?
4 up Storm Shield.
Oh, you got Storm Shield. Okay.
Oh, yeah. Storm Shield on
I
the
ignore
Surgeon.
you.
Yeah, you
Giving
don't
him
care.
an invul save to survive that, that
3 Death
shot.
Spitters.
Solid.
Shots. 3's to hit.
Get that 2 out of here.
And the rest of the shots from the lighter
Tyranid
weapons.
Warriors only being a 25-point model.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
impressive. Do
Yep,
so much
so
work.
So
for it.
6 at
That's
AP2.
about the
AP2,
cost of a
3 ups on the
Custodes.
Terminator, 1 damage?
Custodes aren't cheap.
Yeah, 1
You know, probably a little bit
3
more
ups on the
expensive.
Terminator.
Plenty more expensive than your average space.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
Right.
Not exactly comparable,
Alright.
but still 25 points for
that is.
in High Fleet Leviathan
Then
is very good.
minus 2, so
It's
4 ups on everyone else.
very strong.
They are incredibly efficient both on their
one guy dies, we'll take out
survivability
the
and their
grab cannon.
damage. They have solid guns. They're strength 5,
Use the
P5,
CP
which
to
means
Shardler them.
in combat
If I
they're
shot him
gonna
with a
win
creature,
a
I
lot
can
of
roll
the
3d6.
time.
Oh yeah. Very
are you
impressive.
charging?
No, it's after they shoot. That's when I use the stratagem.
They're out of okay.
Tyranid players out of CP.
All right.
Command points are completely
Looks like
depleted.
he spent
Do I
it well,
want
though.
to?
I
change- I think I'll
has
change
wiped a lot of things off the map at this point. He's going to be able to pretty much
Yeah.
do what he needs to.
So it makes the
Kind of,
charge at 9 now.
I predict a secure victory in this.
Make it a little
Tyranid
harder for
player's
you.
future. So let's see, we
I'll
got
fire these
easily
two guys over
3,
here.
4 units
Where'd
of
those two guys
Tyranid
come
warriors
from?
still in
Oh,
play.
right.
We
They
got that
ran over.
gargoyle squad
like,
down
what the hell?
there, and we still
Venom
got
Cannon
2
do
hive
2
tyrants.
shots. 1
Zone
shot.
throps are still in
Needs a
play.
4 to hit.
It's not looking good for the Space Marine player.
Did I get
Let
the
me just
Nah.
say.
ones? No,
I
gave
think
it
we're
to them.
watching
You gave it to
the
that group.
this
and
wrap
this
up
group.
soon.
Turn 2.
Yep.
Bottom of
So
turn
none
2,
for
and we are
that,
seeing
and
a
Death
near
Spitter.
board wipe from the on the Space Marine
Yeah,
player.
after combat, I think it'll be the Thunderwolves and
AP2 on
the
the-
characters supporting it. Basically, all that's left
4
on
up
the board.
anyway.
And not,
I'm fine.
not to say the Tyranid player is
Now
not
these guys
talented.
are
He is
shooting
not.
for
Oh, he has played this
D3 with
very
the
well.
Venom
He's
Cannon.
played this very
3
well.
shots.
He's doing a lot of really good strategy.
All
He's
hit.
doing some
Strength
very
8.
great tactics here. So,
wound.
and you really, the
Ah,
Tyranid abilities
love
are
it.
only being amplified by the talent that
Loves
we're
it.
seeing
That's
here.
finished.
This guy, he's not being
Another
stupid.
one.
He's
Bang,
playing,
bang.
making great choices here. So we're not just saying, hey,
Oh, and I
he's just
get one
riding
free
on the
reroll for
power of the
Leviathan.
Tyranids. He's doing a great job.
He is demonstrating the power of the
Demonstrating
Tyranids.
how dangerous these Tyranids
Strength
are in
5.
talented hands.
Yeah.
And
Six
you
saves,
know, in the Space Wolf player, he's playing great,
Wolves.
but he is just getting overwhelmed here.
4 up.
I think
Yeah,
some very powerful psychic phases are just tearing him apart, and his lack of
One guy's got.
One guy's got
widespread feel no pain across his army, you know,
Now these
which
two there for-
also to note, not a common thing for most armies to have. I mean, we were talking like
cannon.
Custodes
Shots
are
with
pretty
cannon.
much it.
Yeah.
All right, who's going to be able to feel
they
that much
advance
feel no
to
pain
one
against
hit.
that much psychic
Certain
power?
builds of Drakari can bring quite a few.
All right, forward save. Nope. So that guy dies.
I feel like Sisters of Silence might be actually one of the most valuable things you can take as an Imperial right now.
Yeah,
No,
they're tough though.
this is
I
what
don't
I've
think
been. I
they
knew
don't
I
have a
was
lot
going to do
else
this, I was
going
gonna
for
lose,
them,
so-
4 saves.
and there's a lot of matchups
saves
where
from
they're
Death
just
Spitters?
not impressive.
Now,
That
T3,
little
Strength
guy out
3.
AP.
Sure, you're going to be making your guys immune to psychic powers, but
One guy takes 2 wounds.
it's rough.
It,
It's rough
it
out
is
there.
either very powerful or very not, and
All right,
that
we're gonna go to.
you
Not
can't
to
always
mention
afford to take that in
Where
this
you go?
game.
Not to mention the CP cost.
Let's try to
for
charge the
including that
Devastator
kind of
9.
death.
9
Yeah.
ball. There, let's go. Not a 9.
Not a 9. All right. Charging the back with the flaring.
Yep.
Makes
Oh,
it-
look at that.
He's in.
Charging in the front with the wolves into the warriors.
Warriors into the wolves.
Yeah. The other way around.
Nope.
That's not gonna make it.
Oh,
Nice that
Warriors
charge.
failed to
Will not
charge.
make it.
Wow. Look at that.
So you get to go over here.
Yeah.
Thunderwolves, Thunderwolves are still
Falls
standing.
one, so you have 6 attacks.
Might be getting some
Did he
punching
kill anything
again.
in melee? Yeah, he did kill
We
it.
are
I think that's
we
not
are
attack.
incentivized for this Space Wolf player to keep
plus
playing
attack
till the
friendly.
bitter end. I mean, he doesn't want to
2s and
hurt
1s.
previous players, you know, who've played against him and beat him if he's a good sport. But obviously also for his own ITC ranking, he doesn't want to give up too early. He wants to earn his points, get in there,
Okay.
get his name on a board here.
Oh, okay.
No, that was 7. Sorry, you're right. I don't know where that.
I was like, where'd you get 8?
Yeah, I don't know. So 7 HP.
Oh, this is the Hive Tyrant down in the bottom.
Terminator. 4. Guys.
Dead.
And
About.
3
Maybe 4.
4, 6s for everyone else.
Here we go. I got a couple of 6s here.
And 4
One-
guys dead.
Yep.
4 guys dead. He's got 2 men left.
2 more attacks that are damage 1.
Yeah.
They both hit.
All right.
And 7. They both wounds. AP 3 on this.
5. Ah, he's alive with 1 wound. Okay.
I'll
Now, one heroic space will hold in that objective because he's OBSEC.
OBSEC. He's claiming that point. That's great for him.
8 minus 5.
But now he's got to take that morale test. And
need a 1.
Looking for a 1 for that insane
for a-
bravery.
good. You can always spend a CP.
2. 2
2 CP. Sorry, 2 CP.
Negative on your own.
Not willing to spend it, or he doesn't have it on him.
I wasn't in the center, so I don't get any points for that.
Oof.
Oof. Yeah.
We're looking like it.
I killed a character though last turn, so I should have gotten 1 more point because I killed one of your hive turns.
Yep.
I'll mark that on my.
Getting a point there.
1 point for this battle round.
Yes. And you got. Did you do second interrogation? You did.
This player is
Make you lose here, man.
No, you got 0 for R&D. It's fine.
Yeah.
apparently these
The points don't matter, as long as I win, the points don't matter.
Yeah, apparently.
We have
I
one
did-
player
I'm doing
who
this with
hasn't
the
been able to
Tyrant
do
Guard,
R&D,
so I get,
and
3
another
for
player
that.
who
3,
keeps
yeah.
forgetting psychic interrogation exists.
Keeps forgetting just to do
I'm
his.
somehow still winning this. I don't have 2 right now. So turn 3.
Space Wolf player
over
surprised.
there.
Technically ahead.
Okay.
Technically
But we're not
winning.
adding up no prisoners, so I think I would be winning with that. But
Yeah, no.
This,
Doesn't matter.
I'm
this
like-
is why
I
it's
say I'm
important to
winning
claim
at
your
the moment,
secondaries
but-
because
Did I need
you could
morale?
be beating, you could be
No, that's
easily
fine.
trouncing
They
someone
lost 2
and
guys,
be losing
so
this
they
game.
got 8.
Yeah. It is distinctly
2.
possible to
So,
not play the objectives
leadership.
well enough and
Okay,
lose a
yeah,
game
yeah,
that
that's
you
fine. I
are.
love it.
Like I said, I have lost to someone I
Okay.
have tabled.
Cool.
Lost by like 17 points too. It was not close.
I have not
That's
a
a rough
lot
game.
left on the table.
Well,
You get 0 for
scored their
primary.
objectives
I get 0
early,
for
and they got their
primary.
secondaries
I'm
all
gonna have
done.
to,
and delayed me long enough I couldn't get
Yeah.
back there to the points.
I mean, it
Just how it is.
happens.
Yep.
Somehow
Pin
I
me
have to
down.
kill this guy. Doesn't mean maintenance goes away. I'm not gonna win. This is no.
we could just call it if you want, or play it out. I don't know.
We're
I know we're on
discussing
stream,
it.
but,
We're
like-
bottom of round 2.
So the stream knows there's battle
Seeing
points don't
how,
matter for this
you know,
tournament.
seeing how
They just
things are
don't
going,
matter, so I'm like-
calling it.
I could play KG and try, but I'm like, there's no point with all the smites and streams.
Yeah.
He's just gonna come down and chase me. So I could keep
We're
playing
nego-
for the
I think we're
funsies of it,
negotiating
but
the
it's
end
not
of the
gonna
game.
matter.
We're handing
I can
players.
try to kill that and get some points, but again, it won't matter. So, good game.
Okay. Oh, that's the game.
Yeah.
That's the
GG,
game.
Steve.
With the changes to battle points not
first-
mattering, they decided that they were
I'm
going to
going
call
to
it
Leviathan, I
there
was like,
because
well,
it doesn't matter if he scores a few extra
up to
points
me.
anymore since we're using
just
opponent's
gonna
match win. It saves everybody some
it so
time and
that
lets
you
them,
won.
decompress,
go
take a drink, or
back to the
hopefully come talk to us.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Hopefully we're going to see
Yeah, what time
Larry
is the-
here
what's the
here in a
next
moment.
round?
Normally it would be at 5, but they were like a half an hour behind, so
Oh, we have an hour.
we're done like 2 hours early,
Yeah.
basically.
So
All
done.
right, well, time to go.
Okay. Yeah, I know. I was trying to pass through this. Okay. Is there a way to tell when they're going? Okay. Okay. Thank you. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yep. So that's that match.
That's that.
I have to say I was very impressed with the Space Wolves player. He did a good job.
Look, he did I think everything the Space Wolves could have asked him to do.
Yeah.
Uh,
It's just a tough matchup, and when the Tyranids are doing well and they're being played well, it's a tough one.
it's a tough one. Like the Tyranid player said, it's hard when a faction can survive a Thunderwolf charge and then punch back. It's a hard thing to deal with. And Space
They-
Wolves, they're not the toughest faction, but they are a very hard-hitting faction. The fact
Yes.
that Tyranids can take that is a
and
testament.
dish it back is.
It's very strong. All right. So.
Okay.
Yep, that would be great.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I mean, yeah, we heard
We,
that.
do we have their mics off the thing? I'm just asking.
What do we do to fill
Our director told us to fill time.
Yeah.
How's the weather?
Actually, kind of hot.
It was a little. You know, when I woke up this morning, it was lovely outside, and by the time I got here to Westminster, I thought a tornado was coming in. It was kind of crazy. But as we saw, Space Wolves. You know, I haven't played against them a lot, so I'm not sitting here as like some kind of like, well,
Subject
they beat
matter
me,
expert.
they beat me a lot, so I gotta have really high impression of them. That obviously, like, they have to be really good in order to beat me. But I'm sitting here going, I've seen these guys in actual plays and stuff, or in tournaments. I've seen them do really good.
Yeah.
They're a strong army, and that player, I think he played them very, very well. And
You could tell he's practiced with them.
yeah,
he
knew exactly
he knew what he needed to do. He tried to do it.
He put his Thunderwolves in the back line, where
Tried
they
to
needed to
disrupt
be.
the plan.
And it just, those Tyranids were very tough, very hard, and a lot of mortal wounds. I believe we're going to be getting Larry in here to interview with us shortly,
Few minutes.
whenever he gets in and he has time. Obviously, it'd be fair for him to take a break, honestly. Being honest,
He needs a minute. He needs a minute. That's
Yeah.
fine. But looking forward to the rest of the event.
We'll see where
see what-
things are.
yeah.
I mean, he did win first table. We might be seeing him again.
Yep, it's distinctly possible. That is another effect of the choosing not to do battle points. They are not pairing people by battle points either,
Right.
which means it is random amongst people that have the same record as.
Right.
Which
So-
means we are not guaranteed to see the same army show up there repeatedly, because it won't always be the top table. It won't always be the top 2 battle point earners.
Yeah.
On that table.
So maybe by tomorrow, by the last match, we might see Larry again. And
There's a decent chance.
If he keeps winning like he has been, we're likely to see him. But we'll see who's next. So, how do you feel? Like, what do you think when you watch that match? Do you feel like what do you think was? And we'll obviously ask Larry this question. What do you think was the most valuable unit the Tyranids had? What do you think did the most?
I was very impressed, probably by the Maliceptor. It was hard to track where all of this psychic powers are coming from, but that Maliceptor was able to respond both to the Thunderwolves coming in, consolidating into them. It helped him push some psychic powers through, because I believe that was the source of the 3d6, and dealt a fair amount of smites and screams itself. It put out a lot of damage and really facilitated some of the other units to do what they needed to as well.
I mean, we saw at the end there, we saw those Hive Tyrants. I mean, just absolutely smashing units. Just one walked right up to a fully decked out unit of Space Wolves and took it out. I mean, just almost completely. I was really impressed by those. I think they definitely struck hard. Hi, Larry.
Hello. We're gonna be bringing you into camera. in a
Yeah, we'll
second.
get the camera on you. So we watched the game.
Yeah.
That was impressive. I mean,
Thank you.
Not just Tyranids are very strong right now.
Sure.
That High Fleet Leviathan is.
I have a lot going for me.
Oh yeah.
By playing.
But not to say that we watched how you brought those gargoyles down that left side. I thought about the spacing there and how you kind of kept that. What was your strategy there? Was that to keep the terrain benefit?
I wanted to make sure his outflankers didn't get my Nerdothope and Zonethopes. And just really to space out where he could come in with the outflankers.
So that was absolutely a kind of like
a screening play.
screening
Correct.
play.
Yeah.
Makes a lot of sense.
That's why the Warriors went backwards. I want to make sure he could not come in behind me, because I didn't want to have to deal with a unit of Space Marines right behind me.
Great. We were talking about that where we were looking at him we were watching how the Space Marine player was playing, and he did a lot of what we thought were pretty good moves. Coming in there. So tell me, we didn't even get to see what the Venom Throats could do. Like, what was
So
what's so great about Venom Throats?
against a melee army, I use them to screen.
Okay.
And that's what they did. They absorbed that attack so that my warriors were ready to go.
Mm-hmm.
They also have a little gimmick where they can make a unit fight last if I roll a 3-up, which I failed. So I rolled a 2. I'm like, okay, well, they could have maybe done something if they fought last, but that didn't happen. So other than that, they're mainly against shooters. Like, they give an aura of -1 to be hit
Oh,
for all ranged weapons. Against Space Wolves, that doesn't do anything. So I just put them on the front and be like, yeah, if you want to charge them, go for it.
okay.
You charge them, and I charge you back. And
Right.
Yeah,
I'm
just
fine with
trade them
that
off.
trade. Yeah.
Makes a lot of sense.
So, what would you have said in not just for that battle, but like in general? What's your like most valuable unit in your army? Like, what would you?
It was the
Like-
Maliceptor before they nerfed it a bit. It's still a good unit, but I think the most valuable is just all the warriors. Like
Just the war, like
the
just
warriors in general.
like that critical mass of,
Yeah.
of just real tough, real
Right.
capable.
I try to screen them whenever I can, because normally you think the warriors are doing the screening because they have transhuman and everything, but for me, I'm like, especially against Space Marines, I use the gargoyles to screen them that one turn. So on turn 2, he had all that stuff in the middle,
Yeah.
and I went full in with one of my units of gargoyles, or one of my units of warriors and the Hive Tyrant. And so then I charged with the gargoyles on the left, knowing that I was going to wipe out the unit with the Hive Tyrant.
Yeah.
That gave them the ability to overrun after moving 6 inches with Pylon and Consolidate. And then with overrun, they can move another 12 inches, and that made that screen. So then there's no way for him, or very little chance of him, killing them with his shooting and then charging my warriors. So then my warriors are ready to react the next turn.
I was
So-
I was very impressed with a lot of your movements. I was like, wow, yeah, he's doing a great job, you know, because it's easy for people to be like, Tyranids are so powerful right now, they just auto win, and I'm like, hey, they don't. You can mess up
Yeah.
playing this game really
Positioning
easily.
is still very important, and thinking through that kind of like gargoyle play, I would never have thought of that. Granted, I'm less familiar with the Tyranids,
Yeah.
but I would have expected the warriors to be doing the screening myself.
If I have more command points, another thing you can do with the gargoyles is there's a Leviathan stratagem that hardly anyone uses. It gives you an additional -1 AP in melee if you're within melee with 2 units. So you go in with like a warriors and a gargoyle unit. There's your 2 units -1 CP. Now your bone swords are AP 3.
Makes
So-
a lot of sense. Speaking of the command points, do you think your army's going to end up having to change a little bit?
It
after
absolutely has to. I started with 4 command points with this army.
Oh my goodness.
man.
I'm using 8 pre-game.
Yeah, your army's going to shift a little bit, I guess.
Yeah.
No more pre-gaming.
Yeah, no more 3 Hive Tyrants.
Yeah.
And
I was about to
3
say,
relics and 3 warlocks.
Right, because Hive Tyrant 1 per...
1 per detachment.
Ah,
So
yeah.
each
so that
each
one's gonna get
additional
hit
Hive Tyrant
hard.
has a 2 CP tax on it.
Right, that's going to hit hard.
Yeah.
So that's because I was looking at those guys and I was like, those Hive Tyrants were earning bang.
They're boss, yeah.
They're boss.
The 2 flying ones both have relic melee weapons,
Mm-hmm.
and then the ground one has a relic shooting weapon, but he also has a good melee weapon because
Oh, yeah,
the
'cause
walking
both
ones get both.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're great. I love Hive Tyrants. But you know, I was looking at, you know, there's like 7 attacks and what was it, 2 extra, like 1 damage.
Yeah, so
attacks.
the one relic that was called the Maw Claws, he gets an additional attack base, so he's 6 attack base, and then every time you kill a unit, you get an additional 1 for the rest of the game. That's why that last turn he had 7 attacks, because he killed a unit earlier.
Yeah.
And so then he just...
Yeah, I was as I was commenting, I was like, he just like walked into a whole unit of Space Marines and
Yeah.
just went,
Yeah.
you know.
So that one is good at killing Space Marines. The other one does mortal wounds on top whenever he wounds.
Right.
So that's what killed, like, Bajorn.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Or not Bajorn, the other Space Marines. But
Oh yeah. No, you know, I always felt like Tyranids were, for a long time, were kind of underutilized. I think people were kind of, it's that hype guard list, right?
yeah,
that
yeah.
everyone uses.
I've been playing Tyranids for like 8 years. Like,
I think you're
I'm
like, they're
I'm
like
a
your main
dedicated
army.
Tyranid.
Yeah, you're
player.
dedicated.
So
Okay,
I've
so
been through all the phases of
You're no meta
grief
chaser.
with the
You're-
Tyranids.
You're like, ah, it's my time in the sun, finally.
Yeah.
Well, that's good. I mean, excuse me. You know, I think that what we're seeing right now, you know, and admittedly, there's nerfs coming down the pike
Yeah.
for your Tyranids, but do you feel like, you know, do you feel like in the future, like what would be the kind of nerfs you want to see if you're going to get them?
I think what
Like,
they did,
what
like,
would make it, like, in your mind,
What they did to nerf the Maliceptor, I think, was a good
Was
targeted
what they
nerf.
needed to
Like
do.
the Maliceptor is where I think he should be. I've heard though they're going to increase his points now too, so that double nerf is basically going to get rid of him. So I don't like what they're doing that.
Yeah.
They do need to increase points just across the board. Like all of our medium-sized creatures have great profiles for their points.
For like 25 points
Yeah.
for a
Warriors.
A warrior
25.
25 points, and our upgrades cost nothing. Like all the weapons cost nothing except for the venom cannon and the barbed finger.
That's so strong.
Okay.
Yeah. So you give them
So they're just
like,
incredibly
adrenal
efficient.
glands is 15 points for the whole unit. Doesn't matter how many there are.
Yeah.
So that gives them +1 strength and +1 move.
Yeah.
Well, and you know, and always the problem is you see this in tons of games, you know, and stuff like that, where people try to balance things. They're like, it needs to lose this, it needs to go up in cost, and like you watch people like they just tack on nerfs, and then the thing becomes unplayable.
Yeah.
You're staring at it, you're like, I can't.
And
do
then
that.
power creep happens, new codexes come out, and now you can't compete.
Yeah,
Yes.
no,
You have to be real careful.
This is why I'm like, if you had one, what would it be? Because you know you don't want to see these things gone.
Yeah.
You just want to see them, you know.
Just slight points increases.
Yeah,
that's
that's
all.
it.
Just
That's
across the board, just do some point
Yeah.
increases, and that's all I want to see.
4 or 5 of them. Yeah.
And now what they're doing with the construction of armies, that's a nerf as well. 'Cause
Oh, yeah.
I can't take 3 Hive Tyrants, I can't take all my relics.
It'll be interesting to see how aggressive they are with the nerfs at the same time that that's coming out, because they are definitely in danger of doing a thing that happens in a lot of games where they're like, they nerf a specific part of the game, but they also nerf a specific army. It happened a little bit, I think, with the Tau, not enough to like knock them out of contention, but there was nerfs to their points values and also nerfs to the indirect fire at the same time.
When they do both things at the same time,
You've got to be very careful.
Yeah.
No. But you know, the second thing I want to talk about was that psychic phase. Just the number of mortal wounds that got thrown out.
Yeah.
I mean,
This army does a lot of mortal wounds.
not to mention you got the 11, the super smite. You know, I was like, super smite.
Yeah.
So
I do rely a lot on the mortal wound output of the psychic phase, because you keep the Maliceptor and Zone Thumbs back, and when they come in aggressively, that's when you pull them out and just melt whatever is there.
yeah, just
Yeah.
lightning.
The synaptic,
rid of
the synaptic imperatives are another finesse thing about Tyranids that are easy to screw up. It's like my first turn, I was trying to decide what to do, and I'm like, because of the objectives, he has to come out, which means I can be in melee on turn 1.
Yeah.
So that's when I
Right.
did the exploding sixes in melee, and that actually got me a lot of extra attacks.
Yeah, we were commenting about that. We were. I was like, wow, that's a really aggressive decision.
Right.
Yeah,
You know,
I hadn't thought about the 4 objectives in the middle, the nature of
Yeah.
how those are set up rather than more dispersed like they are in some missions.
And then I had the warp shielding for his reprisal, because it's the beginning of the battle round when you change it, and he was first player.
So what was the secondary objective you kept forgetting to trigger?
Psychic Interrogation.
Yeah, that was what it was called.
Yeah, I normally would do like warp ritual, but I figured I wasn't really going to go for his characters that hard, so they would be around for me to interrogate. I just kept forgetting.
You were like, mortal wounds.
Like,
Oh,
it's hard to.
there's a lot to keep in your
In
head.
this tournament, also battle points don't really matter. So as long as you're winning, that's all that you need for this one, because they're not keeping track of the battle points.
Yeah.
So,
So, do you think with the change to the battle points, it changes what you prioritize in a
Yeah.
secondary a lot?
for sure. Yeah, I go for the easier secondaries that don't get a lot of points necessarily.
Yeah, you're looking for the consistent 10 or
Yes.
12 instead of the I can potentially get 15 here.
Yeah, it definitely changes which ones you pick.
Is that a change that you're in favor of, or how do you feel about that change and how it's going to affect the?
I think I'm not in favor of forcing to be made to do that kind of change, but I am in favor of them changing the secondaries, like removing Stranglehold, and to the last to make it harder to max your secondaries, just because the secondaries in general are going to be more difficult, I think, with the new changes. But we'll see. Like, I'm in favor of more diverse, like tactical, like
Choices.
making choices every game instead of being. Yep, I'm taking Stranglehold every single time because you have to.
Because it plays too well into the primary that you're already working for anyway.
Right.
So if you were to say, like, you know, your opponent, he took R&D and got literally nothing.
He got nothing. Yeah, he was going to do it once, and I'm like, you don't get any points if you only do it once. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you need the second one
I was
before
a little
it starts
surprised,
counting.
like, you know, and I was looking at how that, you know, that map is that diagonal, you know, which means that the deployment front line is going to be shorter than normal,
Yeah.
and the back line is going to be real deep. And I was kind of curious how he thought he was going to get half,
I don't know.
just so many guys. I'm like, hey, that's got to be hard to do. You can't just.
I think maybe because it's diagonal, he was thinking he could get front
touch
left
the two
table quarter
corners.
first, and then the other quarter, and then his quarter. You get at least 3 of them done.
Yeah.
But he didn't do it turn 1, so that kind of
Throws it all off.
Yeah.
Well, it's it's an unusual kind of deployment. It's not super unusual, but I would say not the norm, not the straight across. And it's hindsight's 20/20.
Yeah.
at a certain point. Do you play any other armies?
I have before.
You have before.
Yeah. I keep up with Grey Knights and I familiarize myself with a lot of
But
them.
you're just
But
really
if I go to a tournament, I'm playing Tyranids.
You're playing team. We're all. Me and him are both Xeno players too, so
Yeah.
we're like, I play Tau mostly, and
My
every now and then Chaos Space Marine.
my teammate that I play against all the time plays Eldari and Drakari, mostly Drakari, so I'm very familiar with those lists. I played Harlequins in round 1, and
Oh yeah.
I kind of knew what was up, so I just
It does make the game go a lot smoother.
How did that go against Harlequins?
I don't rely on shooting at all, and I just hit everything with melee. He couldn't really do a whole lot. His Void Reavers just don't do much versus Transmid. He was Fort Balloon and Warriors,
Yeah.
and
That punch hard kind of strategy.
and I used the -1 damage in key places whenever he's just shooting shuriken
Oh, yeah,
cannons.
that strategy. And we had when you pulled that off against the Thunderwolf.
Yeah, I did it twice.
Yeah.
'cause
We
there was-
were just like, ooh.
yeah.
That's such a
move.
huge difference.
Versus Thunderhammers. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
When it's taking them from that 3 wound to 2 wound, that break point
Yeah,
is
and that
so
one
big.
that one unit of 5, he only killed 3 of because of that, and then my 2 guys that were remaining killed his 4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like it's without that stratagem that wouldn't happen.
So your warriors, what do you have them precisely equipped with? Because we can only kind of
Oh, yes.
see what they're equipped with.
They all have double bone swords, so they all have 4 attacks.
They're super melee.
Yeah, and they all have adrenal glands, so they're strength 8 and melee. AP 2 damage. And then they all have death spitters, except one has a venom cannon. And then I gave 2 of the units flesh hooks, so they were up in the building on the 2nd floor.
And that means they have no vertical.
That means they ignore vertical distances
Yeah.
when they move. And since they have adrenal glands, they have a 7-inch move. They can advance and charge with onslaught. So I was just keeping them back in reserves, and then when I needed, they just charge out.
Yeah,
They're
the,
such
the,
a
the rapid
good-
response.
Right.
It's that that kind of stuff. That's the kind of stuff that I'm like, that's perfectly fine. That's super. I love that for warriors. I love
Yeah.
super customizable. Man, I remember back in like the 4th and 5th edition codex when you
Yeah.
could just like
Well,
tweak every part of them.
what's annoying about them for me is that bone swords cost the same as rending claws, and you will never take rending claws over bone swords.
Never.
Yeah.
No.
So all the different weapon options are all free, and they've been doing that with a lot of the new codexes. and
I get from a player who isn't pushing tournament play, that makes a lot of sense because it keeps it simple, it keeps it accessible, and it lets you experiment a little easier
Sure.
because you don't have to find the points. But I do think it comes at the cost of tournament diversity.
It
Yeah.
also that granularity gets lost. When you're just making everything free.
Yeah.
Because that's what they're talking about. I think they changed something about the Imperial Guard too, where none of their unit upgrades. cost
Yeah,
anything.
they none of their special weapons cost points now.
So it's just
That was a change in one of the balance data slates.
yeah.
is they can take their special weapons into their infantry squads for free.
Some
Okay.
of the news from the Chaos Space Marine, those also
Similar deal?
Yeah, similar
Yeah.
deals coming down. So
So you just look at the options and go, this one is best in almost every single circumstance.
yeah,
Use that.
I'm just taking
At-
that.
at
I want
best you're
all
gonna have-
demon weapons, please.
At best, you're gonna have 2 options of, I want this to fight big things, I want this to fight
Yeah.
lots of things.
Yeah.
And in the case of warriors, if you can get to strength 8 with just bone swords, that's big and little.
Yeah,
with everything
then
you
you
can
just
fight
How
with.
many how many attacks do they have? They have
They have 3 base, and then with
base.
double bone swords, they have 4 +1, so they have
plus
4.
four. They have 4. And you can pack what? 3 in a squad, 6, 9 in a squad.
9
Get
at
up
the
to
max.
9. 5. So 5 is what I play with because once you get to 6 or higher, it costs 2 command points to use the -1 damage.
That's why you were picking 5.
Yes.
That,
That's great.
And it's
And then
relevant,
the
not
blast
that-
roll as well.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
I was gonna say, and the blast rule. Not that it's as relevant on them as some other armies, but 5 is distinctly better than 6 for a lot of units.
Yeah, just for no inflection points, don't hit it.
Right.
You know?
And 5 is a sweet spot for R&D too, so
Mm-hmm.
if you want to do that.
Again, I really like what you did on the table. I think you did a great job doing playing them. I was very impressed.
Thank you.
Yeah.
If there's a what army do you not want to see? Like, is there a matchup that you are particularly scared of right now?
Aldari is tough.
That's
It depends on who's piloting it. It depends on who goes first. Like, a lot can happen in a good Aldari matchup. But it's like, well, let's see what happens, you know?
Yeah.
So that's I think the army that I'm most scared of, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So like, what is like when you say you don't know what can happen? Is it because there's so many aspect warriors and they can do like different things?
There's a huge variety in what they can do. Like, I haven't fought the Hail of Doom list yet, and I know that's good, and it bypasses my transhuman.
Yeah.
If they get 6s to hit, they just wound.
They just wound.
Yeah. So there's that. Then there's infiltrators they can do, and I can't do much about it. So I just have to screen with my gargoyles, and if I go first, okay. If they go first, they could hit me pretty hard if I don't screen carefully.
Right. I saw.
They can make you. They can just punish you for making a small mistake.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I was walking through and looking at different lists and kind of just browsing people's armies as they kind of just had them out in the trace. And I saw one guy with Eldar, and it was just tons of infantry. And then I saw another guy, and he had like 9 jet bikes.
Yeah, there's a huge variety in what they can do.
Okay, so you're just like, I don't know what I can prep for.
Right.
It's just too difficult to like have. There's no consistent Eldar list.
Yeah, and the book is super thick, and like I've tried to read through it and understand it. I'm like, there's just too much here. My partner plays Darkari, so I know them really well, and he plays some Harlequins, but I just don't know Eldari that well. There's just so much to it.
Well, we got quite a few Eldar players here today, so
Yeah.
you might end up fighting them. So
Looking forward to it.
good luck with that. Well, Eldar. So last year, were you here last year?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember the Drukari mess that was last year?
Yes.
Man, it was a lot of guys.
I think last year I brought a Hierophant. I've brought a Hierophant here at least once. I don't remember which tournament it was for.
Yeah.
The big Titanic Tyranid. Yeah. I was just having fun. I think it was that was when Stampede was in play, so -1 damage to all the monsters and stuff.
Ran a bunch of Carnifexes
Yeah.
and all those good things. So, are you from around here, or are you?
I'm from Virginia.
From Virginia?
Yeah, Fredericksburg. So I play at your hobby place down there. They have the GTs and stuff down there.
Great.
Yeah.
We just, because some people come here from far away.
Yeah,
So we're just like, where are you from? What's
Yeah.
going on?
There's a lot of
Your
people on the
neck
East
of the woods.
Coast that come here. And you see them all over the place. you know.
Oh yeah.
I went to Las Vegas Open this year too, and it's like, hey, I know you. Hey, I know you. Like, we're all just like hanging out and having fun,
fancy seeing you here.
Yeah. Coming all the way from East Coast everywhere.
That's great. I'm glad we can get so many people out here. Oh man. So, well, I don't really. Is there anything you want to say to anybody or ask us? I'm sure you're just.
No.
I'm ready.
No,
to
I'm
go.
good, man.
Go hang out. All right. Well, it was a pleasure having you with
Thanks for
us.
coming.
Thanks
Talking
so
to us.
much. All right, good luck with your next games.
Thank you.
Oh, thanks. Okay.
So we have a ways to go before
We have a
next
ways
round.
to go. Well, you know how it is. You get some games running, and they got
That one
things
went a
done
little quick.
real fast. But as we saw, we have he is very, Larry here, he was very used to playing Eldar, or not Eldar, Tyranids. Experienced player with Tyranids. So, as we saw a guy who, he knew what he was doing, and he knew how to use them. Fortunately, as a baseball player, he was on that end of that stick. Now, do you think? So, what are your predictions so far? We've seen the first 2 games. We're starting to get some of the results in.
Yeah. I think we will see some more Tyranids on the top tables. I don't think that we're going to actually end up taking it down, though.
Yeah.
My prediction is we will see an Eldari list win.
Mm-hmm.
I think the top 10 will be 4 or 5 Tyranids, however.
Oh yeah. I have a feeling our final match will be basically, if not Tyranid versus Tyranid versus Eldar. I'd be pretty surprised if it's anything else.
I think there is a decent chance we see a Night Snake in there.
Maybe.
That's nice.
I'd be, like I said,
I would be excited.
I'd be happy to see that.
I would love to see them because it's a new book and it's always fun to see a new book on the table.
Oh, yeah.
But I think that they have a good shot at it. They two knights and usually 6 or 7 armigers list has been putting in some good work for a lot of players.
Oh. So, well, we don't have much to say anymore. So
Not much on the tournament, but any hobby projects you're excited for?
well, so I've been working on I've been working on a Forge Fiend for my Night Lords, and that has been a long project. Let me tell you. My problem is I'm like not the kind of guy that does it like halfway. I'm like sitting there painting the thing, highlight, smooth it out, highlight, smooth it out, and I'm finally happy with it. 6 hours later.
Yeah.
So.
They look good on the tabletop, I'm sure.
Oh, they always do. I mean, Chaos Space Marines are always I would say, probably the most hobby-intensive faction out there. There's probably,
They're up there.
You can.
You can make any of them very hobby-intensive.
I've seen Tyranid players who completely convert their Tyranids into like xenomorph aliens.
That would've been a cool one to see.
Crazy Gene Stealer cult stuff. I've seen some pretty intense Tau exile forces and stuff where they're like weirdly combined with like lizard men with plasma rifles.
That's a choice.
Oh yeah, no, I've seen it all. So you can get some pretty crazy hobby stuff going on. I'm just sitting here staring at this Forge Fiend
for the upteenth hour.
But he's finally all glued together. Technically I could put him on the table, but I'm not ready for it yet. I gotta finish. So
makes sense.
Give me a moment. We're gonna go check some things. Give us some moment. Stream, and we'll be back in a moment. Gotta go find Mike and see if we can't get some interviews or some more people up here. Like we said, surprisingly, that first match did very quickly. So give us a moment. We're gonna find some more content for the stream.
We have like a... Oh, okay. I thought we had one earlier. Down on the bottom. I don't know how to actually access it. There's a screen at the bottom right of your left.
I'm a Trumpster, motherfucker. Trumpster, motherfucker.
Let the horse go. Let the horse go.
like a kaleidoscope. They ask me where I'm going, lost in a moment, looking for some serotonin like high to low, hot and cold. Now we chasing dragons, trying to find our soul. Don't ask me where I'm going, lost in a moment, looking for some serotonin like.
Now I hit the stars, you can see me soaring.
Yeah. Woke up, feeling like everything. Weighing down on my shoulder blades. I'm tired of dealing with heavy pain every day, trying to fix what won't ever change. They never believed it when I told them I was gonna make it up out of here. And now they just watching me flying up higher, escaping the stratosphere. Cataclysms and cannibalism, growing up trapped in the animal system. Getting so high that we're ghosts out of vision, interpretations of a higher dimension. I'm lost, but I think that I like it here. Now I'll never wanna be found. I think I'm in love with the life out here. And it goes like, I'm flying low, my eyes are closed. Still I see the world like a kaleidoscope. They ask me where I'm going, lost in a moment, looking for some serotonin like. High to low, hot and cold. Now we chasing dragons, trying to find our soul. Don't ask me where I'm going, lost in a moment, looking for some serotonin like.
Hit the sky, now I hit the stars, you can see me soaring.
Yeah. snap that neck.
I do coke so I can work longer, so I can earn more, so I can do more coke. I do coke so I can work longer, so I can earn more, so I can do more coke.
so I can work longer, so I can earn more, so I can do more coke.
I do coke so I can work longer, so I can earn more, so I can do more coke.
Dance when the bass hit, dab on the spaceship. Me and all my motherfucking homies going ape shit. I'm hella high, bruh, I cannot lie, bruh. I got that motherfucking look in my eye, bruh. Pull up in that skirt, got your main thing looking at us like what's up. Spinning all these bands, so these girls they show us love. How could I be down? Every day I'm counting up. 1, 2, 3, 4 shots. We don't give a fuck. Just left Miami. I'm going back to Cali. In the club with my family. Going hard with my family. I don't need a lot, just a fucking few. A few loyal, real G's, that's my fucking crew. Party till the late night, yes we fucking do. Do we need another round? Yes we fucking do. Yes we fucking do. Yes we fucking do. I'm high in my penthouse with the city view. Party till the late night, yes we fucking do. Do we need another round? Yes we fucking dance when the bass hit, tap on the speech. Me and all my motherfucking homies going ape shit. I'm hella high, but I cannot lie. That motherfucking look in my eye. Next got your main thing, yeah, that's what's up. Spinning all these bands, all these girls they show us love. Get me down, every day I'm counting up. 1, 2, 3, 4 shots, we don't give a fuck. We don't give a fuck. I don't need a lot, just a fucking few. A few loyal, real G's, that's my fucking crew. Party till the late night, yes we fucking do. Do we need another round? Yes we fucking
Dance when the bass hit, dab on the spaceship. Me and all my motherfucking homies going ape shit. I'm hella high, bruh, I cannot lie, bruh. I got that motherfucking look in my eye, bruh. Pull up in that skirt, got your main thing looking at us like what's up. Spinning all these bands, so these girls they show us love. How can I be down? Every day I'm counting up. 1, 2, 3, 4 shots. We don't give a f.
Whoa, skirt, skirt. Look at me, I'm hella cocky. Group DMing sister's pictures from our orgy. It's too late to try and stop me. I achieved everything I promised you. See, proving is below me. Look at me, I'm hella cocky. I can trust a girl to be there when I'm feeling lonely. We in public, she ain't trying to keep it low key. She said she never swallowed, but she wanna try it for me. 100, 100, 100, 100, 100 models in my house. I love to feel outnumbered. Your girl is also here if you have wondered. She fucks me cause she wants to. Good girls don't fuck to get funded. 100, 100, 100, 100, 100. My hand is getting really fucking tired. For cashing out on people with opinions. You don't have to love me, but I'm here making millions. Models in my house, I love to feel outnumbered. Your girl is also here if you have wondered. She fucks me cause she wants to. Good girls don't fuck to get funded. 100, 100, 100, 100, 100. My hand is getting really fucking tired. For cashing out on people with opinions. You don't have to love me, but I'm here making millions.
Cruising with the wind, cruising with the windows down. Cruising with the wind, cruising with the windows down. Cruising with the wind, cruising with the windows down. Cruising with the wind, cruising with the windows down. Niggas get it and they fall off. It's cause they all soft. Nigga like me started at the car wash. 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. that's on a rainy day. Wise words from dope boys and everything. They say it's levels to the street life. Then I see the bezel with that pink ice. All natural, mama tell you to be careful. In the trap, trapping to increase capital. No longer cruising with the windows down. Hearing on the pistol, anticipating the riddle sound. I'm Kanye when it came to Ye. I'm Jay-Z when it came to keys.
I'm Snoop when it came to weed. So now they wanna Biggie me. As the credit rolls, now the charge is federal. Money bags, I'm placed upon a pedestal. Still on the block in my Reeboks. You ain't even know these was the Basquiat's. You ain't really know who really called shots. Worldwide mastermind #1 on charts, on charts, on charts, on charts, on charts.
And 50 levels deep.
No longer cruising with the windows down, hand on the pistol, anticipating the riddle sound. I'm Kanye when it came to Yang. I'm Jay-Z when it came to keys. Cruising with the wind, cruising with the windows down. Cruising with the wind, cruising with the windows down. Cruising with the wind, cruising with the windows down. Cruising with the wind, cruising with the windows down. Still on the block in my Reeboks. You ain't even know these was the Basquiat's. You ain't really know who really called shots.
And 50 levels deep.
it pop when the baseline drop. Make it pop. Make it pop. Make it pop when the baseline drop. Make it pop. Make it pop. Make it pop when the baseline drop. Make it pop when the baseline drop. Make it pop when the baseline drop. Make it pop when the baseline baseline. Make it pop when the baseline drop. Make it pop when the baseline drop. Make it pop when the baseline drop. Make it pop when the baseline baseline drop.
No money with me.
Recognize the real dog when you see one. It's the N-O-T-O-R-I-O-U-S. You just lay down slow. Recognize the real dog when you see one. Sipping on booze in the house of blues. It's the N-O-T-O-R-I-O-U-S. You just lay down slow. Recognize the real dog when you see one. Sipping on booze in the house of blues. It's the O-O-O. Recognize the real dawn when you see one. It's the N-O-T-O-R-I-O. The game is mine. Nobody do it better. It's the N-O. Recognize the real dog when you see one. It's the N-O-T-O-R-I-O-U-S. You just lay down slow. Recognize the real dog when you see one. Sipping on booze in the house of blues. It's the N-O-T-O-R-I-O-U-S. You just lay down slow. Recognize the real dog when you see one. Sipping on booze in the house of blues. It's the N-O-T-O-R-I-O-U-S. You just lay down slow. Recognize the real dog when you see one. Sipping on booze in the house of blues. It's the N-O-T-O-R-I-O-U-S. You just lay down slow. Recognize the real dog when you see one. Sipping on booze in the house of blues. It's the O-O-O. Recognize the real dawn when you see one. It's the N-O-T-O-R-I-O. The game is mine. Nobody do it better.
Hey guys, welcome back to this 2022 Maryland Open here at the Westminster Town Mall in the charitable room that has been given to us by Tables and Towers, who are the gaming store that's helping run this tournament. My name is Conrad Curry, if you didn't know, and beside me,
I'm Philip Phelps, and we're getting ready to start on round 3. I apologize. Round 3, they're starting to set up terrain already, but real quick, it's going to be a matchup between the Chaos Space Marines, Emperor's Children to be specific, and the Eldar running Beal-Tan, which was a little surprising.
That's surprising. That's not a meta choice right now.
Yeah. Most common is the Hail of Doom custom crap world. Uthway was also pretty popular.
We see a lot of Uthway here today. I think like 3 or 4 armies.
Yeah. But the Beal-Tan trying to take advantage of the Eldar's natural mobility.
The ability to basically, every time they shoot, they're allowed to, all Eldar can kind of just fade away. They can move about D6 inches after they shoot. Beal-Tan can move minimum 3 inches, so they can run, when they do it, they always get at least 3 inches of movement, if not more. Emperor's Children, of course, they always fight first in melee combat, and they're well known for their particularly dangerous sonic weapons, which fire a lot of shots and can be shot on the move. Assault weapons, almost all of them, and a particularly nasty anti-tank, the Blastmaster, which can also be shot at, kind of has 2 different weapon profiles, lets it shoot. It's kind of like a rocket launcher,
In
Space
that way,
Marine. Yeah. So here we are. We're setting up terrain.
As you can see, so we're playing the conversion mission from Nockmund, which is a 5 objective mission. Hold 2, hold 1, or hold 1, hold 2, hold more. With extra points if you can hold the one in your opponent's, and you lose points if you fail to hold your own.
The one in your deployment zone.
Yep, you
All
lose
right.
a victory point for the second primary objective if you do not hold the one in your own deployment zone.
That's pretty wild.
Cannot take you below 0 points for that objective.
Okay.
But
I mean,
still.
that even if you're painted models, I mean, that can't take you below like 10. Like you couldn't even run that many rounds, right? Like so, like it's a little. But
yeah, this is a very position and intensive one. You have to hold your own. You have to get you get the most points by getting to your opponents. It really encourages an aggressive, in-your-face kind of play style that is fighting over the board. It should be a very interesting match because of it.
The Emperor's Children player, he has brought, as far as we can tell, no vehicles. So he is a foot slogger. He's going to be marching forward.
A couple jetpacks to make it a little
couple of
faster.
jetpacks. He's running some Raptors. And all right, we're hearing them.
Oh, yeah. It's also corners deployment. So.
Yes, corners deployment, not wedge deployment, like not the half and half. We're talking like actually a quarter.
Yeah,
of the
it's
map.
table quarters. You're going to be on opposite table quarters with a distance from the middle cutoff.
I believe 6 inches.
Something like that.
It's not very far. So you
9
can
inches. So
9
it's a total
inches.
8
18
inches from each other.
That's not far. You could. That's a charge right there if you really want to.
Very definitely, especially with those Raptors that we were talking about. They can tag stuff.
Would not be surprising. Not only that, but I believe sorry about this. Yeah. Okay. Just double checking a rule for Chaos Space Marines with Emperor's Children. They unfortunately they don't actually get the full Slanesh rules of being able to like advance and charge in the same round, but
they're fast. They're not that fast.
Yeah. Well, they do.
You gotta leave something special for the demons. They don't have a lot to root for.
Oh, my Slanesh girls. Anyway,
they're in a tough way right now, and we all know it. There is someone out here that's playing them, and he's in the top half of the tables at the very least.
Yeah, sure. We've seen a lot of players. Unfortunately, we couldn't really get back to anybody. We were actually going out and checking what was going on in the rest of the tournament. And we were seeing, about half of people are really kind of getting, in these early stages, they're really getting pushed out pretty quickly. And
games have been surprisingly quick for a lot of them.
And it's not just Tyranids doing it. It's a lot of people. We're seeing a lot of people getting really these decisive matches done rather quickly. So that whole
I think
command points getting reduced thing might actually do some good for us in the commenting thing.
Depend on the missions they were choosing. The 4 objectives in the middle from last round were very aggressive. The need to take your opponents in this one benefits the aggression. I think we are seeing a lot of missions picked that benefit fast games as well.
Oh, yeah.
So.
Okay.
Having some communication about the terrain rules, what's obscuring
not
and
quite
what's
that.
not.
It was that piece of terrain lost its top.
Also that.
So now I get to deploy first, is that true? That is correct. Well, first we have 2 secondaries, then deploy.
Alright, let's see if we can hear their secondaries, because I want to know.
I think I have the gist of what I'm doing against you. I don't like it, but I think I'm going to do it. I think I know what I'm doing.
I got mine.
Yours down?
Yep. What do you got?
Give me Strangle, Wrath of Cain, and R&D.
I don't know what Wrath of Cain does.
Wrath of Cain is an Eldar one. It's just getting kills with Aspect Warriors. I get 1 kill if I get a kill with either ranged or melee. I get 2 kills if I get a kill with both. They have to be different units.
Is it capped?
Sorry, I get 4 points. Cast 50.
But like per turn?
The most,
is it 3 per turn?
It's just if I get any kill with either of them, I get 1 point. If I get any kill with both of them, I get 4 points.
I see. Yeah.
And R&D.
So he
I
gets
got Long War,
basically if
which
he
is chaos specific. You're familiar?
It's just like kill things on objectives, isn't it? It's like super straightforward.
And then I have Stranglehold, and I will take a little assassinate.
It's like built to play Stranglehold. Kind of silly.
I mean, there's some synergy to be found there. Yes. Okay.
So we got both people are playing Stranglehold.
Yeah,
Very
Stranglehold.
standard.
Well, Stranglehold is very good on a 5 objective map like this one, because what you end up doing is you claim the one in your own zone, you claim the one close to you in no man's land, and then you fight over middle.
Yeah.
And because of how the distances work out, their only real response is to then fight over middle as well.
Yep.
And you see a lot of aggressive trading on that middle point.
Like you said, they're very, very aggressive mission packs
That were chosen for this
that were
one.
chosen for this. This is going to be pretty intense.
But yeah, so double Stranglehold. We have some from the Eldar side. We have I'm trying to get kills with Aspect Warriors, so just all their elites basically.
So again, very aggressive. He's basically wanting to get kills, ranged melee. Like he's wanting to kill someone, get in there and kill someone, and the next turn keep going. He's not.
Yeah.
He's not trying to play defensively. He's not trying to just hold points and keep people from taking them. We're seeing a very aggressive Eldar player.
And then his last one was R&D, the Retrieve Knockman data that we had the Spiteful struggling with last round. It should be a little easier this time because they don't have the second action to worry about. And he has Rangers, which infiltrate, which can help get out these early pieces.
Get that early move in, get that free pre-combat move.
So I think this is a much better mission for R&D to be chosen on. And we'll see how it goes. And then the Chaos Space Marines, Stranglehold and Long
So
War.
R&D, does it give you all the points when you accomplish it all at once, or is it?
So with it, you're trying to do an action in each of the 4 table quarters. The first time you do one, it gets you nothing. The second gets you some points, third gets you more, and then you cap out when you do it in all 4.
Okay.
And it gets each one you do gets progressively worth more. So getting that second one isn't worth a whole ton. That third one is where you really get that.
We get a top down? Top down.
Yeah, that much better. Yeah, setting up that 9-inch loop from the center.
Yep.
Hey, as long as you know. I'm happy if you're happy.
So yeah, and then the Chaos Space Marine going again aggressive, but choosing to be aggressive about fighting over objectives, with 2 of them being Stranglehold, and then the Long War being I want to fight over these objectives because I get points when I kill your stuff that's on objectives.
And they survive.
I'll be curious to see who comes out on top on this one. This is This is one where we're not seeing typically meta builds.
You can
and
jump.
clearly, both these players have won both their games they've played so far today.
They're doing well, but
They're
it's
doing
not
well.
not the same things you would expect to see every
Frankly,
time.
it's refreshing.
Agreed.
In a way. Our first match we kind of watched was Deathcore of Creek versus Grey Knights, which again is a little obviously off normal, but
I'm probably not gonna be anywhere.
I'm kind of glad we got to see, even though it was a rather quick game, we got to see just the power that the Tyranids can bring in right now, and just
I'm sure
how
we'll see a couple more
scary.
of those too. It
Absolutely.
was terrifying.
Now,
though.
we did go around. We actually saw a guy. He had lost against Tau with his Tyranid Leviathan fleet.
Well, and as the player we interviewed said, the Eldars, usually using a different build than this, has a pretty good matchup into it because of their
auto wounding.
Yeah, auto wounding, getting around the issues that a lot of people are having with the permanent, effectively transhuman, the 4-ups to wound at best.
And the Tau can just throw so much damage into anything that it's a rough go for a lot of people to get up the board.
There's a lot of knobs on this army that I can turn, and sometimes it goes well and sometimes it doesn't. Throw down some Terminators and take this sector.
Ooh, we got some interesting custom bases.
Yeah.
You know what HeroScape is?
I-
It was a tile-based game where all the tiles were hexagonal. Okay.
It lets him stick them together.
Yeah,
That's a neat idea. I wonder if it makes it easier to move them later. Because I would love those on some of the bigger armies. I think
with the Gene Stealers, they're all like,
they fit together so weirdly.
Tell me about
They
it.
get hooked on each other all the time. It's
The number of Gene Stealers who just have big scrape marks all along them on the paint from just
being next to each other.
Yeah, it's just a big mess.
But yeah. Dropping the 10-man Terminator squad. 10-man Terminator squad. It's got a mix of lightning claws, mostly lightning claws. I think it has a chain fist on the sergeant, just to give it a little extra oomph.
Oomphy oomps. Sometimes you just gotta charge them in.
Yeah.
So, are they dual lightning claws or are they single lightning?
Single lightning claws and a
Okay.
combi belt.
So what that does is we got a reroll of a 1s to wound. Is what single lightning claw means.
Yeah, it was single lightning claw, and I think a mix of combi bolters and combi meltas to give that little bit of punch if you need to.
Like I said, and that like I was saying earlier about Terminators, Chaos Terminators, you can run combi meltas on almost every single guy in the squad, but the pack comes with one combi melter in it. So you're like, oh my god.
Now I have to model all these.
I bought them on eBay. Some
Yeah.
guy sold them to me, and I bought 4.
What you didn't realize, everybody knows about the building hobby and the painting hobby and the game. They forget this is also a collector trading card game.
Yeah.
Trade for the bits you need.
Yeah. And my power malls and whatnot.
Find a friend who plays the same army and be like, here.
Yeah,
I'll give you these, you give me those.
Well, and if you want to go for lightning claws, let me tell you, lightning talons, they are hot item for Chaos Terminators. They go like $9 a pop. They're expensive.
That's insane.
I didn't go lightning claws for my Chaos Terminators. I have warp talons for those.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Surprised you didn't just print those.
Well, I don't really have easy access to a 3D printer, unless I went. Well, I kind of do. I went to the Haven.
Yeah, I was like, you're a member of the Historic Haven, aren't you?
I am. For viewers, if you're unfamiliar with the Historic Haven is a local gaming club in Frederick, Maryland. You can do pretty much anything there. You can. They have Magic the Gathering. They have Warhammer.
They do a crusade.
They have,
every so often. They're probably getting ready to ramp up one for that soon.
Well known for their crafting supplies. They have 3D printers, wood.
A new lathe.
They have all wood burning. They have all kinds of stuff. Great social club. Shout them out. Been a member for 16 years. Fantastic place. Love it to death. So.
But yeah.
Let's see. Ooh. Some flyers. Oh. And he is, we are seeing Fabius Bile. I'm curious to see what he did with Fabius Bile in this list. Fabius Bile, of course, has abilities that let you kind of upgrade your troops inside his army. So
That
Back
is
to you whenever you're ready.
a wide set of wings on that jump
And I
sorcerer.
got one
yeah.
more squad to deploy.
Yeah, sorcerers can do it.
Fit in here.
Importantly, let me see if I can't get the rules up for
Promise I
Fabian's
can-
file
Yeah.
real quick.
Thank God. Coherency
And he is also running a Dark Apostle and a Sorcerer.
Okay.
A lot of psychic power.
You're one ahead of me.
Or
Just
no,
just the one.
Right. The Dark Apostles.
They have prayers. They have prayers,
Right.
and the Slanesh prayer is a pretty good one. I use it in my Night Lords myself a fair amount. Very solid.
I got.
Let's see.
That's the kind of character. I think so. I have this and this. Other guys are in transport.
Right. So there's a table that he can consult in his book, and it gives various upgrades at the end of his movement phase within 6 inches of another infantry unit, which might explain why he's not running any vehicles, because he's just running Fabius Bile to, benefit whoever he's near.
Right.
Put my knives over here.
That makes sense. No, that would make sense. And
It's a little weird. Every time you see someone's list and they're not just like a net list, and you look at it, you're like, what are they doing? Because especially when they've at least won 2 games so far, like they know what they're
doing something right.
Something tricky's happening here. I want to know what it is.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how he plays it out. The LR player is going for a very compact deployment, though. So much of his army is currently deployed in that one building.
Oh, you're down?
Well, he doesn't have a lot. He doesn't have a lot of
They moved 5, right?
safe space to really put it in
My
either.
Terminators? Yes.
No, but I'm gonna spend 2 CP before the game, and I might increase their movement.
How much is that? I mean, how much movement?
7.
So they become 7 total?
Become 7.
Okay. I meant 2 CP.
Wow.
No. So
I was
combat elixirs is the beginning of the game.
Is that permanent?
Yes.
Oh, that's probably doesn't Fabius Bile have some kind of
Yeah, he has a special. I believe he has a special stratagem or something. It's in one of the Psychic Awakening books. I believe.
No, that sounds right.
I don't use Emperor's Children, so
Not
stuff
your
that's
strong
out
suit.
there, that's not my bag. But I've seen a lot of good things. I've heard a lot of good things about Fabius
You
Bile.
getting a
So
good view? Sorry about that. I was just putting out the vibe.
Just realized that I was leaning over the table in scoring position with my butt.
There's like no way
Yeah.
to overcharge. This is the minus 2.
it looks like he's got those Pathfinders. No,
Yeah,
no, that's
Rangers.
still in deployment range.
No, it's too close to the center.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Those got to be infiltrated.
Oh yeah, there
Rangers.
they are infiltrating. He's got his guys in.
Yep, he has staked out the 2 objectives he wants to fight or keep, and then he's gonna fight over that center. And he's probably not gonna put a lot of effort into that bottom right objective. If I
Well,
had to guess.
you don't know. That's a wave serpent. You know they can.
I mean, they can move, and he might do it. It depends a little bit on how the first turn goes, but
Yeah.
he
I'm ready.
Hey, I hope you have fun, Daniel. As I promised, I try and
we got the
good
handshake.
sportsmanship. I will spend that 2 CP to give these guys plus 2 movement.
first? Or no?
I don't remember, but I'm just gonna spend it anyway.
Oh.
You got a 3. I got
Roland,
a
does he go
6.
first?
All right, looks like
I'm
Emperor's Children going
obligated.
first.
Yep.
To go first
And
by the
where
Do
you
rules
I
of the
want to
game.
do anything special?
Off to the
You guys
races.
move 5, 6?
6.
6. Oop.
All right, we got pregame moves for the Pathfinders, I believe.
Yeah.
Roger, Dodger.
Infiltrate and scout. Powerful combination.
Yeah, it's a good one.
You have a ton of shots. Yeah, going second stuff. Because your deep strike will come in very
The
early.
person who plays a lot of Stealth Suit Tau, let me tell you, it's always fun. You're
Yeah.
like, hello, I'm here.
With such vigor.
I remember that. I had like
So
25
Oh, yeah.
cell suits.
Oh, so good, so good. Love my Stealth Suits.
Was it the most powerful choice? No.
No. Is it the,
But I had fun.
is it the fun choice? Yes.
He's going to let my, my Terminator shoot on +1.
Try again.
Not a 1. So I will be +1 to shoot.
All right, he's doing the
Strands of Fate.
was it Friends of Fate? Was that, or was that the Apostle Power? I can't remember.
Oh, he was rolling the priest power.
Yeah.
But the Eldar player is currently rolling on the side of the board is the Strands of Fate from the Eldar. At the start of the battle round, they get to randomly determine certain rolls that they can just make a 6.
Huh.
I don't remember the exact chart, but it's
Very far corner. Yeah. They probably have more zoom. Okay, so what's in this boat? Banshees and Fire Dragons. Banshees and Fire Dragons. And these have
Those are not
no
transport.
transport capacity. Yes, this is only transport. Excellent.
Yeah, I'm a little curious.
They just have big pointy guns.
And what's on the ground floor?
A
over
little
here?
curious
There
if
are
he's
Dire
got.
Avengers, a Farseer, and Rangers.
wouldn't.
Excellent.
I'm just curious what prayer he used.
I don't know off the top of my head, but it sounded like it was +1 to hit and shooting.
Yeah, +1 to hit, I believe. So I believe that is.
Here we come.
Yeah. So if he had used the, so he's not trying to go into melee right now because the Slanesh, which is called Blissful Devotion, allows you to advance and charge with it on one unit. But I believe he used.
Is that just that one unit, right?
Yeah. That's it.
Oh, is he a warp site plea? Okay. So.
Trail back.
Moving those Terminators up.
Terminagators.
Terminagators.
Up in the business. Babying. Yeah. Over here. Davis is like, hey, do your thing.
Rangers are snipers, but I don't think that's not a big deal.
He's gonna hopefully
Probably have good enough armor to
not die.
Yeah.
You gotta watch out those characters. Protect those characters sometimes.
Yeah,
but
those Pathfinders, if they get that lucky shot off, it's a little rough.
Real hard.
Well, we got.
That's the Dark also moving up.
Yep. And his two acolytes.
Yeah.
I don't have any shots on that.
Before they changed that rule for bodyguard, man, Dark Acolytes were really good. You just, I'm getting shot. These guys will take it. Of course, Dark Acolytes are two minor cultists that follow a Dark Apostle around. So long as they are both, or as long as one is alive, you get a +1 to your prayers. So your prayers go off on a 2-up.
Right.
If both of them are dead, your prayers go off on a 3-up.
Okay. Just makes it a lot more consistent and a buff you can count on.
And also, just they're like two guys that can take hits for you.
Yeah.
I have
Ablative wounds.
I have seen them because they do fight for you in melee, but they're like human stats, so they're 33s.
Yeah.
They punch once.
They punch like a guardsman.
I have had one kill a space marine in melee combat, so
Sometimes it happens.
it was you just
I've had Tau do it too.
hit him with the book.
Yeah.
Now, Noise Marines, their weapons have special rules. They ignore benefits from cover.
That makes sense.
So even though those Pathfinders are in cover, those Noise Marines, if they shoot their Noise Blasters, they will just hit them, no benefits. And of course, they're assault weapons, so he can advance and shoot with them.
Point within 20 points of him in my command state. And then anything within 6 inches of it takes D3 mortal wounds on a 2-up. Except for infantry characters are 4-up. And then I can do an action with my Farseers to give it +1 mortal wound.
Is that in your turn?
That is on my turn. I'm just letting you know so you don't just put everything in a ball and I just make it go boom.
Yes. That would be not ideal for me. So thank you.
Yeah, so characters are on a 4-up, everything else is on
So
2-up.
we're getting some good sportsmanship.
Yeah.
Like we said, we got a player explaining that I have a
I can
stratagem
make it D3
that if you do
Yep.
this thing, you will definitely be dead by it.
And these guys can give me
Yeah,
minus
the
2
Warp
charge,
Storm
is that right?
stratagem from the Eldar. All our Psychers go woo and channel into the same spot, and things go boom.
Yeah. So it's bad, but we got good player attitudes. It's very hard to know what every army does in this game. There's more than 20 factions or something like that.
Yeah.
And if not 20 factions, at least 20 sub factions that all do different things.
There's 20 factions here represented today.
Right. I mean, Space Marines kind of included.
That was Space Marines as just one.
As just one. Oh, okay. Yeah, no.
There's 20 counting on all Space Marines as one.
Yeah.
And they have what, 7 supplements now?
Yeah. Crazy amounts. So it's very hard, and then it's very hard to know what every stratagem is, and there's 30 stratagems per army or something, 20. It's very hard to know what every relic does, prep for every relic, every psychic power. So it's very, I appreciate it when a player goes, hey, I have this thing.
Yeah.
And I think the polite thing to do is at least, and fair, it's a tournament, you're trying to win. I think it's fair to go, I have this. I said it to you once, you got your warning. If you mess up, that is on you.
Yeah.
Because we can't just hand our opponents, here's my codex, read through it.
Model's breaking.
Model's breaking. Natural attrition.
It's been a long war.
It's a long. It's a long war. But yeah, we can't just expect people to be able to read a whole codex 5 minutes before a game. So I appreciate what our players are doing here.
You guys are going to also.
It's 2-inch.
There he gets there. If it gets him over across the line, it can be very relevant.
Yep.
He has art. He doesn't have art,
Right.
so he doesn't care as much.
The
But
sight phase. Oh, I get a CP, by the way, at the beginning of my turn, so I'm up to 9.
Yeah,
I'm up to 9. You're only at 10.
that is correct.
So,
That's only 10-sided dice. You're gonna need more dice.
it's a lot more CP than we had at the start of last game. I think last game both players started with like 5.
Again, taking multiple detachments. For
Yeah.
multiple
5 tyrants.
multiple-
He was down to like 3 or 4.
on my,
Something crazy like that.
Terminators.
What you got to do? I mean, won him the game. Well, it's the right move.
Yeah.
So let's bring these guys this way.
Warp time.
Warp
Classic.
time, classic.
Just an extra movement in the psychic phase.
No, they are not right against the wall. That's why this guy's
And they
sticking
are
hard.
still able to charge after that, correct?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Some of those extra movements do weird
They
things
do.
to that.
Warp time is a particularly powerful one. It's
I mean, it comes with the cost of you need to bring a psyker who knows it, who then successfully casts it, and it doesn't get denied. Like that, there's enough steps that it's reasonable. I just
you could
check
spend
in.
a CP, and that's kind of the interesting thing about Chaos Space Marine psychic powers. I don't know if every faction has this rule, but Chaos Space Marines can spend a CP to get the psyker spend a CP to replace one of their spells for that turn with any spell from I believe it's the like standard psychic powers, not the demon. There's two.
Yeah.
There's two
Yeah,
spell
yeah.
lists. There's one that's all about demons, and there's one that's like the
Actual normal
scary chaos
Yeah, yeah.
magic. They can always replace one of their spells with scary chaos magic for one turn.
That's
So,
pretty cool.
even if
I don't know how many actually have that, but that's a really cool ability that lets you be a little more flexible.
yeah, it's why I can take, for example, you can take Masters of Possession who have the Malefic. I believe it's called Malefic discipline off the top of my head. Which is the demonic one, and so, but that applies to them. So every now and again, I have my Master of Possession go, and now I do something crazy from the sorcery, school, and shoot it off, and
Yeah.
it's really good. You can get a lot. You can get a lot out of
You
it.
can get a lot of value if you pick the right spell at the right time. Funny how this game rewards knowledge and skill and good decision making.
No way.
Who would have thought?
Who would have thought? We had Dire Avengers hidden in that building.
Yeah.
So this one orange dude, what do you think it would take to charge? And I'm going to work on my other movement stuff, dude.
I think you have to get behind them. 'Cause there's a gap.
That's fine.
So, I mean,
Yeah, so if you were to fight from behind this wall right here.
I think you have to get in the building.
Okay.
Which I don't think you can make.
That's fine.
So I think your only option is this.
Excellent. Loving it.
Talking about some
He's
distances
going
to make sure they know what they can
on
do.
my Terminators.
Yeah.
For plus 1 to hit, and it goes
Super got it.
And that takes a 7.
Plus 1 to hit.
So
we
now,
got, I can't remember.
like I
what the
mentioned,
spell is.
shooting phase.
Plus 1 to hit. Prescience, that's what it is. That is a really good spell. So we're going to probably see some multi-meltas going off here.
All right,
So
we
he's using his Blastmaster right now, 2d3 shots.
Right.
Not bad.
And then
Strength
-1
8.
to hit because of the
Yep, hitting on 4s.
shooting on 3s. Nothing.
Oh, nothing. Ooh.
Not what you hope to see
That's
if you're
a
the Emperor's
deep
Children.
sigh from our Emperor's Children player. Can we go over the names again?
Let me pull that back up.
It's a weird thing.
I believe that it's Benjamin. Benjamin
Just looking at
Miller
what potential shots and charges.
on the Emperor's Children, and Daniel Moscato on Eldar.
I'd give you 2 of these so you can see through into here. Your other guns are sticking out.
Yeah.
Deep side from Benjamin after that one.
So to get up to this guy, it's 4 inches or so.
I want to be able to say these guys' names, of course.
And to get over to that is 4 inches or so.
Yeah, so technically if you got right here, it would be both. Yeah, so you would engage both of them.
Great. Okay.
Let's see what we're doing.
Here. So I think for shooting the Rangers, I've got. You said these 2 guys.
Yeah, I think just the front 2.
Looks like he's getting those Raptors to shoot their pistols into the Pathfinders.
No, I think he's talking about Terminators over there,
okay.
into the center group. Because they were talking about line of sights there.
-1 to hit, right? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so hitting on a 2, wounding on a 2, 1 at AP4. And then I'll have 6 bolter shots, hitting on 2s, wounding on 3s, because you're toughness 3, right?
That prayer coming in handy, getting a couple extra hits in there.
I don't know what that guide for real that. Okay, that's cocked.
And 1.
Oh, bad rolls. Oof.
Kill the man! All right. Dude, that was like not a very big shooting phase for me.
Yeah, you rolled very bad.
That was
Yeah. Yeah, rolled 6 dice, only rolled 1
4 up.
1 3 up.
Oh yeah, because it's strength 4, toughness 3.
Yeah.
That's just
That
rough.
was rough. Oof. Big oofs.
And is there anything else that you think I could declare over there?
I don't think so. The only thing that's actually on the wall and stuff.
Oh.
Roger Dodger.
So I think you got to get
Emperor's Children from Ben here. He's a little bit low steam there from that opening
technically my
salvo.
spiders, but they can move 6 inches. They can just move to a place you can't get to.
Okay.
So I just scoot them slightly away from the wall again.
That's fine.
Because I did position them weird, but I can tuck them in more if I give you charge. So they can move 6 inches when charged.
Yeah, that sounds reasonable. So I think I'll split my charge then into both the
right there and here.
Yeah.
Okay. So,
and you're looking at I think
yeah, the tip is right here. So I'd say about an 8 to get there.
Okay, great.
Okay. But because you're charging them on a 2 up, they make you slower.
So I get a -2 to charge?
Yeah. Yes. So you get a -2 to charge and D3.
Elder coming in with a charge reduction.
Okay. So someone takes a wound.
Yeah, mortal wound.
And now you're saying my charge goes to a 10?
Correct.
That sounds
That's
terrible.
once per game.
Okay.
And
so far,
only those 2 have it. That one doesn't have it.
Okay. So
Rangers being sneaky.
I'm
Rangers
going
being
to
Rangers.
charge with these guys into.
I find it interesting.
As declared, requiring a 10.
Yep.
How?
Okay, I got a 5.
Oh, I'm glad I did.
I'm going to spend 1 CP
For
onto
make
the
1 to
prince
6.
to make
1 to
this
6.
3 a 6.
Yep.
11 and
That
that
is,
gets
yeah,
there.
there it went. It gets there.
Yep.
That's a neat.
So he needed it. He needed a 10.
Over this way.
Yeah.
And
Very long string.
Using that try to jump get in there up to 11. He's going to be tying up both fire prisms, I think I heard, and the ranger.
This guy's got a chain fist, so I care
importantly,
about a lot.
he's got those Terminators, that 10-man unit of Terminators. He's got in melee.
So you can probably get
with 2 different units. He's
probably
going to
get
be
3
probably
units
trying
in
to
there, I think.
kind of spread them across.
And then
the...
he can go all the way over to here, and then I can rank up.
and then just start. Well, you're not within half an inch, so you wouldn't be able to get more in there.
But I'm within engaged range of my own guys, right?
Yeah. So, but the sec have more.
But we're talking about engage range.
engaged
So
range,
speaking
half
of
an
engage
inch.
range,
Within
it's
half an inch.
within 1 inch,
definitely
within 1
not
inch.
Right.
So
Expanded from previous edition.
They're within
Yeah,
an
expanded
inch,
from
so
previous edition,
only
which used
those
to be
3
half
can
an
go
inch.
swing there.
So now it's if you're within
guys
1
can
inch
come
of a
all the way
guy
around the corner,
who's within 1 inch
right?
of a guy.
You can hit them.
So
Not that close.
it kind of makes it so that 2 layers of Terminators can hit, but for smaller models like Guardsmen, it
And
means
I'll
that like
put one
3
guy
deep.
right there.
Right, which is probably particularly relevant with the Howlin' Banshees and the transport at the top of the
They
map.
only have 5.
Though I think
yeah,
it is
no,
a pretty
I'm not
small
worried about that. I just
squad, so
wanna
it's
make sure I
not
don't
like these
lose
come up.
coherence.
It
Yeah, I'm
is-
saying you don't need to dedicate a lot of movement to that. For a lot of guys to that.
9 to here.
Yeah. So see, he doesn't need to, like they were just saying, he doesn't need to dedicate a lot of Terminators to that Pathfinder squad. There's like obviously there's 3 guys left in it. So what he's going to do is he's going to kind of spread them along that kind of horizontal path there to kind of get both units.
Yeah.
And
It is a 10-man.
I would not have actually put my wound there on that. unit.
Wound had to be decided a while ago.
Charge my warp talents into those.
It would have been nice if he could have gotten
See, the
into
problem
the
is
other.
if that
Yeah.
unit dies, those 2 other guys die too.
Yeah.
Take 2. Or no, 2 dice die. 2 dice die. Yeah, they're 1 wound.
And even with a -2, regardless regardless of whatever that other die is.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Even if you're within 1, I'm within.
Pretty sure within 3 inches. You can roll it if you want to see where you want to go. That's up to you. Here. Okay.
Oh, we'll see what happens.
And some warp
I think
raptors or warp talons.
I think what he's banking on right now with the Terminators is that he's banking on consolidation, bringing his Terminators back up.
Probably.
Into a solid group.
I mean, there's a good chance that's going to happen because those Rangers aren't exactly.
They're not the toughest guys that are going to take that fight. And being Emperor's Children, he's going first in this melee. I mean, he's charging, so obviously he's going first. But even then, he's going first in melee, no matter what. Consolidation.
Pylon, but yeah.
Pylon. Sorry.
Consolidation's the end, but
at the end.
Yeah, he's piling. He's being very careful about how he's piling in, trying to make the most of that big unit.
Yeah, it turns out a Terminator can be really fast when you use the rules correctly.
Also, being
like,
related and having an extra 2 inches of movement at the start of the game helps too.
Yeah. That Terminator moved, I think, like 30 inches this round. The guy booked it.
Yeah, 14, 25, 28.
Yeah,
28 inches.
Yeah, that was close.
Covered 28 inches in a turn with Terminator.
You can do it.
That's terrifying.
Yeah, that's a fast Terminator.
Like, those Terminators are intimidating to begin with.
Already, right? Like,
yeah.
8-foot tall giant dude in mech armor, you know, you're like, oh, I'm so dead. And then he moves like, what, proportionally like...
He's sprinting like Usain Bolt at that point.
Yeah, right? Like, he's just like faster, you know, he's like 30 inches.
There's
like
jet bikes I know that go slower than that.
Yeah, they're like motorcycles that don't move that fast in this game.
I mean, I think the cap I get on the Reaver jet bikes for Drukhari is 24 because we can't charge after our advance.
That Terminator ran farther than your jet bikes could. That guy
How does that make you feel?
No, he's going to hit on 4s because it's the natural -1 and then takes you down into -1. So he'll hit on 4s, and I gave them +1 attack. So he has 3, and then he gets 1 extra for Fabius.
Sounds good to me.
Okay.
Well, he starts with 2, 1 for the charge, 1 for Fabius.
Yep.
So he'll be hitting you on 4s.
Checks out.
And then I got a 6, so that's going to become
explosion. Poor Ben, his dice
just I default out.
That turned out okay with
that
this.
turned out by like average. I'm just, you know, it's
I don't guess.
Okay,
it's one of those things where I'm seeing a lot of 2s out of his dice. He's got a pair of 2s.
And then I will swing my other 3 guys.
You know, I just sometimes I've seen. Oh my God, there's so many times I've played this game where you get such a, you're like, this is so gonna go my way, and you're like, ha, just 1s and 2s, and you're like, I'm gonna smash these dice. They're dead to me.
So I got that 2 misses.
Yeah. Special rule, Icon of Excess.
I have a +1 to hit.
5-ups. Give him exploding. He has exploding 5s and 6s.
They have an Icon of Excess, so 5s explode.
Okay, the Icon Excess. That's why.
And then they have depressions, but you negate depression, so I'm back to 5s.
Yeah, I just didn't know I didn't know the Icon of Excess.
Yep. 1, 2, 3, 4 extra.
The Icon of
hits.
Excess is incredible.
And then I'm wounding you on 5s.
Rerolling.
5s and re-rolling.
Can see it doing
very good. I run one on my Terminators and on my
yeah, you do.
My melee squad of just standard Chaos Space Marines.
Pull these. So that looks like this many thus far. I'm just going to scoot them to the side so we stay in the little window of visibility. And then...
No, not a great conversion, but I'll take it.
So that is 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 at AP2.
I have 1 save, so I'll roll 8 of these and then see what happens. Okay, so 5s. Wow, he is super dead.
Okay.
Super dead.
Well, they're only 1 damage each.
I know, he has 6 wounds though, and 6 failed. I'll command reroll.
Okay.
We got a command reroll in. We're gonna see if we can. He's trying to save. I think he's fighting him.
Explode?
No.
Oh, man, that would have been juicy. The top guy might explode. If the top guy explodes, that's like your whole army.
Oh no, that was the Wave Serpent. Okay.
No, that's a Fire Prism down there.
Fire Prism.
The Wave Serpent's up at the top.
Yeah. Sorry, my.
So second.
Eldar Brainian's on.
No, I'm deep-seated terror
and then
visions from when Wave Serpents could one-shot all my crisis suits.
Yeah, and also never take damage.
Yeah, and never get hit back.
They were tough to
Look,
take
this
down
is
for a
why I
while.
have the story about my crisis suits punching a wave serpent to death. Okay, it was very satisfying.
Cathartic almost.
Yeah, well, it was back when instant death was a thing. When
Yeah.
you would,
Yeah,
crisis
yeah.
suits only had 4 toughness, and the wave serpent laser had 8
Eight.
strength. So my friend would be like, all my crisis
Put those
suits.
back big.
So that was not fun.
Go ahead, 5 times. And I'll lose you on 3s. No reason.
Chain fist into the.
Oh, flat 3 damage is only 3.
Oof.
Yeah, I can't say that.
All right, I mean, yeah, like I said, Ben is just not getting the best
Then after
rolls
that,
here.
I think I'm going to consolidate.
You
3
can touch
inches.
some Dire Avengers if you want to touch some Dire Avengers.
I'm fine with touching some Dire Avengers. Hey, how's it going in here, fellas?
I don't really give a fuck if you touch Rangers. That's
I appreciate the amount of charisma and moxie we're getting out of
these guys, they
these
can swing back
players.
on my
They're fun.
These guys are fun,
They're here to have a good time.
which you can appreciate. I mean, I appreciate that about
Oh,
players.
they are actually going to resolve the attacks against the Rangers. They almost forgot.
Good.
I think.
I was looking at some of that. I was like, that's
Hey,
an
how's it
interesting
going?
choice to leave the
least I
weak
can
link
still
in the
scoot out
middle.
You can scoot. Can you fall back and do all the things with battle focus?
Not with Battle Focus, but one. There's a stratagem for all Eldar. Just one thing can do that.
Nice. 10 attacks into those guys. These are going to be hitting on 2s and 4s explode. So that is.
Fours
AP2?
explode.
Yeah,
Oh my
you got it.
god.
I'll pick them up.
3, 4.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
he's Cannon Space Marine stole an old army book.
Okay, great.
Yep.
Yeah, they
Get their mortal
explode
wounds
on a 5+, not a 5+ unmodified.
Yeah.
So that +1 to hit actually does affect that too.
It's so good. It feels so good, man.
Yeah, I do think that was a good change
I just
though.
forgot how good it was. I just,
Yeah, that will probably be going away in a month when you guys get a new
Oh,
book.
yeah, of course. I mean, but we're also going to get, all of our guys are going to get what, 2 wounds,
yeah.
3 attacks.
Yeah, no, it'll be a lot better.
It'll feel good.
Because of lightning claw.
I'll pick them up.
And then that's going to be 1, 2, 3 extra. Okay.
That is.
I killed the Marine. You totally did with mortals on my charge. You monster.
All right, I'm going to get my attacks back from Dire Avengers.
Rangers
Might have just, those Rangers
Yeah,
might
do
have
it.
actually
Not
just
gonna
made
be
their
super
points back.
It's
by
gonna
that
be great.
One
Don't
mortal
sell yourself
wound
short,
it
Daniel.
cost.
So 21 attacks. 2 each, and then +1 for the X-Arc.
And some melee back from the Eldar here. Let's see
Yeah, I
how
think
they
it's the
do.
Dire Avengers, which aren't exactly known for their melee combat.
They're not famed for it, that's for sure.
But,
you know, if, they
eh,
got, if
something.
you threw some dire swords on
You're
them,
only
it
one
might
of them,
be
'cause you
okay.
can.
I don't think he did.
Oh shit! I had
More
this
importantly,
right away, the camera.
it's free
And you
swings
have
back
such
because he
beautiful hair.
consolidated into them. You take what you can get.
See,
Sure.
that's a problem I don't struggle with.
I'm not
Virtually
faulting
no
you for
hair.
it. We're just going, oh,
fine.
maybe. See if he gets anything out of it.
It's a good roll.
Wounding on 5s, I
give me
believe.
7.
Yeah,
Two
wound
ups,
on
sir.
5s and then 2 ups.
7 2-ups? Yeah. I believe you're going to murder at least one of my naders.
There's the one guy who's got a wound on him, so maybe. Kill the one dude with the wound on him. Oh, you might lose 2 to coherency.
I thought this guy would be still in there, but
I mean, you can consolidate.
I do need to consolidate with these
Yeah,
guys.
so
You're right.
They would
Thank
definitely
you.
die.
Okay.
Yeah. How many ones are in there?
Dan,
One,
you're
two,
too
three,
nice.
four,
I would have let him die.
Wow.
I'm okay with this.
And their names
Benjamin
are
is-
Dire Avenger Cena.
Yeah, god dang.
Goodness.
He's dead.
Benjamin
enough to
is
make you
being
take him route.
punished by his
Man,
dice.
I called it
That's only
early
on a
on,
6,
and I
but-
was not wrong. There's
there's
a
the
curse on that
Oh, yeah?
man.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That
This
is
firing champion. So
brutal.
this is a 9.
Brutal.
I mean, I can double check. How about double check?
Lost 3 Terminators in that melee.
Can't hurt, right?
Yeah, buddy. But other than that, that's my turn.
Oh, I'm not picking that up.
I'm.
Gone forever.
No, it's
I mean, I think those Dire Avengers just made their points back like immediately, like with that one melee.
Okay, that one better than I thought.
Quite possibly.
Yeah, man. You totally, like, punched the...
I mean, to be fair, he lost the fire breath and all
Alright,
that, so you know.
All right.
So, is that your turn?
This is by no
you
means
took
gone
Triangle,
in
right?
any direction.
No,
but that is not what you want to see when you're like, let me tag
definitely
these guys, and they go and do.
Seriously.
You're making it so difficult. Okay.
And
Yeah,
it doesn't.
Champion's 9. Terminator Champion's 9.
Okay, you're good then.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like he has anybody on
Alright,
that
my turn.
center objective,
Hold
so I don't think he even gets
roll.
stranglehold.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Okay.
Unless he has
No,
something
no,
on
he's
that.
got guys. He got guys.
Are you
on
all
Oh,
focused
okay,
up? Let
okay.
me see. Let's
Yeah.
do some scoring. I'm not going to assassinate anyone yet, but I will strangle for 3 and I will long war for 3.
Yep.
And the mission-specific primary I will get for 2.
Yes, you do.
Right.
For holding one in no man's land.
Yep. So that was
How
a good
wonderful.
first turn. You probably would have liked to see a few better dice rolls.
Yeah.
But it was a
What
very
did
productive.
he claim 9 points? Did you say 9 points or 6 points?
It was
Well, first command phase is
three.
my
I think it
warp
was 8 points.
8 points. Okay.
2 for the primary, the mission primary, because he
I'd
has
put
1
CP
in
for the
No
Dire
Man's
Avenger.
Land. 3 for Long War and 3 for.
Yeah, the warp
Stronghold.
spiders will
there you
reroll
go.
hits from him.
Good start, and then 10 points for a painted army.
Storm.
Yep.
And then can you put a dice right?
We appreciate a
There.
painted army. I mean, I'm guilty of not having a fully painted army myself.
Me too.
Is there anything in here?
Not anymore.
But-
I don't play in tournaments.
Everybody back
There's
to
a
the-
lot of reasons why I don't play in tournaments,
1,
but
2, 3, 4,
I would
5,
be pushing a lot harder to paint it.
So this
if
is
I
a
did.
yeah.
10-man squad.
That'd be a
But
lot
this
more
is
sloppily
separate.
painted
This is
model of
separate.
my army
This is
if I
separate.
played in
This is
tournaments all
separate.
this month.
This is separate.
So 1, 2.
Are you within
3,
6 of
4,
Fabius?
5, 6. I can always back up the point.
Yeah, that's fine. So yeah, I mean, if you're here, you're within 6 of Fabius.
Yeah, as long as I'm.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. That's worth it. Yeah, because your Marines are very squishy. So.
Yeah. So you go up to 10, and then you go right back down to 7.
Yeah.
We do have
Or
a
no, I was
psychic.
at 9, sir.
Did you spend 1? Did you gain 1 in your command phase, right?
What did I spend a CPU? I rerolled. I rerolled the one 5%.
Right. And so at the
And
beginning
I
of your
spent
turn.
one -1 to hit.
Oh, okay.
So I spent 2 on your turn.
I got it. So you're down to 6.
Correct.
Spending
And then you're gonna tactical nuke me.
3 VP on a
That sounds
psychic
terrible.
storm.
Psychic
I don't
Storm.
think I need that.
See what that does.
It's a bunch of mortals.
I don't. Doom is nice. I can always spend a CP to get Doom.
I don't remember the exact rules of it, but more or
Sword costs me
less,
4 CP, so I do up here.
he
would
does
give
it
me
in
CP.
he declares it,
But,
and then
I
in
don't
the
have to
psychic
decide,
phase,
like, 'cause it doesn't go up to the
other psychers
end
can
cycle.
contribute, and then based
do
on how
move it
many
now.
contribute, they can it increases the number of mortals it can do.
I mean, how many in his list? How many psychers does he have for? How many plays?
I believe it is only 2.
It's only 2? Okay.
Because
Shouldn't
it's
have any issue.
he has a Farseer and then a Farseer on a bike.
Does a Warlock Council
much
count
issue
as
doing that.
separate psychers, or does it only count as
Motley
one
Queen.
solid psycher?
I am not sure how they're written in this book.
Okay.
With the new book, I'm not sure, but he does not
They
have any of
will-
them. So
He doesn't have one.
Do
so-
R&D.
it looks like it's just yeah, it's
R&D
just
in
2.
your portrait.
It's 2 different Farseers.
Fire Prism's gonna scoot back. So
One on
it's
bike and
now
one
this-
not.
Well, I
Quadrant
mean, he
back
meant
here.
like he said Doom and Fortune, and my like lizard brain activated in
Turn
fear
fire.
because
These
I
only
just
have a
remember
fear
getting a
Correct.
butt
Very
kicked
powerful spells.
by those spells. Oh, they're so
All
good.
the champs, those 7 3s.
They
But the small.
they're force multipliers for your army, and
They're
that's
incredible, and you put them on. You help out your Dire Avengers, and just
actually,
things get
scanning.
shredded, man.
Yeah.
Let's just bring it back with this. It fell back. I'm not gonna
Very
spend CP to
solid,
make a
very
fullback
solid.
shoot. I have to do it on the Dire Avengers, so let's do it on the
I
Dire Avengers.
have to say this about Eldar players. I've never met a more
Down to 5, is that correct?
optimistic
Actually,
bunch
do
of
I even
players than Eldar players.
Money,
They really believe that they'll get there in the end, don't they? They have to be, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They just are very confident in what they're doing. They're like, this is what my guy's for. This is what he's gonna do.
Here.
I'm gonna do it.
I'm gonna do it. I really just
My
fingers
my,
crossed.
my units can only
Sure, let's
do
do that.
one thing, and when they do one thing well,
And they better do it.
yeah.
So-
They're not big on that all-arounder
No.
methodology that some of the other army, like Space Marines, are so proud of.
Gotcha.
Endless.
The other ones I've seen have the little tiny flag on them.
Enjoy it.
Yeah, they have a bigger hat. Those are new. Those are brand new. That's why. That's a new spell.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Still that.
Yeah, that pile-in really.
I guess I'll send the
I hope
Banshees
it
over
didn't
there.
tag too many things.
Banshees are gonna get out.
I think he tagged some the Dire Avengers, and that was about it. And he had charged the 2 fire prisms.
Yeah.
The 1 fire prism fell back. The Dire Avengers also fell back and used a stratagem, so they can shoot even though they fell back.
Ooh.
Fire prism can't.
Very tricky.
You could only use it
Here
once.
with the advance and fire and fade into that little pocket. Yeah, I think that's acceptable.
So we got some
Yeah.
jet bikes here.
Do I even need that though? Yeah, I kind of do. The 18,
Curious what
18
you're
gets
gonna
the
do
back
with
guy
them.
right
They
here.
have-
So,
still got that Farseer
we'll
you
use
left
the
behind.
fate dice on advancing with spiders.
Okay.
So farthest
Warp.
one gets about right there.
Okay.
Those boogers are fast. Yeah, those warp spiders
That'll allow us
can
to
really move
stop
it.
Yep.
Play the objectives very well with
They're
that.
so top heavy.
No problem.
Are they
The
obsessed?
problem with all the
No, they're elites.
super top heavy.
Yeah.
The only I don't believe, short of maybe a relic, Let me check.
How many
what
mortals
the
is it within
server
6 inches of
has.
that thing?
What?
It doesn't look
Is
like he
D3
has it. I
mortals?
believe
Is
that
D3
there
enough
is
to do an
no
action?
remaining obsec on the Eldar side of the field.
No.
I think it might have been just those two rangers.
Just ranger squads.
Can you do more than one?
Yes.
So you could do 2, so you could be doing D3 plus 2.
If I give up all of my spellcasts, yes.
Wow.
I might.
he's talking about what
Benji's
Warstorm's
hopping
going
out.
to be.
Yeah. Do I give up more psychic powers, or do I
Blow the crap out
I'm
of
gonna
these
leave you
guys.
here so that you can't deep strike right here.
That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. I've never had Eldar use that on me. So
it's a really neat stratagem. It's 3 CP, so it's not one you see a ton
the
of.
Tau kind of gets something weird like that.
Yeah, they have that gun over the laser, basically.
It's never good. I've never.
The ability to throw your psychic into it to enhance it makes this one somewhat usable, but it is still not exactly a common use.
The Tau thing is like you draw a line, and
Yeah.
it's never that long, and no one's packed that tight with a bunch of units in it.
Yeah, it reminds me a lot of the the orbital link cannon from Command and Conquer Generals. If you played that game.
Like, wow, look at this cool thing. Yeah, it does nothing.
Yeah.
Okay.
But it looks pretty.
It looks cool. That's how I feel about it.
Does it look like you have a Farseer down there as well?
I keep wanting it to be that thing from
Farseer here, but down there, yeah.
Like,
I'm gonna pop the top off in a second.
Oh yeah.
This is no.
Man, that's a game I haven't played in a while.
Blast from the past, huh?
Yeah.
Buffer off.
But yeah, unfortunately, there's a lot. There's quite a number of stratagems that are kind of like that are big, scary stratagems that they do nothing. Man.
Moving Baroth up, the Phoenix Lord of the Swooping Hawks.
No,
You're
an old book.
As all Phoenix Lords are. He's pretty hard to take off the table. They have I think it's a 3 wound cap per round, per phase.
Per phase. They're very tough. Always. I think the latest codex really buffed a lot of them, and a lot of people.
I've seen a lot more of them in play, which I'm happy to see because they have some nice sculpts.
And the Phoenix Lords are so cool to me. Like I like their lore and stuff as well. I just you're like I want these guys to be like the best.
Yeah. And all of them are good, and the Drukhari definitely have the best of them. Let's be real, we all know who Drazar is.
Yes. God, Drazar's so good. I saw it last year. He was all over this tournament last year. I mean, every list had him.
He's somehow he's only like 165 points.
Yeah, I know. We were talking about it last year.
Why the hell is he only 100?
Yeah, he's massacre stuff, and he's like, oh, I'm only.
I've seen him take down full-on knights by himself.
Yeah. Yeah, he's like a half their price. Like if
or less.
Yeah, or less.
Because if it was a full set, I think it was one of the Castellan, one of the more shooty large knights, and it's like, oh, that's 480 points.
Yeah. Just like he's like Bob.
Nasty.
Just walks up to him.
Yeah.
And Barathron, I've heard great things about him. He has incredible. I mean, when I last was playing and my friend used him against me, Barathron could deep strike,
that's real tricky,
and then
throw a bomb, and then leave.
This was easy.
That just sounds obnoxious.
Literally could not hit. He just did not.
I mean,
he did not exist on the table long enough.
He didn't exist on your turn. You could not shoot him. You could not fight him. The only time you can ever do anything is when he chose to melee you.
That's obnoxious.
It was.
I don't think he's quite that obnoxious anymore, but
it's fine. It's fine. He didn't, as much as it was scary, he didn't do that much damage.
Yeah.
So it was kind of more of a like, stop. I lost a fire warrior.
Please don't. Just please don't.
Please stop. Are you happy with your life?
Jump dudes, the cubes.
I think I might just kill Bile.
Can you stop, please?
You can do that. I don't have much to stop you. I mean, I just had my
It's
first
got a lot
turn.
harder knowing that they shoot on death. I
Eldar's
was like, oh, I'm going to just
complicated.
wipe them out with spiders. Cool.
Distinct, very powerful thing about
Eldar's got all
Marines,
sorts of stuff. I
they
haven't played
can
him in
shoot
about
their guns
10 years, so
That's a little bit terrifying.
at full ballistic skill and
It's the
everything.
learning
If you
experience, right? That's
kill,
why I'm here.
if they're in melee, they'll fight too. If you kill them.
Okay.
So they can charge you, fight you, you kill them, then they fight you
I do
again.
save on 3.
Yeah.
And then they die.
Still. How many shots do they have each?
So
That is
noise marines, very
and
scary
D3
guys.
for the
makes them hard to take off to trade favorably into them at all.
They
gotta punch
typically
a
earn their
spider
points
in there.
back.
Yeah, there's 10 spiders there.
Okay.
Frankly, I'm really surprised this guy isn't running,
Wish I had
vehicles or anything like that. More just in the sense that not like.
I think I let them be because if I get the good charge
anything
here,
to
you
like
won't
have
really
like a
get shot
back
again.
line to stand
Yeah.
there.
Are they
You know,
tank
it's
assault?
nice if you have obliterators to just stand on the backfield.
on
They
the
don't move
Blast
very
Master,
fast
assault
anyway.
on the Sonic Blast.
He has Havoc somewhere
That's
on the
right.
board, I think.
Yeah.
Unless he kept them in reserve somewhere.
Yeah, I don't.
I
can't really
can't
quite
tell.
tell at the moment, but I have a feeling it might be this guy's in the bottom left.
It's possible, but
Those might just be
no.
normal
I think those are just normal Marines. Because he they had to Reaper autocannons, if I remember correctly.
Yeah,
His list.
they might still be in reserve. I'm not.
I think I might.
Can't quite.
Do you
tell.
mind-
Yeah, I didn't
do you mind
catch
if I undo the
whether they
advanced
said anything in
Okay.
reserve.
12 inches gets me right here.
It's fine.
Yeah, the back. Yeah, I'm just gonna say I didn't advance. Is that fine? 'Cause
That's fine.
That completely changes.
I'm just looking at how many more units you got in this box of Destiny. I think it's just the character and the Dire Avengers. Is that true?
On the bottom floor, yes.
And then the Banshees are on the bottom
Box
floor.
of
I think
Destiny is
I'm,
what
I
he's
think I'm just
calling
gonna
it.
go for.
Pretty good name for it, I guess.
Yeah.
Couple
Not all
Fire
the other
Sayers and a
players,
bunch of
there's
his
closer, but,
Aspect Warriors.
Oh yeah. No, it's,
That box was going to determine a lot about this game.
well, it looks
I
like
gotta stay- I
we're
gotta stay in that shape, so
these
I
warp
gotta
spiders look like they're gonna shoot into these.
Warp Talons, I think. Or, I don't know, whatever's in that building.
Yeah, whatever's in that building. I suspect. See, the thing is that I think Ben's army
the
is so
front-
custom tailored
front five
that
will shoot.
it's kind of hard to tell what
Front four
he's
will shoot.
doing from an angle.
Closer.
I do want to actually get a look at his army because
Yeah.
I think it would be
The rest
really
is
interesting. Just as it
Okay.
is.
It looks good.
The
Let me
custom
pop
bases
here.
would
Oh,
be
let me pop this off.
Yeah,
I
they're
like
a
it
little.
lot. Oh, there we go. We can see what's in there. Look at that.
Hey, look. People.
Pop these.
4 elves
Rangers out
who
of
might
combat.
die soon.
So I already spent the CP to say they can fall back and shoot. Force here, you can't really get shot as long as I pop you out of the wall. Oh, actually, I want you to still be within 14 of, or 24 of like this point here, so just a little time. Not too much back.
Excuse me.
Oh, same thing with this dude.
So what he's trying
That
to
would've
do
been
right
wrong.
now is like try and keep his
Super
Farseer
awkward.
back and away from combat, but also
line
within
of sight
range to
required
be able
on
to
that
fire that
24
warp
inches?
storm off.
Yeah.
I've
I think he's hoping to get a lot of work done between the or by the warp storm and that cluster that he has in that center building. 'Cause he has Noise Marines, maybe something else in there, and the I'm pretty sure that's warp talons along the
good.
back of it, next to his
I'm gonna
sword.
just hop off because I don't think I'm gonna have
He's
to
got
go.
that.
Yeah, that's fine.
He's
I'll
got
still do
that.
better
Not
for
fire prison. Wow,
That's
I messed them up.
Alright,
Blade
now I
serpent
just
up
have to
there.
jet. I think I throw it somewhere.
Did you catch what he had stored in there?
Five fire dragons, 5 Howling Banshees.
Right here is
That's gonna be fun for
being like deep strike, and now you're like my whole.
And moving that Crimson Raider up too.
Frankly, he might want to just drop them off right now so
doing
that
mine
they
too.
can go kill those Terminators.
We'll have to see what he does with them.
Yeah.
I don't know. He kind of needs to push onto some of those objectives
We'll go psychic.
now.
I think I'm gonna do the bomb.
Those Terminators moving that fast and that far, this early into the game, that is incredibly disruptive.
Yeah, I think he had to really change his plans here, but
Yeah.
he's adapting.
Frankly, I would be surprised if I saw Terminators come at me that fast.
You're,
What are Terminators? These big slow things.
Psychic.
So you
2 wounds
say.
apiece
So
or
you
3?
say, I believe
2
you
and
are
then the extra
mistaken.
There's 8 wounds there.
I thought those Terminators were
so
going
psychic.
to come in deep strike when I first saw the list. I was like,
Yeah.
oh, he's deep striking these guys. No, apparently he's running
We'll
them,
do
and
one power
he's
up.
really good at it.
That goes off. I'm farther back now, so you still can't
Please
deny me.
roll in our dice tray.
That's gonna do D3 plus 1, and this guy's gonna guide. Oh, I should roll over here. I'm sorry.
Ah, yep, got
Hey,
it. Yeah.
it's almost like he heard me.
Guy doesn't draw.
He didn't, but it's almost like he did.
I will use my relic reroll.
Okay, gonna re-roll on that when it was only a 5.
Add
Got
die
7.
Guided, and then do.
Guiding. Now we're doing.
I wish I had used the.
Oh no, Snake
Do I
Eyes.
need Doom? I don't think I need
Does
Doom.
he ignore peril?
Yeah, all farts using our perils. I used to have
Series
feeling
are
pain,
so
now,
good.
it's just.
Yeah, they're so good.
I don't think it's supposed to.
Ignoring
to reroll
perils.
that. It's only like a 50/50 chance to get it. So.
Sure.
All right. So time for that to go off.
I'm ready.
So everything's gonna take D3 plus 1.
On a 2 up for these guys,
two
right?
up. Goes off.
Okay, D3 plus 1 is 2.
So 2 die.
Goodbye. You're so handsome, but you're gonna have
Fortunately, Chaos Space Marines still only have 1 wound on them.
to go. 4 up, right?
Yep.
So no.
It's so sad. It's so sad.
2. on these guys. Is that right?
And mortal wounds is 4.
So,
sorry, 3. 4 becomes the 3 equals 2 plus 1. So
okay.
3.
So I'll take my 2 Blastmasters and this guy, and I'm going to shoot at your...
Shoot on death.
Naturally -1 to hit? Awesome. I think I'll...
Do you want me to finish resolving this before you do
that? Sure, that's fine. This guy?
That guy?
4 up. Nope. These guys, 2 up.
Oh, wow.
No, I didn't see.
No, that was a 1.
And then Fabius.
Wow, that was bad.
Okay, great.
That was a lot of bad rolls.
I'm strangely comfortable with this.
Yeah, that was not worth it.
That was a tight moment. We were going to see how much those Eldritch.
All right. So.
Much that Eldritch Storm was going to do. It turns out it hit none of the characters, and not even the occultists either.
Yeah, I think the grand total of what it did was 2 Warp Talons and 3 Noise Marines.
3 Noise Marines.
Questionable.
That's 3 CP, 5 models.
Was he have a 2 up or 3 up?
Less than great.
I mean, they are Chaos Space Marine models, so they're a little.
I think
they're a little expensive.
Right here.
So
no, but the other
you're not getting the worst
2
maneuver,
2d3
but I don't know.
shots.
That's not what he was hoping for when he pulled the trigger on it, though.
And I'll be hitting on 3s, right?
Yes.
And not only that, but
I'll be
the Noise Marines are going to shoot at you when you kill them.
Yeah.
Though
1 at AP 2.
Poor Ben.
Good.
Nice. And then the 3 blaster guys, I will pump into Spider. Hitting on all those will hit, and then wounding on
blasters
3, so
are...
cover 3. Is that true? So 3, no AP, no cover. 3. We're good. Oh no!
Oof.
I had a plan.
Didn't you have 2 more?
The dice are really not going anyone's direction in kind of an odd way.
Oh, 2 blast
shots
gotcha.
for the
Gotcha.
Progression to the mean.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yep.
Okay.
That was the end of the psychic phase.
Daniel Dunk getting a lot of wounds on his Eldritch Storm, and unfortunately, those Noise Marines scoring no hits on their revenge strikes for getting killed.
Let's do that.
Alright, looks like the Dire Avengers is unloading into those Terminators. Let's see how they can weather the storm.
So 33 shots there. 10, 15.
Well, the Dire Avengers, they get the Shuriken Rending, right? Where,
yeah, 6s to wound are extra AP.
Yep, extra. Minus 3?
I think so.
Minus 3 AP?
Everything.
Now minus 2. So we'll
Still
see.
makes a huge difference into those Terminators.
Oh, obviously, I'm just,
How much is my load
armor contempt.
Oh, that was 3 CP for the thing. Does that take down to 2?
No, you already marked it.
Okay, great. Nope, that's great.
Betting if I want to absurd amounts of exploding 6. I will. No. 33
Maybe.
shots. If
Debating a CP expenditure to give himself exploding 6s.
Double exploding 6s. So
A double exploding. Okay, Tesla version of exploding 6s. 6s become 3 hits instead of 1.
Okay. Oh my goodness.
I don't know what this means, but I'm looking forward to you telling me what happens.
So one's Blade Storm, that's for shuriken weapons, and then the other one's Beal's Hands.
Okay.
And Beal's Hands is only for aspect warriors.
So that means on 6s you get
6
hits?
is double explode, correct.
And then do those also count as auto wounds?
No, I'm not Hail of Doom.
Okay. That is a custom craft roll. Okay. I didn't know if your strat gave you an inside track. No.
The rerolls to hit.
So looks like we get 18 more, or 16 more hits. 3 miss.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
So
6, 7, 8. Yep. Is 24 if they double explode? Or no?
Yeah, 24 total, yeah. I need
total hits.
16 more dice.
Oh, no, that's 24 plus
I'm just
whatever.
going to reroll 9 because I only have 7 more dice.
27,
So I'm just going to roll 9 wounds.
33, 36,
Same thing, right?
39. Something like
Sure, I'll fail that
44 hits from 33 shots.
It's hard to avoid phantom.
Oh, okay.
All right, force.
Whoa.
Force to wound.
Force to wound.
I think if it were chest high, it'd be a different story.
Yes.
My goodness.
Yeah, that it cost him some CP, but it's a lot of fire coming out of that unit.
You're just gonna take
We'll see what that can do with these Terminators. I mean, obviously 2 up
Okay.
and 5 up. 2 up armor, 5 up invul.
Okay.
We're seeing probably. I mean, even at the best time, I think the rending is only going to make it a 4 up for these Terminators. But still, that's 50% chance that Terminator is going to take a hit.
Yeah.
And they only got 2 wounds. They're not.
And the 5s
they're not
and 6s
the nice
both
beefy
do
3
the
wounds.
Correct. Because I.
Imperial
9
Terminators.
AP2s.
Nah,
Okay.
And then
So we'll see how these guys can do here.
14
Yeah.
14 at AP 40. Great.
impressed.
So 9 at AP 2 will be 2-ups as advertised.
9 at AP.
And I failed 2 of those, so one guy dies.
So you lost a guy already.
Oh, my spleen.
You just can't pull him because he wasn't uncovered.
Oh, you're right. I can pull this guy.
So anyone who was uncovered.
And
was
then
uncovered.
you said 14.
14 AP4s.
So those would be 4-ups.
Correct.
Great.
Jesus.
Wow.
God,
Decent roll.
That was a very good roll, though.
One more dead
1.5. Wow.
See, this is what I mean by like I'm
So
having
you
like
will kill
lizard
this
brain
guy.
flashbacks.
Oh, what am I looking at for coherency? I don't think it's going to be an issue because it'll go down to 5 models.
I mean, I just
Well,
never get
you'll
plowed
just like
over by these
those two will
guys.
die off no matter what. But I think I'm gonna charge them, so they'll die. They'll be attacked anyway.
Yeah, I'm just debating. I'll put the wound way back here and put these guys. You're charging from right there, which is fine. So you're going to kill somebody. So 2.5. I'll just pull these guys.
Right.
Sounds great.
Okay. Here, there.
And then maybe you'll just
So-
murder them.
What?
Let me. I'm not gonna move this. So. I'm gonna put your dice right here, sir.
Yeah, that's fine.
So I'll do the shurikens first since they're easy. Since
I'm always
you
happy
have
to
it on
have
guys.
Ooh, look at that.
Nice.
So many things.
And then 4s.
We're gonna have a visitor
181.
come in and gotta help commentate with us today.
I wanted the big. I wanted the little gun kill at first.
Yeah,
Slide on in. Get the camera.
Yeah, see if we can
Or
turn
you
it
can-
a little bit.
Yeah.
184.
There, there I am.
So 1
Yeah.
4.
Just give your name.
Or that guy's 5.
What's up,
not
I'm Eric.
covered, 5.
I was playing GSC, lost in round 1, so I'm on the stream now.
Rough start to the day and decided to have a
Yeah.
more fun
Did you
round.
win your second?
Yeah, I
second
wanted
match
to,
against-
yeah. So I paired in Andrew Gagno's Tau round 1, and that did not go great for the GSC. I played a Deathwing Dark Angels list round 2, and that went better. Won a pretty good game on that.
Yeah, we came over and saw you. You and him were really going at it. Like
Yeah,
late
yeah.
into the round.
Yeah, that's a slugfest because we're just charging each other. Oh, thank you.
Oh yeah.
Nice. So that's a slugfest. We're just charging at each other. Like he has really, really tough models. I have fast models that do a lot of attacks.
Oh yeah.
Just trade it up.
Yeah, just trading up, and then he obviously has less units than I do to trade with. So it's a great game.
That's just like a points calculation, right?
Yeah.
Who's
Right,
hemorrhaging faster?
Yeah.
And that Land Raider in the middle. Like,
Yeah.
Unfortunately, our audience, you couldn't see this match, but the Dark Angel player, he just parked a Land Raider right in the middle of the map.
Yeah. I mean,
I don't think it got touched.
he's a brave man for taking a regular Land Raider in the first place.
Yeah.
And actually, like I was like, this is not bad. Like it has the 5 Deathwing in it. Like, is it optimal? Probably not, but it was fun to play against. So.
That's good.
Yeah.
So we've got right now, we've got Emperor's Children versus Eldar. Feel tan. So not
Oh,
your
nice.
normal.
That's awesome. Yeah, it's not the Blade Storm or whatever the thing is. With
Hail
all
of
the
Doom.
shooting. Hail of
Yeah.
Doom. That's
Well, we just watched Blade Storm go off basically, but he doesn't have the obviously he doesn't have the Craft World trait for it. But he killed like 3 or 4 Chaos Terminators with 1 salvo. So
nice. So what is the Chaos player playing?
he's playing Emperor's Children. So he's loaded up on Noise Marines and super fast. We just watched these Terminators move 30 inches this round.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
With
He's-
consolidation and stuff. And wrap
yeah, it
around.
was, there's apparently a strat that lets them get an extra 2 movement to their movement characteristic, include a warp time in there, and then
Nice.
he just flew across the board.
Oh man, I hope Warp Time sticks around in the new Chaos Codex.
Oh,
Just
yeah.
being able to double move and do
It's
stuff
such
like
an
that.
interesting power.
He was able turn 1 to charge Terminators up to a Warp Prison and kill it.
That's awesome.
Turn 1.
Yeah.
So it was very impressive. Fortunately, then the Dire Avengers fought back and he rolled, I think, something like 4 1s on his armor saves against them, and just lost a couple of fought 3
Terminators to
yeah,
Dire
like
Avengers?
5 wounds.
That's rough.
5 wounds got through on the Terminators. He lost 3 dudes.
It was kind of rough.
It's kind of rough. We've seen a lot of this particular match has had a lot of swings and roundabouts as far as the dice are concerned, because man, we saw some bad rolls from both of them. Got the Eldritch Storm, and the Eldritch Storm only managed to pull
4 models, 5 models.
4 or 5 mortal wounds out of it. So
And that's 3 CP down the drain too.
Yeah,
Oh,
it was 3 CP, and it had the potential to hit 5 or 6 units.
Yeah.
And pulled off 5 models.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I was about to say could definitely be swinging with the double shooting Slanesh, and how fragile the Eldar can be, and how tough your Chaos Marines can be, even if they're just the 1 wound Chaos Marines.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So we're really seeing that's what we were really hoping for, is we were like, wow, this is a not meta fight here. We're really seeing something where 2 guys who are we're really doing something,
Different.
different. We're really seeing something interesting.
Yeah, the Bile-Tan, I don't even think I can tell you what their craft world trait does.
Bile-Tan is minimum 3 on their battle focus move,
okay.
and 1 reroll to hit per time they're selected to shoot or attack.
That's awesome. Yeah,
It's a solid. It is a very solid one that I expected to see more of when they first printed the book, but I think it's just been a little bit overshadowed by Hail of Doom, and Uthway is also pretty popular.
Oh yeah, just Uthway's the big psyker.
Well,
Right?
yeah, it's got Uthway's got like 3 or 4 very like reasonable powers. Like they're not the flashiest of abilities, but it's got like 3 or 4 of them, and you look at it and you go, "This is just a really good rate."
Yeah.
It's like
we're not going to play into those. Like freebooters aren't huge in the meta. Like I played the freebooters or Tau, or even like a Hail of Doom Eldar is going to be really tough. So I think if you do play like one of those more fragile armies like GSE and like Eldar too, you need to really think about every shot my opponent's going to put into me. I need to figure out how I can mitigate it and
and plan for it.
My plan of being Twisted Helix and run real fast at them probably is not the answer.
It doesn't always work out for you.
Right.
So we got here on the in play, we've got a group of, see right there towards the middle on the right. That is a group of warp spiders that he pulled out of combat basically. And
oh, they are so good with how fast they can move around.
And they play objectives so well. I've seen so many. This is, I think, the first time I've ever seen 10 of them dropped in a single unit. I see so many 5-man units just to play like objectives, take the Nockman data, take the.
I'm surprised he didn't warp them out onto the point. I'm a little curious about that.
He's got to be planning to charge something with
my guess, it's either that or a fire invade.
Because they can move with all their Eldar jank. Yep.
there is obviously there's a unit in that middle building right there. I think those are just Noise Marines or Warp Talons. I think the Warp Talons are all dead right now, actually.
It looks like they've all been taken off.
We got Ben on Emperor's Children, and we've got Dan on Eldar. The Eldar reprisal for this incredibly aggressive maneuver we saw has been actually quite fierce. I wonder if Ben's gonna. He's trying to weather it, but it has been punchy.
Yeah, and especially this map, the way they set up the terrain, because we're using the player place, is really smart with this small ruin right there in the center, because that blocks line of sight with windows closed, so the Eldar player can hide some stuff behind there, and Ben's kind of done the same thing with that smaller ruin. But at some point, as you can see, you're going to have to come out on one of those 3 center objectives if you want to score primary, and I think the Eldar player can kind of just wait till the Emperor's Children player does that, and then counterattack, because he's so much faster.
You do have one of the secondaries is Long War, so the Ben's trying to, I think, try and engage on those objectives and get those points for them.
Because that gives him points every time he knocks an enemy unit off of him.
Right.
So Warp Spiders have now moved. Oh no, he was putting them down there. We see.
God, I forgot how fast they were.
God,
move into the center, do some damage, and then just teleport down
out of there.
And set up for next turn, take that, because he has R&D.
Yep.
Yeah, those Warp Spiders are going to make sure you get all 12 of your points for R&D.
Yeah. And that guy left behind right there in the middle is Barathron.
That's a rough character. You're not killing her. She's going to fly away every time she does something.
Oh, yeah.
Can only take 3 wounds. That's rough.
So, we were kind of talking about Phoenix Lords and just how they kind of, in the new Codex, have really come back into play.
I've seen her showing up a fair amount. I've seen Caradron.
Karandras,
there we go.
All the names.
Caradron's the dwarves from Age of Sigmar. Oops.
Some people are taking Jane Czar and some majors overseas.
Yeah,
that's the first time I've seen her.
Jane Czar, she got a rework, and in Psychic Awakening actually was when she got her rework first in last edition. Man, she looked really cool. My girlfriend, she really likes Jane Czar. She was like, I want to run Wraith Lords with Jane Czar and stuff. It's like, go for it.
I haven't seen Mugen Ra show up yet, but that's because the Dark Reapers took a real big hit in this edition.
They used to be really good last edition. Oh, they were all over the place.
Paying for the sins of their past with shooting and firing, fading into wave serpents and all that craziness.
The ever-present pay for the sins of the past that shows up so often in Games Workshop.
It's like Aberrants for GSC.
Yeah.
They had the muscle beachless, and then GSC said, or I'm sorry, GW said nope.
No, not anymore.
They're not bad in the new codex, but I think now with the new CP stuff coming out,
Yeah.
You're not gonna be able to take them and give them the 5-up invulnerable save.
Which is what you really need to be able to do
to stay
make
alive.
them worth it. Yeah.
We're seeing some of the 3-1s. Very curious what some of these are.
Whose dice were they though? Let's see.
They were. It was definitely Ben rolling. I recognized the dice, but I don't know what they were rolling for.
I think there's some shooting going into that.
Yeah.
Of course, Noise Marines, they get a special rule. If you kill them, they can shoot their weapon off. A little bit like a Hellbrute, but they don't hit on like not on a 6, but on like they just shoot.
Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately, it looks like the Eldar players now just gonna flood the board.
Yeah, I think this reprisal was a bit more than the Emperor's Children could handle.
Well, we'll see. Yeah, like he's still got 4 Terminators up on top, and we'll see where things go.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and I don't know. I didn't catch if he has anything in reserve at the start of the game. I didn't catch it if he.
Yeah. Don't know those there were Havocs were listed, but I didn't hear any go off in the first round. So I think he's probably actually kept the Havocs off the board until he's probably going to be on his next turn.
He just needs the bodies at a certain point.
Is this early since I'm just coming in?
This is still turn 1.
Oh, okay.
This is bottom of turn 1.
Man, he's fine. The Emperor's Children player's got it. He's got a whole game to play. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, I was thinking we're a little further along.
No, their first round has been very eventful.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Obviously, it's taken a while. So I guess.
Also, these dice rolls are
I just saw those 3-1s. Yeah.
Yeah, you're like, whoa, what is going on? As far as like just luck. And he didn't move that Wave Serpent, so that Wave Serpent was just parked up there.
So the secondaries, do we have those for?
Yeah.
The two?
So the Eldar secondaries were Strangle, R&D, and Wrath of Cain.
Oh, okay.
Which is the get kills with the Aspect Warriors. You get 1 point if you get a kill in either melee or ranged, and you get 4 points if you get a kill with 2 different units, 1 in melee and 1 in ranged.
That seems like not a terrible choice.
Ooh,
Yeah.
I think you got it.
It seemed pretty solid.
I think you're within
So
5.
I think it was a 5
You're
inch
probably
charge,
getting 12
or
on
4 inch
that.
charge.
Wrath of Cain.
Yeah. Okay, you're fine. Okay.
That one's tough to tell.
Yeah.
And we're getting a charge from the jet
They make you
bikes
-1
into
leadership,
the-
so you know.
Yeah.
Shining
so
Spears.
I believe, based on the list,
Scary.
yes.
Yeah, those are shiny.
I can't see the models enough to be 100% sure, but
So
I
my
didn't
Raptors that are all
see
dead.
anything but a
Well, no, the other
Farseer
ones haven't
and
arrived yet.
Shining Shears on play.
Yeah.
All right, so they did theirs on the charge phase.
We'll have to
So
see.
on 4
I think they're going
you take
into,
3 more wounds and fight last.
Those are Raptors, I believe.
2 failed. Fight phase.
Should
Is
pick
that
up
a
few
CP or
of
just a
them.
thing?
That's a
So
relic.
the
tab.
Chaos. You said they took the Long War, and
They have a relic. They have a relic. There's
Long War,
Stranglehold,
Stranglehold, and
fight phase.
Assassinate.
That's a lot of
I
relics.
don't think I'm gonna do it. They're, the Assassinate
I'm
relics are
a little surprised
not
about the
as strong,
Assassinate
but you can
choice.
take 2 for 1.
There's only 3
Really
characters on the board.
Yeah.
I like it.
It's
There's-
double
there's only about
Farseer
half
and
time, and you
Baroth.
usually only get 1
And
charge
Baroth
off,
is
so-
going to be a real pain to try to
Not
kill.
that impactful.
Farseers aren't
There's
exactly
the last like
easy.
4 times.
Yeah, I
I've
mean,
used
the
it,
other
it's
player can
only
keep
2
those
more.
Farseers back
So-
top right of the screen
Yeah.
there. He can keep them back there the whole game.
You gonna finish off my
He's perfectly
Terminators?
happy.
Yeah. So I think that was that might have been a
I have
bit of
list
a
everywhere, just saying.
ambitious
They
choice.
fight last. They don't. So
Assassinate
good.
always is like that. It's feast or famine.
Yeah.
Who
'Cause
fights last?
My,
You
I
think
think
me so hard you
to
can't
really
watch
get
them
your
fight.
fights out.
right. I think that's one that
Violence,
is
3 inches here.
even less
Get on
like
objective.
it's a tough one to take in any event, and I think it's even less useful in
So
an
we'll
event
start
that's not
with
using
the
match
not
points
X-Arc, so
as a tiebreaker.
swings,
Because I
slams.
feel like it's one that if you're going to do well on, you're going to do well in the game, and you're going to expand your lead more.
Right.
In a game where you're trying to like just eke out the win,
You have 3 armor?
it's either going to be a lot or not.
Yeah, like I would just pick something.
They have 5 up invuln.
The
Oh,
fact
okay.
that
I thought I'd
like
give you 2 5s. How about you do
like,
0
you know,
5?
so it's
Okay,
such a
guys die.
win.
And then
rule.
6 wins for next arc?
You need to be
Okay.
like you need to be
Here's only
beating
1 damage.
someone. You need
You
to
get
be
3 roll all
or
else fails.
or take snipers, which
Yeah.
he didn't
5
do.
up.
So you know you're
That that being said, with
5
the
up, 2
CS,
mortals
the
instead?
Chaos Space Marines don't have a really.
Well,
But they took Long War. I don't know
Yeah.
what I don't know what I would have taken instead of
What
it
other
though.
options?
2
This
more.
other one you said
Yeah, they're
was
dead.
R&D.
He has no, he has Long War Stranglehold.
Okay, so Long War Stranglehold, and then you still could have done something like Engage, one of those.
Yeah.
But- I'm sorry, not because R&D then, right?
Yeah, R&D would have been fine.
And you have Raptors. Yeah.
3 inches there?
That's probably where I personally would have gone.
Stay up on the base. God, I have to make
Maybe he's thinking
size
he's just going to be super aggressive and
better.
I mean, that's what he was going
stays
for,
on
but
like a
it's
certain angle.
There's just
there we go.
like,
Magnets.
It looks
all
like the Shining
magneting.
Spears just cleaned that
Yeah.
out. That
Yeah,
unit
they're
out.
terrifying on the charge.
Like it only stays up in like a
but,
certain rotation.
You can expect to be aggressive.
All right, my man.
Barrett, you can only
and
be
here.
so aggressive into.
You can
because
try it. Well,
the,
hey, can I spend 2
the,
CP to interrupt? How'd you feel about that?
the
You're fighting
max
last,
3
so
wounds in a
Right.
phase.
And she can fly away.
But I already have fight first.
Farseers have a lot of
And
ways
the-
to defend
well,
themselves.
not
those
only that,
cancel.
but I think
So I'd be on normal.
partially.
All right.
Ben, who was the Emperor's
I'm gonna
Children
send you
player, I think he
I'm going to try and
doesn't
You're
know
minus
Eldar.
one. I'll do another
So,
minus one.
like,
You hit 'em for.
you know, it's one thing to say like I know the meta deck. I know what the meta deck looks like because I played it. But it's a different thing when someone walks in with you've never seen this. Have you ever seen Barrow? No. Okay. You have no idea what you're about to get into.
Go right over here, right?
Fit. You can't be within. Or actually, yeah, you can pile in because you didn't charge, so you can be within. You can be within 3 of me.
I love it.
So yeah, okay.
So
I see two towns.
Do you have anyone who's going to fight
Three
over here?
towns. Him? No, they're trash.
And
They
these
also-
guys are outside of engagement range. You did not.
Well,
did
you are.
you charge with
I
them?
did not, but you are in engagement range now. But it's not charged.
Let me move this guy a little bit further this way then.
So actually, yeah, I didn't. It's my turn, so I wouldn't be able to swing with them.
Okay, great. So I'm going to swing with them into your Banshees. I have. You charged me, so I got 5 attacks.
Oh yeah, hold
per
on.
claw.
I didn't do the relic. You mind if I do the relic?
I don't.
So on a 2-up. 2-up goes off, and then D3. 2 more.
Fly away basically whenever she wants, and only
Really,
take 3
come
rolls.
up, Assassinate's not a good
Right.
choice.
Not what I'm
But
I'm out of this.
Oh, I
Yeah.
see.
There's only one.
nah,
for
the
me.
Assassinate's an interesting choice, and there's places where it's very good.
I am being
every time I play my
Eldard.
GSC,
They got a lot
they're
of
taking
stuff.
Assassinate
A lot of
against
damage.
me
There
because
are
I
things
take,
that
like,
just are
12
coming out of
different
nowhere.
characters.
So,
There's a lot of AP4,
Ton of,
and
like,
Marines don't like AP4.
Cult leaders and
all right,
Yeah.
did you make
I
me
mean,
minus 1 to hit? Is that what
Yeah,
you did?
they are naturally minus
The
1 to hit. I mean,
Gene
another
Stealer Gods have a
minus
special rule where they're for every HQ they take can
Right.
take a character without taking up a slot.
Lightning
I
claws.
spent a CP.
Yeah, I think a lot of GSC
sounds good.
players fall into that trap of taking like 6 characters, which
I'd probably take more than I should, but part of that is because I own
I have 10
a
attacks
pretty
with my lightning
limited
claws.
collection so far on GSC.
gotcha, yeah.
They're a new
hitting
they're a
on
new
fours,
army
that
for
one
me.
somehow
I mostly play Drakari, so
There's
like
like a little like,
sometimes I need
barely
these extra characters to hit my points
these
values.
all miss.
But
yeah, and then
even
they can be a big
And then
point
these
chunk,
ones
right?
twice.
Yeah.
So
But
we got
I mean,
Terminators
I'm
right now.
moving on
They're in melee with those Dire Avengers up there in the top right.
Rerolling.
I still don't think I've seen a list taking less than 3 characters
So
in them,
these
though.
are.
Oh yeah, mine has 4.
6
Yeah,
and
I was,
82.
Yeah, I'm
And
guessing
then
you
the
Patriarch,
old
Magus,
aspiring champion.
my other 2 are actually a Biophagus and a
So that
Nexos.
is 3 hits.
yeah, of course.
Just because the Nexos, I feel like putting the crossfire marker down.
The Nexus is so valuable. That is
2
probably the
AP4.
single
They have an
most
involved-
valuable data sheet in that
they do.
list.
Yeah, you turn off Overwatch, turn on Fights Last, give +1 to hit and shooting.
It does so much for you, even if you don't have a single shooting unit in your army.
Which my Twisted Heal, I mean, I have Ridge Runners, I guess, but man, I've been super sad about those Ridge Runners. They've underperformed in all my games.
Yeah, I've not been impressed by them any of the times I take them either. I think the unit that has impressed me the most out of that army since it came out, though,
so
the
2 of the
Jackals.
3 are dead. 4 dead.
Yeah, I only have 2 units of 4 that I use.
So 3 of the 4
and that's
dead.
most of what I take, but like they're
The old
just
small one's dead, and I'll use my
efficient.
Fate Dice
Oh
on the
yeah,
last one. So
yeah.
it's
For
back.
53 points with the demo charge.
Actually, I probably could have put more of that on the
14
XR, but
inches. Yeah, throw the demo charge. I love those things. -1 to hit and shooting in combat. It looks like Ben's gonna have those Terminators there on his turn, which is gonna be pretty
Took
interesting.
out, I think that was about 6 or 7 Dire Avengers right there in that melee.
That's something.
Because even if you charge Emperor's Children, they go first in melee. The special rule for them. So I think, Dan probably thought, I'm going to charge in, I'm going to finish off these last 3 or 4
Yeah, he chose
Terminators.
to fight first with the Shining Spears because he got first declaration, but that meant the Terminators got to swing back.
Yep. It's always a little rougher than you think. Emperor's Children have some nasty tricks up their sleeves.
Yeah.
As is fitting for the devotees of Slaanesh. It's never that straightforward with them.
Yeah, it looks like 3 Terminators or 3
or 4. It's
Well,
I
think it's 3.
I think it's 3. That squad took some hits.
Yeah, it started as a 10-man squad.
Oh no!
Yeah.
I thought it only started as 5. That's
No, it was a 10-man squad.
It was bad. It took some hits that were not.
To be fair, it has also taken down a Fire Prism and a Ranger unit, and it's been doing work.
It's been doing work. It's just for what it is. It's like that's like 500 points right there, if not more.
Oh no, Ben.
Oh, the Hexar just
Oh no.
The Exarch just took revenge.
Took him out, man.
I was about to be very interested to see what those Terminators did in the next turn. Unfortunately, that's not going to
The
happen.
answer is
All right, so
not
you only fail on a 6. Is that true?
Hopefully Ben has something since he's going into his turn 2, right?
Yeah, I need leadership for my Noise Marines.
I should put the last.
Now, and this is always the problem from this view, is some, like, we've had this where we're like, oh man, this guy has like nothing left, and he pulls the lid off one of these pieces of terrain. It's just like 12 guys. And you're like, oh, never mind.
Yeah, something is definitely in that middle ruin for
Yeah.
Ben.
Yeah, because he took Stranglehold, so he had to have
Looks like
controlled
we're getting some attrition here from combat. So he lost 2 guys.
That's a 1. That should be fine.
I think that's
That was Dire Avengers leadership, I believe.
Yep. The heroic leadership right there. They don't even care.
Okay.
They've lost like 8 dudes this round. They just whatever.
We're doing some scoring. Well, so let's see what Ben does back. Whoa.
So Ben's claiming both for
Wrath of Cain. Yeah.
Wrath of Cain.
Outside the area. I don't think it's back.
Man.
1 or more.
I'm just really interested to see what the Chaos player is going to bring in for the Deep Strike, because that was the Elder turn, I believe.
That was the intent.
Okay.
Yeah, that they're over now. They're consolidating their end of round 1.
I'm holding 2. Yep.
We're going to see what happens.
It's a long round 1, but it's been vicious. I mean, we lost. There are a ton of points have just disappeared off the map.
Yeah, and these like diagonal, the 3 objectives in the center of missions like this, like really lean to that, because you got to go out and hold points. So you're getting closer.
From looking through the missions they selected, I don't remember what the round 1 mission was, but they seem to have picked a pretty aggressive set of missions.
So it looks like Ben is trying to deep strike right there, like where they're pointing. They're checking for distances from them.
So he does have something in reserve that he's bringing in.
Yep.
Let's hope it's 10 more Terminators.
It might be. That would really make this map look a lot different if suddenly 10 Terminators landed and just started shooting Meltas off.
Just getting in, clogging some objectives. They're dicing it off. So we're going to see what comes down. Oh, we got somebody's head on the dice tray up there. That's nice. So, have you guys talked a lot about the new Nephilim tournament pack that's coming out?
We've touched on it a couple times. We were talking about it a little bit with the winner from the last round, because he was a Tyranid player that ran the triple patrol so he could take the Hive Tyrants.
I gotcha.
And that's just not going to work.
Yeah, he flat out said, he was like, I have to change what I'm doing.
It's so many changes, like I have no idea how the meta's going to shake out.
What they did right there is they mapped out the deep strike ranges.
The whole table, look at that.
So now Ben is taking his turn. He wanted to do that. He wanted to do that to like kind of map it out so that he knew what he was doing when he was moving.
Yeah, that's smart. It saves a lot of time. Like it takes a little time now, but it's going to save you time if you have a lot of deep strikers coming in.
Yeah, he has 2 units. I think he's bringing in.
Oh, perfect.
Right now.
It's good. So he's going to have a little punch back. And Eldar are like a powerhouse in the meta for sure, but they're not like as point and click as Tau or as
I think they are the healthy kind of powerhouse in the meta, where
they're the high skill ceiling kind of.
Right, they have a lot of powerful tools that lend them to tournaments, but they don't have the same like face roll that we get from the Tyranids in the last round and stuff like that.
Yeah, or me playing the poor freebooters.
Yeah.
Who aren't really a powerhouse in the meta,
but we're at one point.
Yeah.
So we got the Apostle down there on the bottom right. I think he's going to try and get him into melee range with those warp spiders, try and tie them up.
He's got to be planning to bring something else down there, because just running the Dark Apostle by itself over there is a bold choice, I'll say. Ben's a bold man, so we'll see what happens.
I run a Dark Apostle in my Night Lord's army, and they're tough. They got that 4-up invul, 2-up to hit melee, pretty strong mace.
Yeah.
But like the real thing is that they can buff dudes, right? Like it's that they can like throw out with like some pretty good,
And he's not buffing anybody down there by himself.
Well, he already did. I mean, you do it during the command phase, so
Do they do it in the command phase?
They do.
Okay.
Yeah. It's just
old books. It's not always consistent.
It's like a chaplain prayer that happens in the command phase. I think what's going to happen is he's going to warp time the Apostle over.
Oh, to get closer. That makes sense. Gotcha.
But he's going to leave his little buddies behind.
Oh, that's right, because that's not a unit. That's
yeah,
where
the
they
acolytes
actually-
are right. Thing. They move.
Oh,
they
those
move
poor
separate.
acolytes are out there in the open. Their little cultist lives are going to soon come to an end.
Oh, that's what they're for.
That's true. That's true.
That's Fabius. I think that's Fabius, or that's the. No, that's a. I think that's a sorcerer. I don't know what happened to Fabius Biles. Fabius Biles is somewhere in there.
Probably in the center of ruin.
Yeah.
Hope he's still alive, but
he does cool stuff.
Yeah, I've seen people run like with possessed. I don't know if Ben has any in his list.
The new possessed looks so cool now.
Oh yeah.
Oh
All the
my
new
God,
models.
I cannot
coming out.
wait for them to come out. My goodness.
It looks amazing. I'm really interested to see the new Chaos Codex along with the Guard Codex. My buddy plays Guard mainly.
Well, and that'll bring us just demons, short of I think everything being updated for the new edition. Plus we have the Leagues of Votan to look forward to.
We might see World Eaters Codex. Maybe they had that White Dwarf supplement.
Yeah, they're planning for that to come out soon.
Yeah.
They couldn't give a timeline, but I'm guessing we will see them by the end of the year.
Yeah, probably by Christmas.
That'll be awesome.
We've seen World Eaters.
Yep, and then sometime, I'm guessing late next year is when we'll see Emperor's Children get their own book.
I would love to see Emperor's Children get their own book.
I know they plan to do it eventually. The question is when can they spare the development
we got some Terminators
cycles.
coming in. Here we go. 10 Terminators.
Oh, yes.
You called it.
Nice.
Look at that.
Ben, you're a genius. Look at this. Here we go. He said, don't worry about it. I got 10 more. What is he going to charge with these things?
I forgot about the second unit. I should have known that. I had looked at his list, and I was like, wait,
oh,
where's
you left
the
us
second
in suspense.
Yeah. It's that, and I think the Havocs.
Cinematic, you know. It's like, oh, the Terminators have fallen. What's Ben going to do?
Drop 10 more.
Just come
Say,
out of the sky.
handle it again.
Maybe that's just one unit of 5?
Oh, he might be breaking them apart. You can do that. Or he's just lining them up. Now, I believe they're all equipped with a combi melta.
Ooh. Not all of them. I believe it's about half and half.
Half and half.
Oh, okay.
I mean, he probably took the special weapons on them.
Even just the axes in close combat for the Chaos versions are really,
I mean,
good.
I run Power Malls on mine.
Oh, yeah. Those are,
Strength 6, AP minus 2 damage. They chew stuff up, man.
Looks like Ben's going to try and charge that ruin with Eldar objective.
So
top,
it looks
right?
like each of the units has 4 combi meltas and 2 Reaper autocannons.
Yeah,
and
buddy.
then the rest are combi bolters.
Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy.
So
this is definitely the turn for Ben. If he doesn't get a hard punch now.
Yeah, he needs
yeah,
to get
this is where he
something
needs
right
to
now.
make some ground up.
And I think he's bringing in the Havocs now. Does he have Havocs?
He has.
Or Noise Marines.
He's lost a bunch of them, but he does have a unit of Havocs.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah.
Is that
4x Reaper autocannon Havocs.
Oh, okay.
Those Reaper autocannons. I mean, those are for Tyranids right now. So they have, I believe they have 8 shot, strength 5,
Yeah.
AP minus 1. They are 4 Tyranid warriors to fight those. I'm sure.
I guess I know what the Dark Apostle was for now, as he's bringing this down there.
Planned this out.
I thought he was just YOLOing the Dark Apostle over there.
Nah,
Ben
he apparently had a plan.
Quote Ben, I'm here to make your life as difficult as possible.
Man, that is a ton. Is that... So those are Havocs, not Noise Marines? With that,
That does not look like a unit of Havocs.
Yeah,
that
I
is
don't
too
know
many
what
for the
that is.
Havocs. That, I think, has to be the Noise Marines.
I don't know.
Oh, yep.
It's hard to tell from
Unfortunately
here.
for you didn't bring a headset, but the
Oh,
banter
no.
the banter between these two players has been fantastic. These guys.
Oh, nice. That's
They're
awesome.
having a great time with this
Yeah.
game. I can tell.
Ben is a guy. He's out there. He's having fun. Like,
Yeah.
I would love to play with this guy.
Yeah, he actually brought me a cookie that his wife baked at the beginning of the thing. He's going
that's
around
nice.
handing them out. Yeah, he's a nice dude.
He's a great dude.
Yeah.
Seems like
It's good to see that kind of player still out at the tournaments because everybody gets this image that tournaments are all like super serious and
Yeah.
most of these guys are just out here to have fun.
Yeah, just have a good time. Like, I know I'm not winning this thing. Oh, I'm 1-2 now, so I'm definitely not winning this thing.
Even when you were 0-0, you probably weren't winning this game.
Right, exactly, yeah. Like, I know I didn't bring one of those, like, armies. I'm not,
And
one of
just
the players,
even
so.
if you do, the odds of it are like we had almost 100 players here.
The guys that came out first and second place last year, unfortunately, they're kind of
out of it already.
Yeah.
I saw Pat lost, which is I think he won last year with his white scars.
Yep.
Yeah,
he's here with his white scars, and Mark Rutel, he won second place last year with his AdMech. He's running Death Watch this year. I think he's lost one. I think he's lost at least one. I haven't checked to see if he's won this round or not.
Yeah, the pairing system this year is really cool. I'm sure you guys have talked about it.
We've talked about it a little bit, yeah.
Yeah, it's at first I didn't know how I was going to like it when I came into the event as a player, and then I was like, man, it's really cool. I don't have to like worry about my score as much because it's all based off my opponent's win record as the first tiebreaker.
And I like it as a commentator because it's less predictable who's going to be on the top tables. Like, you're always going to have people with good records, but it's not going to guarantee. Like, if there's one person who keeps running away with games, he's not guaranteed to stay on table 1.
Right.
Which helps the content be a little more varied, which gives us more things to talk about.
You said Reaper autocannon, right?
Yeah.
Chain cannon?
He has them listed on the Havocs. It is a Reaper chain cannon. You are correct.
You said Reaper chain cannon?
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, Reaper chain cannon's heavy 8, strength 5, AP -1, 1 damage.
Yeah, that's built to that's built with a specific target in mind.
Yeah.
Shoot 5 melta guns.
Shooting 5 melta guns.
Or maybe only
I'm shooting some bikes now with those Terminators.
Yeah, trying to take them off that point and try to claim back some control of this territory again.
3 regular meltas, 2 Reaper.
I really just want to see this charge phase.
Yeah,
Actually, I think only those can see, actually.
Yeah,
You know, this is kind of disheartening. You know, when you're that Eldar player and you're like, I'm beating him back. He's totally gone, and just more show up, and they start shooting immediately. And
Come in waves.
Yeah.
So the Eldar player kind of had to go with those Shining Spears up in that top left objective. But if he would have left them where they were, I would have screened out that deep strike right there, and Ben wouldn't have been able to deep strike. Like now he's right in his grill. If he makes some of these charges, it's going to be an interesting game. But then the Eldar player's only holding the 2 objectives, so he had a decision to make, and I guess we're just going to hope, or the Eldar player's going to hope he doesn't make those charges.
It sounds like the Eldar player is not happy with his Strands of Fate for the round.
It's a charge, 2 cycles.
Man, Strands of Fate is such a good rule.
It is a very interesting rule.
Oh, we're going to be bringing in the trophy now.
That's gigantic.
First place gets to walk away with Pat McEnany. He walked away with this big thing. Look at this guy.
Put it right.
It's a big baby. That's what that is. Look at this.
Oh my goodness.
Look at this guy. Now, this guy, you could do reps with this. You know.
Yeah, probably. Should have taken a 4.
These guys. Yeah.
Let me shoot both. Shoot mine.
The powerful legs. Look at that.
Look at this.
He doesn't skip leg day.
No. Oh my god.
Hope you don't either.
It's like 17 pounds.
And then these will be hitting.
Give it a lift. Give it a lift.
Yeah, he also he has a frag grenade on the back. Whoever did this did some real detail.
Yeah.
Oh, that is nice.
Yeah. Just so you can get the back picture there of it.
Oh yeah.
Let's turn around. That thing is heavy.
Yeah.
I'm like grunting here. Okay, there you go.
Here, Phil, you try it.
Yeah. Everybody do some reps. We're gonna
try to
now
zoom in
move
on
the
it.
camera away
Yeah,
from Phil.
they're trying to zoom in on it. It's fine.
Nice.
So, of course, first place is going to walk away with this beautiful trophy, 3D printed, all resin, with his lovely mug.
And gold, which
In
obviously
gold
is the right,
and fully
right
based.
choice.
Doesn't have 3 colors though, so I don't think it's
It's
tournament
not
viable.
tournament legal, you know, but truth be told, there is no other color besides gold.
Yep, that's right.
No other color matters. So long
And
as gold
somehow I'm
exists.
not surprised you're starting Custodes next.
Well, I'm just tempted. You know, I'm a man who likes
Wow, nice.
power.
You, Mr. Efficiency.
And power armored. And a 2 foot tall little, or 18 inch
It's
tall.
like as big as one of those like super big Titans, you know, ones that come in.
Yeah,
they're
those
like
warlords.
The $2,000.
Oh my goodness.
This big boy. Yeah, we're gonna be and of course here at the Maryland Open we also have more awards to give out to people. You know, we have ratings for best general, best looking army, and stuff like that. Second and first place. Obviously, so there's more than just you know, Don's philosophy is that he wants not just gameplay, but you know, for people to be invested in
the hobby
and the game, and being here and being a good player, and you know, really improving the whole you know, environment, the entire how do I want to put it? The
Yeah, I'm just gonna shoot them into these guys. Yeah, I'm gonna do
the entirety of you know, Warhammer 40K in one thing. So you know, it's not just this. We're gonna have other prizes that are they're gonna be here tomorrow. So we'll show that on the stream tomorrow. There's lots of awards. Last year we handed out a life-size bolt pistol.
Oh yeah.
Out to it was Ultramarines colored, and we by chance gave it away to an Ultramarines player, and he loved it. He was very happy to have it. We have other awards to give out as well, gift cards, whatnot, and special awards given out by Tables and Towers, the game store that is helping to host this tournament. The owner there, he gives out his own awards as well. So check out the stream tomorrow after the 6th round. And you'll be able to check out the winners and other people who won these awards. Thank you, Mike. And
We all just got our workouts for the day.
Our stream tech director, guy in charge, the only one who does any work around here.
You were talking about wanting to take a look at the Emperor's Children. I didn't know if you caught that. All of them are converted from Primaris, so they're actually bigger than the average cat
That's
they're
awesome.
perfect. They are a chapter of perfection.
Yeah, obviously, Fabius, once he sees the Primaris Marines,
Yeah, he's like,
gonna
I can
want
do
some.
that,
I
but
can do
better.
that. I can. He looks at
can give him
Belisarius'
4.
call, and he's like, "Oh, you beautiful machine."
Oh, I think that unit at the bottom there is definitely shooting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I got
All those dice. I don't understand how players can use different colored dice. Ben's probably a psychopath of some kind. 'Cause-
Well, he mostly has been using the Emperor's purple,
you're right.
Emperor Children purple. But I think when you roll, like 36 dice or something, you gotta
just grab whatever you got in your
got
bag.
what you got.
Yeah. I don't know, it drives me crazy. Obviously, other people do it as well, but all mine have to be the same
Look,
color.
all my dice are from a pound of dice bag.
Oh no!
So they're just like
So you
every
understand.
they're
Every
not
little
just
bit.
every color. They're all sizes. I've got D6s that are the size of like a chicken egg, and then I've got some that are like the size of my thumbnail.
Let's see what the shooting is. I think all his are also some different sizes.
They might
Hopefully-
be. Oh my goodness. This is the
Here's some
Eldar player.
saves.
Those are his dice.
Look at those dice, all the same. Uniform. No, wait, those are different.
They're their own special brand.
They were close. I want to see what he was shooting at. Warp spiders. That
spiders.
makes sense. 'cause
Like,
that,
trying to take them off that objective.
that sure did work. Now that the problem is, what are you going to charge on that objective?
I think he's leaving them on the objective.
Oh, you did leave one closer, so that won't really affect the charge, which is awesome for Ben.
But I'm a warp spider. I can move 6 inches. You just can't charge me.
Oof, that hurt a lot.
I'm gonna take.
Okay. No, I mean, if you charge
I'm really, really interested to see if
Does
these
he reduce
Terminators
damage?
make their charge.
He's -2 to hit.
Correct. Excellent.
So I'm gonna spend 1 CP on.
Ben has some command points. Is he going to shoot him again at
He's
the
shooting.
end?
I think he's shooting actually at the plane.
Sounds good.
Yeah, he's shooting at the Crimson Hunter.
Oh, nice.
Across the board with all sorts of shots.
Sounds good.
Let's see. The
I think
Crimson Hunter, that's going to be tough to kill, even with
Yeah.
the amount of shooting.
I don't even know what he has left shooting at it.
Just a lot of things, I think.
Yeah, and the Emperor showed they can shoot twice with one of their units for the
That's
2
true.
CP, which he's got to be planning to do now. Like now this is Ben's turn to
Really
take the initiative in the game.
take that game back.
Let's see, and a lot of times how these play out is, whatever player commits first, maybe they do a little too early, and that's your chance to hit back and take control.
The Eldar player definitely, he moved out of his like nice little bunker,
Tiny
because
hole.
he called it the box of destiny, as Ben put it. Had all of his stuff in the box of destiny, and then Ben broke into it and he had to scatter. And it's kind of his chance to
Take advantage of it.
take advantage of that. But that was a good roll. He's only hitting on 4s right now because he did spend a CP to get some kind of
Rerolling all failed.
guaranteed force to hit kind of ability.
He's
I
got
believe
rerolls to wound.
Rerolls to wounds, wounding on 4s, I believe. Still pulled 2 more out.
Not terrible.
4, 6, 8, 9. No
Let's
AP,
see
no
these
cover.
saves. It's just not going to be enough to kill.
Needs 3s, took 5. Each one does 2 damage.
Oh, okay. Now we're getting somewhere. I don't know how many, if it has any wounds.
Down to
No.
3 wounds left on the airplane.
From my
Blastmasters.
is 5 shots.
5 shots.
And on 4s.
And on 4s.
Oh, the Emperor
Blastmasters.
Children, yeah, shooting is so gross.
These are strength 8, so wounding on.
Not that.
Oh, no.
Oh.
So 3 invulns.
Wait, it was wounded on.
Okay, D3 plus 1.
Oh, well, Veterans Long War, +1 wound strat
yeah,
probably went
yeah,
off.
yeah.
I forgot about that strat. So old.
Maybe. I can do Endless Cacophony.
That's got to be the plane, right? Oh, no, I guess
He hasn't even used Endless Cacophony yet.
Right,
Which is
'cause
the
that's
shoot again.
at the end, right?
And he's threatening. He's like, I can shoot again with my melting unit.
If it works,
He's
great.
basically
Slammed
threatening
his finger
it.
down on the table there.
Yeah, well, he's trying to. So Dan is trying to decide if he wanted to CP reroll.
40. Dolphin explode.
Oh, he just blew up the plane. Did 4 damage to the plane. Plane had 3 wounds left.
No explosion.
Bam! No explosion either.
Yeah, no, it's pretty crazy.
Oh my goodness! What a comeback!
And he's still got that charge he can make, which he's got to make the charge down there. One of the warp spiders, and then he's going to hold that objective. That's going to be huge.
For Endless Cacophony and shoot my Terminators again.
I'm trying to think of
He's
those.
using Endless Cacophony on Terminators, firing again.
Everything's out of deep strike, right?
No, I have 1 squad of Raptors.
Now these.
He's still got a squad of Raptors in reserve.
Nice. Yeah, those are going to be perfect to come down. Would have been perfect for R&D, Ben, but it's fine. It's zero.
You do.
Yeah.
Special, I believe your phrase was special kind of psychopath.
Yeah, he's a special. Look,
Ben's doing it, man.
Right, but Ben's over there playing, and I'm here after a turn 1 loss, so I guess I can't say anything.
It's just I've never seen a Space Marine Chaos Space Marine list with this many infantry in it. Like
Right.
normally they take something else,
A
but
rhino, some kind of transport,
Ben,
some
man,
kind of
Ben
tank,
is
something.
He's going out with just these squads of infantry.
Yeah, he really is leveraging all the strongest aspects of the Emperor's Children and the Terminators and those Havocs and the Noise Marines.
Yeah.
And all that other stuff that people try and jam in their lists. He just said, nah, I don't, not going to use it, don't need it.
These guys. Yes.
More.
Oh,
more
he's just taking out the warp spiders.
Wounding
Yeah.
on
Well, the bottom half of the Terminators don't have line of sight onto those bikes, so he's.
Okay, so that's
Because they're not. I think, as Dan said, they're not touching the base of that building, so you can't shoot them. So they got closed windows.
Obscuring. Yeah, and the 2 fully obscuring ruins are the ones up in the very top
Warp
right.
spiders off the board.
Oh man, so now he can't charge another objective, but it's actually probably fine because he holds 3 right now. It looks like.
Yeah.
So explain to me why I can't charge your.
You'd have to get.
Because I don't know what in the top left right there, but those might be OBSEC.
But considering the charge range right now,
Okay.
Oh, why is he so far
he
away?
needs to make 11.
Why can't I fight her through the wall? Because she's too.
Oh, he's measuring a little further back.
Yeah, below the wall. Okay. Okay. That sounds. Cool.
Oh, they were checking to see if he was within an inch of the ruin there to fight through the wall.
Is it an inch or a half inch? Because they keep saying half inch.
It is actually, that's right. 'Cause
Okay.
They,
You need to get within a half inch.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
you're engaged within an inch, and then to fight, a model has to be within a half inch now instead of an inch.
And he intentionally
Okay.
made it so that he couldn't. He has to actually be completely in get the model all the way in. He was like, because Ben was like, why can't I? And he was like, I intentionally designed this so you couldn't, knowing these rules. If I didn't specifically, that was my intention. And Dan has been very gracious, has warned Ben about basically all of his tricks he's going to do beforehand. So I would be very much on Dan's, like, Dan intended this. I would let him get away with it.
Yeah.
Because he's been so gracious.
Plain intent is a very good policy to
Yeah,
have.
and it's always important when you're playing to express your intent. I talk out what I'm doing. Like, I'm doing this because of this. Like, I would say I'm putting my whatever that model there is, Dire Avenger,
Yeah, and
an extra inch away from this wall so you can't fight through it. Just so there's no, like, this doesn't come up. It doesn't sound like they're arguing, but it's talking over.
Well, and it protects you from some mistakes. Like I've seen people who are like, I'm gonna move this over here so he can do R&D, and then you forget to mention it later. You can be like, I said it was. You knew I was doing
like, that
it.
unit did nothing else.
He was going to charge. He rolled Snake Eyes for the charge.
Was this the reroll?
And I will make my 11.
Ben, let me tell you, as a GSC player, just boss
Got
these
that
knives.
11-inch charge again.
Yep, that same exact charge.
It's what I got. I'm using what I got.
Man. Quote Ben, it's what I got. I'm using what I got.
I think they're both dry on CP at this point.
They are
already
both dry on CP.
That's amazing.
Ben just used his last one to convert one of his dice to a 6.
Oh, the transfer children, they can do that, yeah.
And he's charging the Farseer. If he gets her, that's probably gonna be that assassinate.
Make me eat my words, Ben, with the assassinate pick.
Yeah.
Eat your words might be an exaggeration. I think R&D might still be been the correct choice, but
man, look at this, getting in there, and this was what I was waiting for. This charge phase is going to be.
So he's getting these guys up close, so he can probably
They
consolidate.
both made it. Oh man, or was it one big unit?
That's one big unit.
Oh man, that's awesome.
yeah, he brought in 2 10-man units.
20 Terminators.
With combi meltas,
Oh, they were
Reaper
right on
chain
top of
guns, and
chain fists.
a chain fist on the sergeant.
And then
This is gonna hurt. This is gonna hurt the Eldar player a lot.
I gotta stay in that guy. Well, the pylon you don't have to.
Hopefully the Eldar player has now. Now I'm saying the opposite thing. Hopefully the Eldar player has something in reserve to come and hit back. Right?
This really turned around.
I don't see his fire dragons on the board.
They're
in the. I think they're still in the Wave Serpent.
They might pop out this next turn.
Outside that, scanning through his list, I don't know what else he has. Like, I don't think he has much in reserves. Like, he has the Bareth up there. Both Farseers are on the board.
And he's using
I think the Rangers got wiped already.
I think he's got that top left point because I think that's a regular Chaos Space Marine squad.
Yeah, if they have OBSEC, that'll definitely.
Nothing the Eldar has right now has OBSEC.
Yeah, I don't think they have any OBSEC left on the board.
Oh, that's gonna be. Yeah, Ben's only holding the 2, but it doesn't matter if he is gonna knock the Eldar player off all of them or just one.
I am just amazed at how aggressive this Emperor's Children playstyle is. I'm loving it.
Yeah, I love it.
Yeah, I am pretty sure he has nothing in reserves from the Eldar.
Oh,
reading back through their list, I can account for basically every unit.
That's gonna be rough. The fire dragons are not.
They're not that
Yeah.
They're not wiping army by themselves good.
No, I mean if he rolls well, they could kill a bunch of Terminators.
Now, to be fair to Dan, his Fire Prism couldn't activate last turn. Like, he might have been able to do even more damage.
Yeah,
last turn.
Both Fire Prisms got tagged in the first round. One of them got destroyed. The other had to fall back. And he couldn't use the Shroud for fallback and shoot because he needed to use it on the Dire Avengers who got tagged in the consolidation.
Who wiped out the Terminators.
I mean, yeah, he made the right choice there, but it does mean that the Fire Prism was basically taken out of action for a turn.
That Fire Prism did not get to use anything.
That Fire Prism has done 0
wasted points
at this point.
And it doesn't by itself
now.
Oh my
god, the floors explode in again.
Icon of Excess. With the +1 on the charge, his 4s explode.
That's all 4s.
Yeah,
there's 1-3. There's 1-3. He's fine.
Okay, yeah. That's fine.
You'll be fine, Eldar player. That's what I said as the freeboot has tabled me in turn 1. I'm fine.
Well, this is how he punched a Fire Prism to death in one turn.
Man, all those exploding. I can't even count that high.
Yeah.
I'm looning you on 3.
Whatever.
I don't have enough fingers.
Yeah,
man. I
whatever.
can't count that.
And I see now why I brought so many different kinds of dice.
He just didn't have enough of any of the other.
He needed all the dice he owned. This is whatever he's attacking is in a lot of trouble.
There's a gimmick to do that, but it's not good.
This is wild. This is wild. See, this is what I love to see is just the craziness of some armies. You just don't see him coming. You know, you're like, what? He does what?
Oh yeah, and they're all Lightning Claw Terminators, which is they're re-rolling to wound.
They're all wounds. It's like he planned it.
It's almost like he designed his list to work. And
Funny
have,
that.
I'm gonna ask him some tips
synergies
after
and
this. 20. Man,
20.
Let's see what gets. That's not good. I see a lot of 1s and 2s.
That is a very.
I don't know what it.
Your Farseer has like a 4-pin bomb?
Yeah, Farseer has
What? Let's see what he picks up.
No, that was from. I think that was the Howling Banshee, or not the Howling Banshees, the
Dire Avengers.
That just got obliterated.
They got whamped.
Are those the? Oh, yeah.
These are going into the Farseer.
These are going to Farseer, and remember, exploding 4s to 6s.
No rerolls, but that is 8 at AP4.
8 at AP4.
Look, I wounded a bunch.
Now let your squash
8 wounds at AP4 coming in.
It's
hope
gonna be
that-
4 pinball. That's basically all they
I hope
have.
that fade armor works out. No, it did not work out. That's a dead Farseer, I think.
Okay, great. And then the lightning claw attack will be converted into magic.
That's oh
Yeah, I just haven't pulled everything. I
That's fine.
wanted to finish
something.
save.
What? I don't think it was the Farseer on bike. There's something that just got picked
I think
up.
that. Yeah, I think that was the Farseer on foot, not the one on
Ah, okay.
bike. That he just took off. But still.
Gotcha. That other Farseer better fly far away.
10 attack from a Farseer. Ben's like, 10 attacks.
But I mean, they're all what? Are they still all D3 damage attack?
I don't know. She's got some kind. I think she has a force wet, right? They have like a witchblade or whatever
Right,
it's
yeah.
called. Yeah, it's crazy.
So tell me more about like so the Banshee map.
Can't keep up with all the new codexes coming out. I just try to learn my GSC.
Yeah.
You know, I complained about this earlier. I cannot stand that Games Workshop wrote in, instead of just a rule that says I go first, they wrote in, I go first, or opponent always goes last. I'm like, why would you include both of these mechanics?
So-
They both do the same thing.
The difference
not
is
quite,
important.
not quite.
The
Because if
difference
you're in
is
like
actually
a multi-melee.
Yeah, that's what it is. Is does this affect the opponent or does this affect me?
Right.
Because if it just makes me faster, it doesn't matter how many opponents I'm fighting. But if I'm like terrifying you,
yeah,
it matters.
Okay.
I'm willing to lose half of them, right? Because then I still will hold this.
You're not wrong. I'm not saying like I'm not even arguing your point. I'm
Don't
like,
make me defend GW's rule right
No,
now. I don't want to do it.
I'm going. You're not wrong.
I don't
But I
necessarily
don't
love it.
like that it's fine and it makes sense. It creates confusion no matter what, because most fights aren't big melee brawls. Like most fights in the game are with two units.
Two maybe
They touch.
A character involved in there.
They touch tips and then one dies.
You got the visual there for us.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And you know, you're like, okay, that's 90% of combats in this game is 2 units come at each other, and then one goes away.
Right? Because none of this is
Man,
obstacle.
this Eldar player is in big trouble.
He was having such a strong second turn.
Speaking of touching tips, he got in the. He got
that
tip.
strangle.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you are on.
If only Ben had taken R&D.
Man, we're really harping on him
Yeah.
for this one.
I know,
To
Ben,
be
it's
fair,
fine.
we spent a lot of time in the last round harping on the Space Wolf for taking R&D.
Oh,
yeah,
nice.
yeah.
Nice.
Goes to show you when it's good and when it's not, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, the last round with the objective, with the primary, primary having the action, he really struggled to try to get R&D and that done.
Yeah, it's if you don't have a plan for that, and the opponent I played that round was playing Deathwing, and he ran into that as well. He said, "Oh, I only have 1 unit of Terminators. They can either R&D or they can either do the action." And I said, "I was like, well, you have a decision to make again."
It's okay though. The table 1 match last round basically played with 2 secondaries on each side because I think the Tyranid player forgot psychic interrogation every round.
Forgetting to psychically interrogate.
Oh, that's such a good secondary now. I use it all the time with my GSC.
Yeah, it's so good.
Yeah, it's
not needing line of sight anymore and
Yeah.
stuff. It's so much better than it was.
yeah. I would have taken it round 2, but we were playing the diagonal where Pierce the Veil works. You can just advance up to the corner and get 15 on Pierce the Veil easily. But Psychic Interrogation is definitely my go-to. And then it will not be my go-to in the new mission pack next month. I don't know what is going to happen with all the secondaries.
Yeah.
I wish I could fall back to Psychic.
Does it not exist anymore, or why is it not going to be your go-to anymore?
So I think you have the 3 categories, right, that are auto-picked for you. I didn't hear anyone talk about Psychic secondaries.
I think I don't know. I don't know what the answer is there.
Or maybe you can swap into one of them.
I think you can.
That would be good. I know you can now pick any of your faction secondaries.
Yeah, you can pick
be
any
all
number
3 if you want.
Faction
Which is cool.
secondaries.
As long as they're not in the same category.
Right. Then.
Now we're going to see the Eldar player.
Well, he's got a shooting phase, and
Move
only
his
one
3
of
models.
only one of his guys are tied up in melee. So he's got a good run of it. Unfortunately, Terminator's tied up in melee. He cannot shoot into him right now unless he falls back with Farseer, which will mean that the Farseer, I believe he just said the Farseer can't do Psychic if he falls back with her.
Yep.
Yeah.
So
Can't cast
he's only got the
power
1
and no
CP this
powers.
round.
Ooh.
He's going to be strapped. It's going to be tough.
I mean, I mean, I understand you have to fall back or else you're gonna get killed, but like this falling back really doesn't
What is
get you
that
anything.
lone model that's right there that he's messing with right now? What is that?
Is that the Bahara?
No, Bahara is over there by the.
Is that like a single dire Avenger that survived or something?
It might be the Exarch or something. I think it's the Exarch. Baharam, he's moving Baharam now.
Oh, I
Baharam
didn't see her back there.
Bahara's jump every turn.
It's gonna be very interesting to see when the Eldar player.
Yeah,
gets
Ben
taken
is
to
like,
see if-
what's this thing do? He's
Yeah.
just jump every turn. He's like, yeah.
just goes wherever
Just,
it wants.
just ignore it basically until you kill the rest of the Eldar army.
It's just you're just stuck with it, mucking about in your field, throwing bombs at you.
At least they can't do the indirect fire spam anymore with the nerfs. Oh, I played that with my GSC.
I remember when the Eldar book came out that gave Baharam or whatever.
Barroth.
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 I think all three of us have said it differently. But I think you're right.
Well, he's looking at it.
Oh, okay.
He's cheating.
I have the list. I can tell you how it's spelled. Doesn't mean I can tell you.
But I remember when the rule changed where Baroth could actually just do the up and down thing, and every turn that they came into play, they laid a pie plate down.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
Remember that's how far long ago it
Yeah.
was? It's like, back in my day, we had pie plates, and everyone was angry about
They're
them.
coming back.
Are they really?
Of course,
Well, in 30K, yeah, okay. In 30K.
I'm excited for that.
Oh man, that box set is such a good value.
Oh,
the game looks
yeah,
so
even if you're
cool.
playing 40K, that box set
I mean,
is
I think
insane.
this
It's
is just a perfect
40.
testament to nostalgic thinking, where you just can't remember how bad something was.
Yeah,
And we're all
that's
like,
true.
oh man, remember pie plates?
I
And
don't
then
know.
I'm like, wait a minute, hold on, let me think.
You're still getting 40. Like, that box is just a great buy because
Yeah.
it's 40 Marines,
Mhm.
10 Dreadnought, or 10 Terminators, a Dreadnought, a Contemptor Dreadnought, and a Land Raider.
Did
And
that,
the
wait,
characters.
okay, so this box, does it have, is it specifically to a specific legion?
No,
you paint 'em
just
up
beakies.
however you want.
Just beakies.
It is beakies. You have to be okay with beakies.
Yeah, I do like the Mark III better because I like Iron Warriors.
Yeah,
Perturabo is my
I'm trying to
favorite.
build Thousand Suns, so I'm trying to source some heads for them because
Yeah.
beaky heads on Thousand Suns is a little
I'm
weird.
a man of culture. I only play with the stupid Batwing helmets on my guys.
Oh, the Knight,
excuse me.
yeah.
Yeah.
And they're all fine
Night
cast,
Lords.
and I
Hate that.
hate it.
Snap off.
Snap
They have
right
one,
off.
One thing.
Yeah. Well, I'm.
God.
Yeah.
Here.
Leave that ball.
Oh,
You've
he's
seen Dan here. He's waving his hands.
yeah, he is animated. Ben's even got the Emperor's Children shirt on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's full in
I
on
don't think
this.
I'm worried about you killing this.
But-
I'm gonna see this. I'm gonna
I'm excited for the new Horus
love the
Heresy
commitment. Yeah, I love the commitment.
edition. Have you been reading through the rules for that at all?
Yeah, the reactions are really
Oh,
cool.
the reactions are so cool.
The Primarch rules are awesome because like
Yeah.
they basically make your army play differently by taking a 500-point character, which is awesome.
It's so cool. I'm excided.
Yeah, I wonder if
Why are you doing this to me, guys? Like, I wanted to buy a Chaos Knight.
just try it. Everybody's doing it.
But I want to. But I need to buy Conrad Kurz. That's my name.
Yeah.
It's my guy. He's a horrible, horrible monster. And he's my guy.
I'm just like as a tournament player, like I'm interested to see because that is like it lends itself very well to be a competitive game with the
Yeah.
reactions and like
Yeah.
everybody's a Marine, so like that's way easier
But
to
only
balance.
for a little while.
That's true.
Like they're going to be bringing in the Custodes and the Demons and the Solar Auxiliary and stuff.
Time traveling Tau. Yes.
But like, even then, it is a smaller selection of armies
Yeah.
that I do believe is easier to balance.
Sure. Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
It'll be interesting to see if that game goes that competitive route or if it's more like
It
a historical
historically
war
has
game.
not, but it'll be interesting to see if it does with this new focus on it and the big push to move it away from Forge World only. I think gives it a shot.
Right. Right.
So Ben has forgot every turn to use his Warlord trait. Or
What is
Ben
this?
said I didn't need that.
I believe it lets him switch spells and stuff.
Oh yeah.
He's like, I've forgotten to do it. Because I just heard
I
Ben go for the
love
streams
this
education.
list.
I've forgotten.
This feels like Ben was like, I love Emperor's Children, and like I'm gonna write a backstory for my spell slinging warlord. Like that doesn't really fit with his army tactics, like does it?
I don't know that.
There's
For
a
me,
man.
like that. Being able to do warp time is just super nice on an army like this.
Oh yeah.
That's true. And then you can switch, I guess, to the other power, but just like take warp time. I don't.
He took warp time.
Right, but
I don't know why
what's
he
he
has
gonna
all
switch
that.
to? Yeah.
Yeah.
And then that'll kill.
But Ben knows better than us, obviously. He's
Well,
all over
he's
the
clearly
board.
not cared. He's like,
Oh,
I
there
just
goes
need
John.
these same spells over and over
Yeah,
and over again.
I feel like he probably doesn't take that in a month
Right.
when he has to pay for it.
Oh,
Assume on these two on
And yeah,
Those poor Space Marine players. I hope pick wisely. What are those? All those relics and warlord trades you want? 'Cause you're not getting all of them.
Yeah.
Ugh. It'll be. I have no clue where even the meta will fall. Like
it's gonna be wild. You were talking about psychic interrogation. I think you're more likely to take
So
it.
we just lost 4 Terminators.
Oh, that was quick.
From the fire dragons. Yeah, that'll do it.
Fire dragons. Yeah.
Some fire prism, fire dragon. Something was shooting into them. I didn't see any fingers
pointing.
Dan didn't do any fingers on this, so.
2 AP1.
Those Terminators might be between the fire dragons and the fire prism whittled down pretty good.
Yeah, it's that thing where Terminators have that weird quality of being like really tanky, but not as tanky as you think they are, unless you're playing like an actual army that's good at being tanky.
Like Death
you're like,
Guard.
yeah,
Those
you're
Death
like,
Shrouds are a big
because even with Armor of Contempt, like 2-ups is like nowadays in this edition, not that good. You gotta have more.
Doesn't go as far as it used to.
Yeah, you gotta have damage reduction, or you gotta have some kind of AP reduction, or feel no pain on them.
Yeah.
And they just don't have that. So they're just 2-up, 5-up, 5++, 2-up, 2+. And that's not actually that scary right now.
No, especially with how killy the game is, and me and my first round opponent were talking about this as he tabled me, but like
he has experience.
That's true, yeah, exactly. The killiness of the game is so maxed up to 11.
Yeah, for sure.
And the defensive buffs, like you said, what do you got? Like Deathwing Terminators maybe are the toughest thing. And
that or Death Shroud Terminators out of the Death Guard.
And like my Gene Stealers from Twisted Helix were tearing through them earlier, and like Gene Stealers from Twisted Helix are not the most deadly thing in the game.
No.
So
Well,
it's not the same.
There's actually a design philosophy about that. I mean, if you do tabletop role-playing games as well, there's kind of a rule where you actually want things to be more dangerous on the offense than as the aggressor than as the defender, because it's fun when you do something to someone and it works. It's not fun when you do something to someone and it doesn't.
That makes a ton of sense.
Yeah, because being a defender, you're passive. You're not actually. Yeah, you can be like, I'm so tough, but like I didn't actually do anything typically.
I sat here and existed.
That's why so many of like the MMOs and stuff have to find ways to give mechanics to the tanks and stuff. Because, otherwise you're just like, I'm sitting here, everybody else is doing damage.
I know this isn't a World of Warcraft stream, but there is nothing funnier than being like a tank class and running into PvP and just being like, nothing can kill me, and you're just whacking people really hard. They're like, please leave me alone.
Please go away. You can't kill me, but please go away.
Please stop. I can't mount.
I think you make a really good point there, because like every time the game meta has shifted to Deathwing Terminators just sitting on objective scoring to the last, and their Stubborn Defiance, and then like Custodes before they got some of their nerfs were super defensive, and like I definitely felt that playing them. Like, this is not a fun game. Like, it's not your opponent's fault, but like
but it's it's tough because it feels like you
slog.
Can't do anything.
Right.
Yeah. The most boring game to watch is Death Guard versus Custodes, because just no one dies. You're just like, two guys go smoosh, 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 and you're like, I
actually played a game against Custodes before their nerfs. The last major that was here, and the guy, the 30 Gene Stealers, Twisted Helix, like really aggressive Gene Stealer cult list, and when turn 1 I just sat in my corner. The guy was like, "You're not going to come over here?" I was like, "No, there's no point. Why would I like?" And that's exactly what you said for game design.
Yeah.
You don't want to create a game where me, as that aggressive army player, says, "I'm just going to sit in my corner and I hope he doesn't come over here," because he didn't have fun. That was not a fun game for us.
Yeah. But that's just it's its own thing, and because I've worked on worked in some help quality control some tabletop RPGs and stuff, and I asked this of people. I was like, why is this power so good? Why can it like bypass, like why isn't the defense roll really good against it? Like, it seems like you're always going to get this to go off, and this can like really hurt somebody or hurt a player or whatever. And they're like, well, it's more important that it happens consistently, and the times it doesn't happen are the moments where everyone gets really excited, because it's the kind of thing that this always happens, but suddenly the mind control didn't work this one time, and so that's a kind of a design philosophy that I think kind of extends into Warhammer 40K.
Yeah, absolutely. It makes a ton of sense. Yeah.
Like it's why I'm fine with Smite doing mortal wounds instead of some kind of like AP strength chat, AP 5.
attacks,
hit, where
yeah.
it's like 90% of the time this is still just basically a mortal wound. But I'm fine with it, just being like, no, you can't resist these. These just go through. You know, just let
We
the
don't
psychic.
do a lot of them. We just
Unless you're Tyranids with the Maliceptor.
Yeah, yeah.
Wow.
You should have seen table 1 last game. The guy threw out like I think like something like nearly 11 or 12 mortal wounds in one psychic.
Yeah, if you have the Zonothrobes like mixed in too, it's
three hive tyrants throwing smites and stuff.
And screams and stuff out.
Yeah,
It was brutal.
It was brutal.
There's a lot of 1s and 2s, Ben. That's not good. Oh, that's not great.
Oh no! You've scooted me.
Punch from the Eldar back is way more than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah.
That the Eldar, yeah, this is that's been this game is basically the Eldar player going, ow, that hurt. My turn.
And like,
It's been a slugfest.
Yeah, and these are the exciting games you want to watch, other than the two armies sitting in the corners and not interacting. Like, these guys are trading shot for shot. And
I mean, this is the kind of game where you're like, I just wonder how this is gonna go, because you know, like the last game for round 2, I mean, that game was just. You just watch that Force Space Wolf player. He was just getting bowled over.
unfortunately, those games, I was just talking with my opponent this round about it, because like, and he was a really good guy. I was like, you know, we don't need to play this out anymore. Like, you've killed half my army in turn 1. Let's just go relax and have a good time.
Yeah.
And he was like apologetic, and I said, look, it's not your fault, man. That's how some games end. Like, you just got to take it on the chin.
And the back to the change from match points, you don't feel bad about doing that.
Yeah, I was
anymore.
like, yeah, that's perfect. I said, you know, you're gonna get your win. I'm gonna get the 0, and then I'll move on and see how the
Come visit us
tomorrow. Yeah, I'll come. I'll be on stream and watch Ben play. Hopefully, beat Eldar. We'll see what happens. Yeah, I'll be interested
Noise
to
Marines
see
are shooting back, or he's in melee.
Good. I will not kill him.
where.
Does he have any moral protection?
I think the only Baharoth's in melee. And then, yep. Oh, guess what?
Baharoth
No
died.
way.
I think he's just moving.
Nope.
Yeah, okay,
Oh, no, he's-
gotcha. Yeah.
Okay, never mind.
I was like, what?
'Cause I heard them go by Baharoth or whatever, and I was like,
Oh wait, that's too close. That is too close.
Man, that is super frustrating for Ben, I'm sure, to just watch her come in and attack and disappear.
well, she used to leave the table. I think she just moves somewhere on the table now. So I
This
think
is-
he just moves her back into the
Yeah.
Wave Serpent or something.
This is more frustrating because now I can see this model that just killed some of my
Yeah,
people.
I just can't do anything. I think he just lost Fabius Bile, is what just
Oh.
happened. I think Baharoth charged a Fabius.
I think an issue is now he had to put him down there. That big unit of, or the Noise Marines or the Havocs.
Yeah.
He had to put him down there to kill what was on that objective, but they're kind of out there. They're stuck down there this whole game. They're not going to move much further than that.
Oh, luckily
objective.
the chain gun has like a really long range, so he can kind of just park those and take the shots.
I guess, yeah, he'll be happy with that down there on that objective. That makes sense. Oh, I heard somebody yell yes over there. We got like 6 tables on the other side of us here, so we can hear the players playing.
Oh, wow.
Only 2 guys.
Okay. That's scary.
Excellent.
I don't know what is attacking
Taking
now.
hits from those Terminators, I believe.
That's not good.
Well, I think they get fight.
Oh, Ben's about to pick up a
Yeah,
model.
we're in a fight. Huh?
Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
So those I believe those guys. No, they're not Noise Marines. Never mind. They don't actually get the fight on dad.
But I will likely not make it.
Emperor's Children just means he fights first.
Yeah. So he charged me.
I don't know what that model is that they're in combat with. Maybe.
Ooh.
Naturally -1 to hit. I have prescience, and
I gotta think 2 Terminators can kill, unless it's an Altark or. Okay, now with that roll.
And I wound you on 2, so I wound you twice, maybe 4, and these are both.
But he still has the exploding force, right? So it's.
All level 1.
3 damage.
You got.
I've got him.
Mess this up, he would be alive.
There it goes, and so that's his objective now. Looks like.
Okay.
So that's a dead Banshee.
That'll be 1, 2. Unless he has any models.
So
in the
those
center
Dire,
there.
it was not Dire Avengers. It was a group of Dire Avengers and Banshees.
Ah.
So 1 or 2, and my champion runs away as
Oh, Terminators failed.
Oh, that is big.
That was
Yeah.
a little
Failed the leadership and then,
He doesn't have 2 CP to defeat that.
Oh, because that would have been his objective
At least
and
Baharoth
helped
got a
him in the
kill.
primary
Yeah,
to
man.
keep it
Oh,
close.
yeah.
So,
He's doing his thing.
That's rough.
is there anything else you should?
This is one heck of a game. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
It's been
So you
so
got
bad.
4 for your
forth.
walk, right?
Or what?
They're going to their third turn.
Wrath of
I
Cain.
think.
And so much has died already. Like, it's
You got 3 for
crazy.
Strangle.
You got-
Well, this is why I'm
R&D?
like I kind of wish the games. You know, it's that I was talking earlier about the double-edged swords of long Warhammer games. Of like, I wish Warhammer games would go deeper because you get more like complicated rounds. And, like trading blows and these dramatic games that last a long time. I don't like Alpha Strike games as much. But at the same time, you're like, God, I'm getting tired. Holy crap! I can't keep
I
taking
don't know.
this.
Back in the day of the old like square-based fantasy, some of the games could take like 4 or 5 hours, and like it had such cool rules, and the immersion was so cool. But like,
I do miss rank and file.
Yeah.
Like Age of Sigmar has got some interesting things, but it's just not the same.
No, I would say like the Game of Thrones miniature game, A Song of Ice and
That's
Fire,
what I've heard.
does it really, really well. Like that is, whoever wants to look at making a rank and file, like quote unquote miniature game, like
I keep thinking back to 8th edition fantasy and going, I wish 8th edition and 7th edition like had a baby, because I wish 7th edition's unit and melee rules
beginning of turn,
were
sorry.
and 8th edition's magic
beginning of
rules
turn. He's
like
gonna
combined, because I really liked 8th edition's
hey, you
magic,
should shoot better.
and I liked
And he does.
7th edition's like the way it's melee and its like units played. I'm like, I wish that was what Age of Sigmar had become.
Right. I know they're coming out with Warhammer: The Old World, so we'll see.
We'll see when that happens.
See what they go with. I mean, the Horus Heresy reboot looks like it's going to be a huge success. So hopefully they do kind of the same thing.
Yeah. Well,
with the Old World.
it needed to not be Forge World.
Yeah.
Like hands down. It just,
I mean, that's you can only do so much to
well, they
grow
actually
a.
weren't that bad, but those ones over there were really easy to
Ben's
jump
pointing
on.
Ben, so I guess we're in Ben's turn now.
Yep, we're in Ben's turn.
Yeah.
And
I
the
know.
Chaos
You were
player.
planning on like, hey, if I bait you in, then you can get into the thing and totally understand.
I should have hit one. I should have hit one back here.
They're talking right now. I don't know if they're just shooting it or.
I think they're I think they're talking about like placement of the Rangers.
And the other one should have just.
Because he placed them early and aggressively, and they got.
I didn't think you get a shot.
Oh, they got. Yeah, they just got
I
executed.
could have. I probably could have just lined them up back here, and you not get a shot anyway.
I think he's just kind of. Ben's deciding where he wants to move, and Dan's going. I made a mistake.
We've all been there.
So they'll be able to shoot out of that ruin down there because it's like a little, you can see through the windows.
Yeah.
What do they
And he's
have
on.
range
He's
to?
on the objective. That one unit is.
Also, to clarify whether those were Noise Marines or Havocs, the answer is both. It was two units there.
Mixed together. Okay.
They had to stay pretty tight to each other because of the 9 inches. Stay 9 inches away from things.
Because I can't be within 9 of you.
But now that they're moving out, I can.
Here goes this Dark Apostle by himself again.
So I got a problem because
He hasn't been shot yet.
That's true.
He's just kind of been running around.
I feel like anytime I do this with my characters, they get blasted off the table. Ben's just getting away with running around.
The weird thing about Dark Apostles is, one, they're chaplains that don't have jump packs. And two, they themselves aren't that scary. Like, their melee's okay. I think if I'm remembering correctly, they're like maybe strength 5, strength 6. And they do 2 wounds and -3 weapon. And I think they attack like 4 or 5 times. But like, they don't have any crazy rules that make them like really scary in melee. They're just like good melee lords. But so like, they're kind of not the most tempting thing to shoot at, and also they have those 2 little acolytes next to them a lot of the time. So those just get plinked off. So they kind of operate at like a weirdly tough unit. That's also not that threatening. So you're not scared of it. So you're not going to shoot at it.
Right.
Oh, right. He has the Raptors still to bring in.
Nice. I'm really interested to see why Ben moved that. Is that a librarian? Whatever. Sorcerer with a jump pack?
Sorcerer with jump pack.
Sorcerers aren't terrible in close combat. Like,
if they got that force weapon.
If that other unit gets up there, maybe you want that sorcerer a little closer for the future. I mean, don't send him out there by himself.
I think.
But
I am curious. Well, he's out of line of sight for the Fire Prism and the Wave Serpent right now, so I think he's just trying to shield them.
Keep them alive. That makes
keep them
sense.
alive.
And he's gonna so that's a forest up there. That the left. Oh, they have fly, but that doesn't apply in the charge phase. So he's gonna get the -2 if he goes in there. We'll have to see.
Let's back up a little bit. They're within 3 of this.
They have chainswords.
He's gonna deploy.
I got
off of it.
3 combi
They're
meltas
still gonna
and
get the -2.
1 lightning claw.
Okay.
And
Raptors on the objective, and then
Are your chainswords AP1?
after this, the players have everything on the table, so it's just what they can trade.
Oh yeah, this is just going to be, at this point they're just going to start grinding. See, we've got Baroth, we've got Fire Dragons, we've got Wave Serpent.
Oh no, he's gonna be fine.
I think we've got Rangers over there top right, and we've got a Fire Prism. So let's see what happens.
It looks like a lot of those, if they're the Havocs or the Noise Marines, the bigger squad in the center there, like, some of them are blocked by that obscuring terrain.
Yeah, Ben's been having a little bit of trouble with that obscuring terrain this game. He's kind of
on here for
he's been locked out from a couple of shots.
It is hard with just the 6-inch move.
Oh, he's warp timing those guys.
Ah, okay.
And
So
then
now they're going to get inside of there. Shoot. All right.
Move
Never mind.
them,
Ben
but
had
I'm
a
gonna
plan
cast
for it.
Prescience on them anyway.
So he's casting Prescience on them as well.
No, that
I
didn't
will
work.
use my 1 Warlord Psychic reroll.
Psychic reroll with the Warlord trait.
I don't get it.
Oh, still doesn't go off.
want
No
to
crit.
save him
from the barrels.
Yeah, let's save him from perils.
Perils is more fun.
Okay, so now he's going to be able to shoot.
How fast?
6.
If he doesn't put one of these on the subjective, I'm going to be shocked.
I should be able to slide some shots into
Yeah, I'm saying.
Wave Serpent.
Maybe they just didn't have the movement?
Well, he's got the acolytes are on the.
Gotcha, okay.
Yeah, they're a little off color, so.
Yeah, it's hard to see them.
Then-
Oh, I
That
can see
makes
him.
sense.
I don't know if they
Because I
blend. They didn't
successfully
really
cast
blend in.
a
Actually,
Psychic
I
Power,
didn't
I
even notice.
forgot
Yeah, they kind of blend into the art a little bit.
These are the luckiest acolytes ever. Still alive. Turn 3.
He gets 1
Making it.
reroll, and then
Nobody's
gains
shooting them.
CP. It's for like Master
They're gonna
Fate.
be
Every
going
time I
flat.
play my
So these guys
apostle,
zombie
people start
melters
shooting at him, and
into-
I'm just like, bye.
Die immediately.
Start blinking them off.
Yeah. So,
And,
your guys are -1, so I'm just gonna shoot.
Oh, charge up there from the Raptors.
So
If they're just
the
regular Raptors, I mean, they might not
combi
even.
I think
kill.
they- it sounds like they
the
have
two melter
combi
guns
melters.
and the combi melter
Oh,
hit
okay.
on freeze.
So you might just be looking to shoot those guys off that objective.
I'll miss. And then
Apparently they all
my
missed.
2
Yeah,
bolter
the natural
shots,
-1 on
bolter
those spikes is.
The Shining Spears are so tough to hit.
and wound on 4. 1.
Yeah, I think
One
that's
wound
okay.
went through.
Oh, wow, that's a save.
I did not need that, my man. Needed that to go differently.
Ben's not happy with that shooting phase.
Yeah, it was so strong last turn, and then petered out of gas.
We
It
shoot
looks
all
like.
their shots.
Couldn't make those
into
melta
Uranus.
shots.
Then you got to think, what's it going to look like when he has 6 CP to start with, and not 12 to spend to shoot again for 2. Better in a long war for 1. That's 3 CP.
Uh,
All my guys. 24. Not all of them. That's 24 right there for the guy.
Guess they're checking ranges.
They're
checking line of sight.
Well, there is a rules confusion, I think. They are misconflated in something. You have to be in line of sight and range, but it does not have to be the same
The
model.
same, right? Yeah.
I think they are checking that. So.
Oh god.
It is annoying.
Yeah, just because you can only see that one on the far right, it looks like.
Yeah.
You still measure range to that closest one.
Yeah, the weird thing is if any part of your, I think it's what, any part of your unit can see any part of that unit, the whole unit can fire.
So it's still on like a model by model basis. But
For line of
you
sight.
can
For line of
kill.
sight.
You can kill anything that even if you can't see it, you can pull.
Oh, okay.
Pull things away from there.
Wound you on freeze.
Like some other games, like Star Wars Legion, you can only kill if you can't see that model, you can't kill it. You only
Right.
put wounds on the ones you can see.
I think he's trying to trigger Long War because he's on an objective right now, and if he kills a unit, he gets Long War points.
Oh, okay. That's a really.
Because I think Ben is he's really trying to play for the objective. He's really trying to get.
I mean, that's what he
points.
needs to at this point.
I think Dan's gotten blood sacrifice for Cain or whatever it is. Blood for Cain, Wrath of Cain.
Both. I think you got it both.
Yeah, he's gotten them
But
both
he actually,
triggers every round.
He's gonna struggle this round though.
I
don't know what he can kill and shoot it with.
He's also out of other than the Fire Warriors. He's out of.
He has fire warriors, but nothing near them.
Fire dragons.
The fire dragons.
The
Yeah, he
Shining
has
Spears are aspect warriors as well, but
right. So that gets him the combat one, but that's only a point instead of the 4 for getting both.
You got some nibbles hanging out.
So he's already got 8, right? Because he had 4 and 4.
So I mean, it's been a solid objective. I don't think it was a bad choice.
Yeah.
But
No,
I don't think he's gonna
Is it
rack up much
-1 to
more
hit?
from it.
Minus 1 to hit, but force the wound minimum.
And so
Okay, right.
you get a
I'm gonna
bonus,
spend 1
and Ben's
for July
probably only
Flagons.
going to get 7 for his
Sorry,
assassinate
frequency
with the bonus, or
I'll spend
depending
my
on who the
last CP on
warlord
that.
was.
Yeah, I don't know.
If you killed the 2
I can check
characters.
that.
It's not bad.
I can check who the.
So delightful frequencies or something is getting used so that he doubles the damage on that unit does in
on freeze
shooting.
with all
Seems
these.
good.
So he's shooting into the wave serpent, I believe. Is what he
It
said.
was the bike farseer.
Okay, so yeah, Ben will have 7 for assassinate. He's probably not killing
Bareth at this point.
Baha Bareth, yeah. However you say that.
Bahareth.
Bahareth, perfect. He's made up names.
Yeah, we're gonna see how many different ways we can say his name.
I play GSC. I have mining lasers. I have drills. I have like 4
Real
other
easy.
word things. Yeah.
What are all your things? Things that exist.
Real mining tools.
Jeez. Only failed 4. He's done 8.
I guess those were saves for the Eldar player.
Yeah, he just dealt 8 to the wave serpent.
Yeah.
Nice.
5.
With like regular just shooting guns.
So he probably still has CP to shoot again.
Blastmasters once again getting good old 5 hits. For 5 shots. 5 shots.
Wounding on 4s for quasi-transhumanry. Is that true? 1 at AP2. 5. Let's say that. Excellent.
That transhuman on the wave serpent.
Oh yeah.
Pseudo transhuman.
Your shining spears
So
are
good.
doing amazing.
Those Blastmasters have not. Not really been
Those
doing a
guys
lot
are
of
like,
fun.
yeah, we're just gonna go ahead and tank everything.
He did technically get. I think he got a kill on
Yeah.
the airplane with a Blastmaster. Got a kill with that. But
that was what dealt the final blow. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then I'm gonna charge from this guy into your tank. Sure.
What is that unit he's charging with now?
He is charging the Apostle into his wave serpent.
Okay, that's the Apostle. I just couldn't tell what unit that was.
He's gonna try and whap it.
Might as well.
He starts with.
I wonder if he took Black Mace or
on the charge.
what relic he has on that Apostle.
He's gonna hit you on 3s.
Give me a second.
At least 3 times.
Oh, 4 ones.
4 1.
Man.
He's just like. All right,
That's not what he needed.
He had the raiment of the Margrave, yeah.
Oh, okay, that's a different thing. It's a relic. He has, like, you activate that.
Yeah, he activated it a couple turns ago.
Oh.
That one better than I thought.
Rolled 4 ones. I cannot believe that. This is what I mean by like just Ben. Every now and again, Ben's like, I have a perfect move. But
no.
Should charge those acolytes in there. They would have done it.
For end of the
yeah, those acolytes would have been the clinch.
In No Man's Land for 2.
Some guys just come up and kick a tank. Explodes.
Yes.
So Ben still has 3 objectives. He's in a good spot.
Yeah. I think he's in a good.
He's in a decent position. I think he's.
1, 2, yes, 3.
Yeah.
Strangle.
Did you forget about the
3 for
Raptors?
Strangle?
Long war. Did I kill you?
No, I think he's just not committing to the charge on those. He didn't have the CP for it.
They were not on an objective. Does that matter? Nope.
Well,
it does
that
matter,
forest
but
there.
they're not. And I do control an objective. I did
Makes it
not
like
do
an
my turn,
11,
so I only get 2
so-
there. I have to come back.
Yeah. So unfortunately,
One dice.
Dan, because he no longer has anything on that top right objective, actually like missed out on or something about
Actually,
that. Made Ben
loses a point.
Yeah, loses a
Right.
point.
That's going to be at the end of his turn, I believe. So he has a chance to save that.
That would be disappointing.
Man.
And now he had to move off that objective. I think he's trying to go in for a kill on those lower Marines
Yeah,
because he's trying to get a secondary.
This is a smart play because Ben doesn't have a lot of stuff left. Yeah, neither player does. So those Shining Spears are so fast, you can start to threaten that objective and take it away. But
No.
that's going to be a big loss.
I mean, it was
And
really
it's only
like
5 cast
that,
space
like
marines, so those Shining
class
Spears can
1
definitely do some damage over there.
Yeah, because they just have a ton of attacks. And
Yeah,
tons of
but it
damage
does put
on
him
the
into
charge.
danger to a response from the Noise Marines in the center.
Yeah.
If he
Yeah.
can't.
If he can't keep them out of line of sight, now that building is going. If he's smart,
I don't think he'll be able to charge in such a way that he can kill them and get back into too much cover. But I'll have to
They
see.
get Armor of Contempt strangely because they are.
So just looking at it, I definitely probably wouldn't see this on
the
table.
acolytes get armor of contempt. I forgot about that fact.
Oh, that's awesome.
They're technically Space Marine. They're not cultists.
Heretic Astartes,
They're a
right?
Heretic
Nice.
Astartes, I believe.
Love it. So fluffy.
Oh my god.
They're
Let me double
double-checking
check. I'll double check real quick.
I love that.
Yeah, Dark Disciples do
These
have.
super acolytes. I'm telling you, these acolytes are going to be up there in Fire Prison charging later.
They're Strength 3, Toughness 3, 1 wound, 1 attack, Leadership 6.
Oh my god.
So I think with the Shining Spears, he'll be able to charge down there. Say he kills them, he'll be able to consolidate into the building because everything that is closer is to the right on the screen there. So we should be able to keep them safe. It's just got to make that charge.
I'm trying to remember where it is in the.
Oh, for their armor contempt?
No, for
I would like to
specifically the acolytes. Because the acolytes are in the app I'm using are always in a weird spot for. Yeah, there they are, Dark Disciples. They're in a Force Org slot, is what they're
no
called.
Force Org, because they don't take up a slot if you have a Dark opponent.
Well, Wave Serpent's coming by on top of the building. Not charging me no more, it said.
Oh, I think that the Forcer on bike is still around.
Oh.
He was hiding behind the Wave Serpent.
Was he under it? I guess it would just blend it in. Oh, so that... You said the Farsi on bike was the Warlord, too,
Yeah.
right? So, I mean, I guess that means Ben only has 3 assassinate points.
So far, yeah.
Oh, that is probably gonna...
Yep, they are
significantly
heretic
change.
Astartes. Those
That's
acolytes are. Or disciples.
That's ridiculous.
-1 AP. With my,
Yeah, that's what's...
They don't even have t-shirts on. What are
Yeah, they feel like robes. They're like...
The Wave Serpent's moving.
Dan's having a hard time
he's
deciding where to put it. Because he had to retreat it out of melee combat.
That makes sense if it can hold the objective. I don't know how many wounds it has left. Now we're doing
5.
I think punch it to death, probably. I mean,
It's, it's only got 5 wounds left. It's very damaged. It's gonna have a hard time doing much. I cannot believe how long. The first game went like an hour. This one's like we're going up to the bell.
Yeah, this game's definitely going to go to time.
I love that.
You know. And
Well, not just that, but the amount of banter these two guys are doing, because Dan's taking forever with his turns and stuff to kind of decide.
Yeah, I don't think they're using a chess clock, and I'm not sure that wasn't a good choice. That was a good choice.
I gotta say, always use the chess clock.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, I was watching you. You were like,
Yeah.
you were like on it. When you were
It doesn't have to be like a aggressive thing with your opponent.
Yeah.
Like it just keeps it on
Sorry,
track.
I didn't mean for that motion to be aggressive. I was just
Right.
like,
Oh,
you were,
no, yeah.
you were,
Well,
you're like,
you're
I'm doing
about
it.
it.
I'm doing it.
You just yell at your opponent a little bit and tell them, don't
Scream
clock
at them,
out.
cuss them, blame them for everything that goes
Exactly.
wrong.
Yeah, it's just like
Call their
time
army
is a
trash.
resource like anything else in the game.
Yeah.
I'm going to make sure
You get it.
each player gets their half of the time. And especially with like an army list like mine, I have over 100 models. If I didn't use a clock, I'm definitely taking more time than my opponents.
Oh, yeah.
Like,
No, I remember last year the Necron player who showed up with like 80 warriors or something, and like his opponent went chess clock, and the guy he ran out of time moving all of his warriors.
yeah, it
Turn
definitely takes
out.
a little practice to move them. I mean,
Efficiently and
right.
Yeah.
And you can't, like, with an army list like this, with Eldar, you have that time to take the Wave Serpent and move it all around. And But with, a different army list, sometimes you just don't. You got to understand what's important right now, what's not.
Well, I think Dan's really coming up against Ben's. Ben's really kind of crazy list is making, Dan go, I don't know what I'm doing. Hold on, I got to think about this.
So much shooting, so much. He just came at me hard.
Yeah. It's like, I'm not going to say Dan's shell-shocked. I mean, he's been pretty active. He's known what he's doing. Like,
he's shown why he's on these top tables, but
Yeah.
he's you can tell this is not a practiced matchup.
Yeah, this is definitely, he's like, you can tell that each of these players is playing at the top end of their cognitive ability to play this game. They're both sitting there going, I gotta do this, what am I doing?
Yeah, it's so much to remember. It's so much to remember your opponent's rules, what they can do, and then if you walk up to the
Keep
table,
track of Barry Allen as he jumps around.
right? Yeah, Barry Allen is absolutely how you pronounce it. Yes.
I mean, I'm okay with that one.
Yeah.
That's a good nickname for him. I'll take it.
I mean, like I said when I came in here, I haven't played since the RTT last month. And Chaos Knights came out. I haven't even looked at the book. I play a Chaos Knights player. I'm just gonna say, hey, tell me what all this stuff does, and I'm gonna try and.
I'll do my best.
Yeah, remember.
Like Chaos Knight, flies to the moon and he throws half of it at you.
Punches a crater in it.
Yeah.
And I'll be like, hey, can you kill T3 and T4, 5-up save, GSC bodies? He'll say, yeah, sure can.
It used to be
That'll
a
probably
relic
be
that
what
could get up and do mortal wounds around you, but then it would just blow up on your army.
Phoenix Gem.
That is 5 at AP2.
So the Wave Serpent did end up in the back there.
Failed 2.
I don't know. I guess that makes sense because you don't want the Raptors to charge it. You don't want other things to charge it. It only has 5 wounds.
They have 5
But
naturally.
going back in that corner is you're giving Ben the whole table,
Is it what?
basically.
Yeah.
Oh, I think he walked those fire dragons up, and I think he's shooting into that Dark Apostle.
Oh,
Luckily,
yeah,
the
that-
Apostle has a 4-up invul, but still,
Still,
that's,
one or two of those missed, and he's gone.
at that close of range with Melta.
Yeah, unfortunately, next turn,
What
those
is that?
fire dragons
2d6
are dead.
plus 2, take out the lowest or whatever.
1d6 plus 2.
1d6. No,
No,
at,
1d6 plus 4?
no,
Plus
at,
2.
at half range,
That's
it's
like
2d6, take out the lowest.
Oh, okay.
And then I think plus 2 or something. I don't know. Sometimes Meltas are only d6. It's inconsistent.
I know they changed the Imperial ones. I'm not sure if it's fire with the new codex. I don't know.
Well,
if
yeah.
it's
Anytime
fire
like Xeno gets some weird, halfway through like their shift in opinions on what Melta should do in any given edition.
I'm really surprised that Dan moved that Farseer on bike up by himself. Like, I mean, he can
That
do
close
mortal
to that
wounds.
many noise
Yeah.
marines.
And he's good, but does he have a way to make him go back after he does psychic or anything? Like, I don't know if he does.
I don't know if it's after psychic, but if he has any shooting weapon, he might be able to fire in phase. Or is that a 2?
I think what he's going to try and do is charge them into those marines, because those marines are much better at range than they are in melee.
There goes the Dark Apostle.
Yeah.
Oh, that could be exactly right. Charging those Marines takes away their shooting for that turn, so that'll
Yeah.
be huge. But Farseer's not that, like, the Marines can definitely bludgeon him with their guns.
Well, the thing is that I think those Raptors are going to come in from that back line. I don't know if Dan's considering them all that much, because I think it's going to surprise him how fast those can move. With the 12-inch move, and then they're going to get a good charge off, and they're going to, at least fire their guns off into somebody and then charge easily. Like, I wonder what his plan is to deal with the Raptors. I think he might just be hoping not to deal with them.
And, I mean, Ben, there's a world where Ben... No, he already has 3 objectives. Ben doesn't need that objective in the top left, so the Raptors don't have to go and stay up there.
They can come down and punch. I mean, right now, we haven't gotten to charge phase. We don't know what those shining spheres are going to do.
Yeah, if they go a little further down the bottom of the screen there, that might be a little too far for the Raptors to reach.
Yeah.
Let's see, there's no movement going on. I don't know what's happening.
They're
now.
talking.
They're also, I think, rolling on not the dice tray.
Nice.
Yeah, stuff's happening, and like we're clearly not seeing it.
They're rolling on the other dice tray.
AP2, 4 up.
They're so confused.
At least we got 1.
Hey,
my
my
raptor. Like, I'm asleep.
I mean, eventually these shining spheres are going to make a charge.
Oh yeah, they're rolling.
Oh, nice. Yeah,
They're
just
rolling on the wrong dice tray.
Hey, Nick.
How do you use a
Did you go ask them
dice
to
tray?
roll in the dice tray?
That's actually under the camera?
Yeah.
We're getting the judge
They're
to go
rolling
over
on the
there.
other one?
Hey guys, can you do this?
Yeah, shoot 'em.
We're not angry.
They
Just
confused? They know what they're about.
they know what they did.
I think maybe Ben heard the comments that I made about his dice earlier and was insulted. And
Possible.
I'll
It's
show
possible.
you.
Shouldn't be able to hear us.
Oh, okay. Might be technical issues.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Okay, then.
Never mind.
2 guys will die. I'll put 6 shots in your Farseer.
Well, we know the main screen. There we go. The main screen's working.
Oh, they are using it. Okay.
I didn't know.
Quick, call Nick back.
Oh, Ben, we're so sorry. Oh, no, it's too late. Here, I can go get him. Oh,
We only have like 4 units left each.
he'll tell him. He'll say,
Oh, they know how little time they have left.
he'll say, hey, it's this one. It's the one with the camera on it.
I gotta ask Nick about that tattoo. I think that's a Vampire the Masquerade tattoo on his arm.
4 dead.
I gotta ask him about that.
I didn't even notice he had a tattoo.
Just won't charge. Just don't charge with that.
So I'm
I mean, he'll
just
probably die to them.
busy staring at Ben's beautifully painted Emperor's Children. Oh.
Uh-huh.
Those, man, with the different angles of the camera, you can see the shining spheres. It looks so much closer. Like, that's a way more manageable charge than I was thinking.
Oh yeah.
From the overhead shot.
The overhead shot, it's a little weird because you're actually not used to seeing
Right.
normally. Like I remember when I first saw Knights from the top down, and I was like, what are those ovals what are those ovals
Now it's
doing
just up.
that are just like moving around? I was like, oh, those are Knights. Oh, I thought those were terrain.
Who brought ovals? Why?
Yeah, I was like, I guess those are like bunkers or something, and then they started moving them. I was like, oh, those are the Knights. And then they moved like halfway across the map because they're like, Chaos Rampagers or something.
Man. Well, now they just got us to look at, which is very exciting.
It looks like the Shining Spheres made make the charge.
Oh, they
made
okay.
it. No, they're down there.
Yeah.
Oh, they did make it.
Yeah, they did.
Nice. It's gonna make that what to do with the Raptors interesting.
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah, we can of course see we have like a other screen off to the side that we're looking at. We're like,
As we're trying to fix some technical difficulties.
Yeah, we're having some technical difficulties on the cameras freezing up on
Doing
us.
the best to track what's going on. It looks like
The Curse of
Farseer
Westminster
did,
Mall.
It does look like something charged into that middle squad too.
Play-by-play for audience info. I genuinely, we're obviously gonna run out of time for this match, but I want to know how these guys decide. I think they're probably gonna just be like, it's end of round 3. We're just gonna tally up our points, see where we are right here, and see.
It's just
really
important that both players get a turn. Who went? You said Ben went first.
Yeah, Ben's top of round.
Okay, so Ben gets to go. I mean,
then we have to
give the Eldar player a turn for sure. And since it's the last game, I'm sure they'll do that. But
shoot my bottle.
Just with not using the clock, it really hampers.
I think Barrett's charged to that center squad.
Oh, okay. That's going to take, between that and the Farseer, it'll take some of those Marines away.
It doesn't look like
those Marines do fight back on death. So if you kill them, they immediately punch you.
Oh, nice. With a 1 attack, or?
Hey.
He punched through.
Hey. Huh?
It'll be really interesting to see, just because they're not playing a full game.
Yeah,
how many points they were able to rack up with killing characters.
Yep. And the Shining Spears could only take out 2 Marines, so those Marines are going to maintain OPSEC on that. Excuse me.
Yeah, I'm sure. Ben should have a 9 for his. If they only play 3 rounds for a Stranglehold, which if you're only playing into round 3, that's a good score.
Oh yeah, I would be surprised. I would be surprised if Dan wins this, but we haven't been hearing exactly the scores that they've been agreeing on. So we'll see who wins this, because this has been a very this has been like the game that you want to see. This has been guys really going at it, swings and roundabouts. One turn. I mean, it's just a just a slug out. This has been very enjoyable to watch.
Right. And just I don't know who had the advantage in the primary because they kept trading so much. I lost track.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
The Shining Spears killed 2 on their impact hits.
On the impact hits. Okay.
That might be
whatever that rule is called in this game.
That might be bad news bears for the 3. They can probably kill 3 regular Chaos Space Marines.
Not if he's rolling them.
No.
Oh, he's got plenty of rerolls.
3 mortals? Yeah.
Let's see.
3 mortals and 3 6. I'm not using this anyway. So.
No,
3 mortal wounds went straight into those Marines. He's not keeping them around.
Sure. And also, more
Man, I forget how strong Shining Spears are.
Yep,
they are
gonna use his
bad boys.
to go hide.
Yeah. You hold 1 in my area for 4.
And Ben's going to lose them. He's going to take the -1.
If he can get something down there.
So I lost 7, so I need a 1 to
Those
stay.
Raptors are going to have to
Stay.
That was morale. The Center Marines stay.
Nice.
Wait, hang in there, guys.
Just hang in there, guys.
8 total models.
Ben's got, 2 shooting units.
He's still got a sorcerer. He's still got his havocs.
So,
he's not out of this. He's still got his Raptors.
Yep.
I think Ben's got to kill
The
that
weird
Farseer.
thing is, of course, when you win strong early, and then you can't, but you start losing, but the game ends early.
Yep.
It's so weird because you don't know how things really would have gone.
Right.
I've won a tournament before on just the clock timing out on us.
At one point,
and I was able to score points, and the other player was just not able to finish their turn and get points back on me. So I know I've benefited from it, but.
Yeah, so you don't lose it much.
Yeah, unfortunately, just the choice not to use a clock in round 3 is on a stream table is crazy to me. Like,
yeah, honestly, I think if I was to go an event in the future, I'd require at least the stream table to use it anyway.
Yeah. Well, we did. I think we did last year. I think this might have just slipped through. Honestly, the first round didn't need it, and we didn't think about it, and now we probably should have gotten it.
Yeah, a lot of people have that aversion of the clock. They're like scared of it, but just play a couple games with it, and it's really not bad at all. It just is.
It just helps make the game smoother.
It's entirely you have 30 minutes to your turn, right?
You split the time evenly, and then if anytime I'm rolling dice, my clock is on me.
Yeah.
And then anytime my opponent is rolling dice, it's on them. If they want to take a moment to think, just say, hey, put the clock on me. And just really, it requires a little extra communication between you and your opponent.
Mm-hmm. But it's communication that really should be happening anyway.
Absolutely, it facilitates a more cleaner game. Yeah, absolutely.
Because like.
I can try some with my characters.
You can see what you're doing to your opponent by taking advantage of time and stuff. And you can be like, oh no, I'm messing up. I need to.
And then he comes back up at the end of the phase.
behave differently.
So I would get credit for killing him twice for assassinate.
Or just understand, like, what's going on
where it's like,
as far as like your
you do
timing.
multi-kills.
Also, just keeping track of time in the game.
Yeah, and a lot of people. They don't do that on purpose, right?
No.
They don't, like these guys probably didn't plan like we're only gonna play 3 rounds this game.
There's never been a moment where they're joshing overly much. Like if they have been talking with each other, they're talking about what they're seeing and stuff. So
yeah, you gotta kill a lot of things, and not a lot of.
I don't know if they're gonna play around 4.
I definitely am in trouble. But that's okay.
I'm just glad I make that. If I didn't make that charge,
They might. I mean, I know we started a little late, so they might actually have an extra.
they have, I believe, they have till 8:45.
Oh, 30 minutes. Okay.
They still have like 30 minutes, but I don't know exactly what it is. You'd have to ask them. But
that's also the time. Like,
maybe not.
if you only have 30 minutes and you're starting a new round. Oh no.
You got fire dragons, so they'll just kill me off of that.
For what?
Probably.
I thought you were saying something.
They got a bunch of attacks.
Yeah, they like you're starting this 4th round and you're only 30 minutes. That's when like each of you get 15 minutes.
Yeah.
You need to make sure the other person gets that turn.
They've been doing all the work. They're very good. They're very good into Marines.
There's also just not a lot on the table right now. Also,
especially against one wound Marines. Just kind of kill.
Right.
I might be talking something out.
Yeah, they're talking about how the mortal wounds that the Shining Spheres can throw in because 1 wound Marines are.
Oh,
really
that's why they're not getting around 5.
Yeah.
He has 1 to 9, right?
Look, guys, don't talk about 1 wound Marines. It's not going to be a thing in like a month. Let's play some Warhammer.
Commiseration.
Right. Which is a good part of the tournament, like BSing with your opponent.
Yeah.
I think Ben's really. I think it started Ben's turn. I think he's really trying to.
Over here.
Think.
Right there? Yeah.
Working.
That seems like a big number. I don't love
This is just like he needs to kill that Farseer. He needs to have 3 objectives at the end of the turn, and he needs to kill something off an objective for the long one because this is going to be the last round of the game. So.
And I think he has realized that, and he's trying to figure out what he can do to make a difference here.
To make it happen. And sometimes your only play,
he's
like
going
you realize,
for it.
yep, was, hey, I need a long charge, and like this is gonna make or break it.
It's tough. It's gonna be a long charge, but moving on to the objective doesn't help.
X-Charge has the green gates, right? 8-inch charge there, or not.
Yeah, I mean,
it's an 8-inch charge to get to those Shining Spheres.
Now he still needs the whole 3, so he can't abandon that center.
I think he's gonna try and move them back to consolidate on that back point, so he doesn't lose points. Oh, so he's advancing with them.
Oh man, that is surprising. Because you're giving up your stranglehold point. So
yeah, I don't think this is a win-in. Like, I think a lot of his win-in lines were long shots, but I don't think this is a win-in line.
Because that Farseer needs to be killed for the assassinate. That's 4 points sitting right there. That he doesn't have anything.
I think he's worried about the Farseer has the Phoenix gem, so it gets back.
Oh, so it doesn't count as being killed. That's rough. That's rough.
I'll be able to see your bite.
Yeah, he's not killing it twice, so I guess
Yeah, that was my intention.
Yeah.
Okay, fun box.
Does it get back up at the end of the turn or the phase? Do you know?
The phase. If it's the same Phoenix gem as the old Codex.
Yeah. I think it's the same.
Gets back up 1 inch away from any units.
I think it's the same except without the explosion. I don't think it explodes anymore.
Man,
I can't do anything about.
I
can't do anything about him.
I was playing against Sisters one time, and I had my Demon Prince has the Baleful Bolter.
Oh yeah.
And I killed someone's Canonist with it in melee, and she was like, I spent the CP to resurrect my Canonist. And we were like, oh okay, well she resurrects, and she was like, she put her right back down in melee, and then someone leaned in and was like, you know, she resurrects 1 inch away. And she was, oh okay, and she moves it back, and I go, Alan, I'm really sorry about this. She's what? I charge your Canonist with the Demon Prince.
She's alive. She's dead.
Yeah, she was. Oh, and the Demon Prince just went.
Oh, Ben, don't shoot that wave server. What does that get you?
Advanced and auto wound, right?
Only if I get within 9.
You gotta play for points at this,
They're
you know,
gun range as well.
this stage of the game.
See.
Yeah, he's really thinking about it.
They're like permanent Melta.
I mean, I am moving that.
They only have half the range from Melta.
I keep saying librarian, but the sorcerer over there.
Give and take.
Yeah.
Again, like that's not.
I mean, I guess compared to your
Don't know what he needs to stay on that point. He needs to just shoot at something. I don't know why he's not trying to shoot at the fire dragons.
I think he's having train issues with that.
So yeah, that small wall there is fully closed, so you can't see through it.
Oh,
so
is that
the
what
fire
that
dragons
is?
are fully hidden, so he's
Oh,
not
I thought that was
Nah, it doesn't have any.
coming back.
coming back.
Is there any way I can get line of sight?
Sorcerer to. Oh, the Farseer has full wounds, right? Oh no, there. Oh, he's down to. Is that a 1?
It's a 1.
Smite him.
He might have been dead. He might just use the
Oh,
Phoenix
if he
Gem
already
already.
used the Phoenix Gem, moving those Chaos Space Marines down was a big mistake. Okay, he might be smiting.
Oh, he's casting something on those. I think
warp
it's warp time.
Here it
Back up,
comes.
how many wounds does he have?
Do it, Ben. We believe.
No,
you.
he has not. He has not resurrected. He just asked if he resurrects.
Smitten Smoke and Eldar.
So you could smite him.
That's what he's doing right now.
Got
He's
it.
trying to do
Wound
that.
Philippine anymore. That's what I got rid of that.
Aha, I
They
see.
used to have
So I
mortal
only need to do
I
one.
don't think we can
they
see the
used to have mortal
dice.
wound Philippine,
We'll have
they
to
get
see if
just no
Farseer goes away. We'll know it worked out.
Sorry.
Or
What's the range on those guns?
Which gun? The tanks?
Yeah.
The Lance is a 36, the smaller guns are, and this one's
These guys are gonna back up ever so gently then. Okay, now I shall smite.
make sure you're on the objective.
Yeah, this guy.
nervously shuffling.
Okay.
The guy's down there.
Yeah.
Make sure I couldn't see him. So,
Smite you with a 4.
is your reroll? That doesn't go off.
Is that the smite? I'm
Yeah,
guessing.
that was the
Yeah.
smite.
Okay.
Didn't go off.
He's
with a
debating
4.
the reroll. I think he has to take it here, though.
Yeah, that.
Well, he's got the Warlord trait that lets him reroll, and then he can always see.
One's per game.
I mean, sure.
Oh.
I'll use a reroll on there.
That's not as good.
Because it also does the trade empowers or whatever.
Yeah.
Wait, you think I'm like Eldar or something? I got 10.
That goes off. The Farseer's got a deny
Right,
for sure.
Right. Now you got
No deny. So that's gonna kill the Farseer and then get back up to Phoenix Gem.
Yep.
Nice, and that
Back up after psychic phase, so up for
Yeah, I mean,
shooting
cast
phase.
prescience, and I can't quite
And those
reach
three,
those guys. So let's put on these guys.
those three can shoot
7.
into them.
Nope. But I get an extra
Oh.
CP on a 6.
It sounds like the Phoenix Gem might not have gone off.
Oh, so the Farseer.
No, there it was. I thought that was.
And he gets back up with 3 wounds.
Okay.
Phoenix Gem.
Okay, and then I'm gonna shoot.
Oh man, that's really rough for
trap
Bank.
at
I mean,
him
you
and
put the
then
effort
trap
to
at
kill it.
Yeah,
and I
hopefully.
I'm still here.
This is those three.
Oh, so this is shooting, obviously.
Yeah, these guys into that.
Okay. I only hit 4 times.
Looks like it's that bottom squad going into the Farseer. See if we can blink the 3 wounds off.
1.
Good.
That's not what you need.
4. I'm fine.
Excellent.
You actively healed me.
Just a 1 wound.
You're welcome. And then I shall 3 Meltas into them.
Yeah, -1. Thank you.
Yep. hit
And
on-
he's shooting Meltas
I'll
into
shoot-
the
and
Shining
also
Spheres.
The bolters, the bolt pistol won't be able to reach. So 1 hit.
He just ran out of steam here. It just,
Right at the end
And
here.
then 2 bolter shots.
Had a rough go of it.
And
man, that
nothing. Wow, that auto pass is.
that wouldn't even kill a
Eldar
one Shining
scale
Spear with the
well
1
is
damage.
really
That's
good
terrible.
stuff.
Yeah.
The
That's
fate
really
dice-
cool.
Fate dice are very efficient.
Yeah, I
That
mean,
those
charge
Melta
him.
shots did
I think I
nothing.
need an 8.
But it kind of
and that's a looks like a 8 or 9 inch charge. You said?
8 and 8 inch charge.
8-inch charge.
It would have been 9 if he didn't. If he had killed one.
Kill one. Oh, that's a 7 with no CP, I think, left.
That's an 8.
Oh, that's an 8. There it is.
There you go. I think, yeah, cocked dice.
Yeah.
+1 on that.
Oh, they're double checking.
Dude.
Hopefully, nope, he's coming in. Oh,
Yep. He's
Bang.
got it. He's in there.
so that should do some damage to
Yeah,
him.
let's pile in.
But I don't know. That really doesn't. That doesn't get you a lot if you're Ben. That doesn't get you Stranglehold. I guess it does get you Long War since they're on an objective.
Yeah, it would
That-
get him
that would get him
Long
Long
War.
War.
It would.
Great idea. This is the hull or to the?
Oh yeah, do it.
Sorcerer trying to charge. Nope.
Shot.
Nope.
Yeah, I mean, if I would have gained a CP, I didn't even think
No
about
CP.
it. It was really fun.
You gotta go with the 3
Yeah,
Marines.
so we'll activate these guys.
They're not -1 in melee.
Now it all depends
So,
if they're playing like
Lightning
they're going to
Claw
5
guy
turns or they
says
know they're running
he's
out of
got,
time. Then we'll play differently.
2 base,
Yeah.
1 for the charge, 1 for
If he thinks he's playing 5 turns, he
on
might think, well, I have time to deal with this Farseer in the future. And
I would 2 times. 2 times here. On 4, 3 rolling also.
Slowly absorbed into time.
1, 2.
it looks like
3, 4 up,
And
3
the,
roll,
one
4,
damage,
and got a wound out of it.
From the chainsword guy, I hit you 4 times. 3 on 4s.
this might not even kill a single Shining Spear.
What's the other guys for post? There's 2 more, right?
Yeah, and then they're just on basic weapons.
Sorry, I'm just like, what is happening?
Yeah, this game has been a nail biter. the
Oh
whole
yeah,
time.
I'm like sitting here like, oh my god.
A slugfest.
Yeah, I'll just walk past it. Not gonna use it.
6 attacks.
Oh no, dice tray, not now. I need to see what the rolls are.
So you got 1, but didn't get the XR.
Yeah, so then that thing's gonna punch back.
What do you do?
And you gotta consolidate on the objective. So you have the
I get to
model.
consolidate,
Well,
right?
I think
After I fight
those
you?
Chaos Space Marines. Hopefully they have OBSEC.
I'm gonna do it.
But again, no stranglehold, and then that assassinate.
Yep.
Girl, all fails.
Please
That
miss all the
Farseer can
things.
run away very fast now and be safe, basically.
Yep.
Girl 2 or real 1.
My guess is Dan's gonna put that Farseer on that back or wall on the screen, the top left
Something.
objective.
He's gonna get
3
points
mortal
for
wounds
this.
and then 5 saves AP4.
3 mortals.
Yeah, because these are.
Goodness. I just wonder what those Havocs did this round.
You're using your fate.
Yeah,
They didn't
these
have
are
a lot
the
of
2 fate wounds.
like
Yeah.
They just didn't have a lot of options.
They're dead.
yeah.
No.
Wave Serpent.
Yeah, I mean,
And the
being
Exarch?
able to do auto
Exarch
mortals
killed
is pretty cool.
all.
Oh
Those mortals
no.
are just killing him.
Yeah, those mortals are taking him out. He has no way of
Yeah.
punching those.
They're doing great. I mean, you keep making all their
And the
invulnerable
Eldar
saves. Like,
turn coming up
Melta,
next, so he's
Melta.
gonna be able to
That's a good point.
You get like 1 out of 7 shots.
That's on
probably
me.
kill those 3 Marines in the objective and
Oh, I think we should probably call this last
Seal the
turn.
deal
Yeah, 'cause
here.
Daniel's gonna go.
Dan,
He's gonna
he's-
basically table me.
Yeah.
Right?
He's okay. Ben's calling it. He's like, I'm getting tabled.
I think they are going to play out this last turn, but they are calling that it will be last turn.
yeah, let's
And then you're
yeah.
gonna have another turn. So look, I'm happy to.
Yeah, and right now Ben, like the Farseer
So they
is,
might be calling it for real.
is
I
now
did get a
behind
bunch
obscuring, so you're not killing that
of
Farseer.
points,
That
but I
Shining
don't
Spear is gonna
think
kill
it
those
matters.
Marines.
Yeah, it's looking bad for him.
They,
Yeah,
oh
they're
man,
calling
you
it.
got Barry Manilow coming down, whatever we called her. Oh,
Hey, that was a good game.
Benjamin Franklin.
Yep, they called it.
oh, the
Goes to the
handshake
Eldar.
there. Eldar is gonna win it.
what I
Man.
Eldar
really
wins.
thought I was
It was
gonna
a
do
very
is
tight
lean
fought
into
battle.
that.
Yeah, and it's cool to see Emperor's Children, not a meta army, play on this level with. You know,
Yeah, and
one of
he,
the best
he
armies in the
traded
game.
blow for blow there for a bit. He just
I thought I
he
needed
ran out a little bit of steam.
Yeah.
My thought was
He
we
had
could
some
move
rough
this
rolls at the
way,
end, and
then you really
the
did
guaranteed
well,
sixes
and
from the
then
Strands of Fate really let
I agree.
the efficiency of the Eldar pull through.
Yeah, there was
like-
quite a few
there were, like,
early
in
rolls
turn
that just, I mean,
2 when I
Ben
dropped my deep
woofed it.
Yeah, but
You
yeah,
know, like I
losing
said,
three
those three
Terminators to Dire Avengers
Yeah.
backswing was not expected.
That's rough. I mean,
Yeah, that's always
I've never
rough.
seen that. And the 4-1s, Ben
Yeah,
was
it's like
going for
I
their
shot him
saves.
with like
was-
20 melted
Yeah.
Yeah, there was some.
Rough.
Dan even was saying this. He was like, "Look, man, some of these rolls where you're only hitting 1 in 7 times, and like, I don't know what's going on." He's like,
know if I got
"Sorry,
that
the dice was
there.
weren't on your
I did
side."
there.
We made a game of it though. which is
Oh yeah, no, this was a great game. This is one of those ones where I'm like, holy crap! Like
Just trying to figure out what they're like. How do they make this play work? How do they?
Yeah. Oh, it was so
squeeze
intense,
every point
especially
they
there at
can?
the
Oh,
end.
yeah.
Like,
No, I
trying to
mean-
figure out what's
Yeah.
going on.
And these are the ones you
I
like to
got
stream, not the
in
ones where
at
somebody's getting
3:30.
just
Yeah,
Yeah.
obliterated off the
I would
table.
take 6 of these over 6 of last round because
Yeah.
last round was just a stomp.
Well, to be fair, I think last round was a great example of just what
Yeah,
a
but I
talented
needed
because the
these
guy
guys to
the
do
guy
that,
was
right?
playing
So it's
Tyranids.
like, I
It's not. I want to say again, the guy was not just some Tyranid player who was coming in and just like
Yeah, he said he had been playing him for like 7 years.
7 or 8 years he'd been playing Tyranids, and he's like, I'm finally in
Because
this.
then I would've been able to ease
have like a
more
really good
right.
codex, like finally.
really
And
wanted to
he
shoot
pushed.
your
He
Shining
was
Spears
getting every bit out of it he
because
could. He
you're-
was
Yeah.
using like
The spider
the overrun
there, I
stratagem to
can't
use his
withstand.
gargoyles for
Oh, yeah,
stream.
Yeah.
He was,
That's
He was very good at it, and like no wonder that match was only an hour. It's like you have a really powerful army, and then you know what you're doing. Like that poor Space Wolf.
Into a one-dimensional list as like Space Wolves, where like I do one thing real well.
I do it well, but I only do one thing.
Ouch. Yeah, and also not only that, but his warriors are like decked out with 4-bone swords and stuff.
Yeah.
And, like they're melee designed warriors.
Yeah, they're not.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'll try out. That's
Yeah, bring him in there.
All right, so we're gonna have the winner of the game come over. And
He'll be here in a second. Before you step off, we were talking about the psychic interrogation earlier.
Yeah.
I think you'll be taking it a little bit more.
Oh, why is that?
The rules change on that one is it scores exactly the same. However, if your psychic test beats your target's leadership, you get a CP.
So I can do it out of line of sight, 24 inches away.
This is based off of a review from Goonhammer. So, like, I haven't read the rule myself, but what they were saying was it scores exactly the same, with the addition that
bonus.
if you beat their leadership with your psychic test,
that's awesome.
You get to get an extra CP, which is going to be a very valuable resource.
Yeah, which I mean, thanks for letting me come on, guys. I had an awesome time talking about the game. And then
you want to plug anything while you're here?
Yeah, actually, I do a YouTube channel, Bug Proletariat 40K. It's all GSC focused content. Definitely not the best GSC player out there, but kind of just as my I'm doing in the ITC and trying to
promote the workers' rights.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
there's only so much GSC content out there anyway, so it's good to see someone doing it.
It's a tough army to play, and like as two of my games today rolled out, like you can just get stomped and tabled by Tau shooting, by like freebooters didn't even enter my mind when I came, and I was like, oh, you have 40 bolter shots, huh? I was like, that's gonna be
a problem.
I would like you to be my friend, Mr. Daka.
Oh yeah,
Mr.
it's
Daka
so
never
many
runs
shots.
out.
But I'm having a great time playing them, and we'll see how I can do tomorrow. I'm 1-2 now, so I just need to win 3 games, be 4-2.
Yeah.
Easy. Easy.
But thank you for joining us. It was great having you on here. You brought a little bit of a tournament perspective that neither of us are pretty good at.
Yeah,
we haven't really played them.
Yeah, no problem. If I get tabled tomorrow, I'll be happily come back on.
Absolutely welcome.
Glad to have
come
you
back
here.
on and sit down and keep chatting us up. Now don't use that as an excuse.
All right. They're currently going to grab our winner to bring him on and talk to him.
Oh, look, a great shot of the Codex Eldari.
One of the biggest codexes. I think it is only like a half dozen pages short of being as long as the Space Marine book.
Yeah, the Ultramarine book. Oh my god. I remember when my friend, we first started playing Warhammer, and I bought my Tyranid book, and it was, just like 50 pages or something, My friend bought his Space Marine book, and he was like, oh, okay, because we bought the Battle from a Crag box, both of us. So he got the Space Marines, the Ultramarines. I got my.
No, that was Battle of McCrag, so that was NIDS, right?
That was NIDS. You're thinking of
Black Reach was the one after. That was around when I started.
Yeah. So so I remember I bought this little tiny NID book, and he went and bought the Ultramarine book. It was like a book. Like I was like, dang.
Yeah.
And I remember flipping through the HQ section. There's 20
and
dudes.
The Space Marine book is 200 some pages, and it still has 7 supplements.
Yeah. Hey Dan, come around here.
This way.
Welcome. Have a seat. Let's get you in frame here. Yep, you're good.
Hello.
So you we watched that game, and let me tell you, we loved that game.
That
by
was
the way.
tense.
Yeah, man. We were like, wow.
Scary.
That was like turn 1. I mean, he came at you. He took out that fire prism, and
yeah, I did not expect to lose a fire prism turn 1.
Right?
Especially to Terminators going 28 inches in a turn.
Something like that. We were.
I didn't even pull on the line. I was I was 5 inches back.
Right.
Too.
Well, it was like the 7-inch move, 7-inch warp time,
and then a
11-inch charge.
It's crazy.
I think he needed a 10, but he got an 11.
Yeah, he needed a 9, but then he rolled a 5 and a 1, and Emperor's Children can just change a dice to a 6.
With a CP.
It's insane.
Oh my god. He was just like, I'm in there. We and him sat down. We were like, like, was that 28 inches?
Yeah, I didn't plan the fire. I didn't plan the fire prisons that far away from the wall. I only did the infantry.
And then the guy wraps around another like 6 inches.
Oh,
like, oh my god.
Yeah.
But
so we were just wowed by that game, and not only that, but just the slugfest. You know, was it Dire Avengers who took out?
Dire Avengers killed 3.
Yeah,
3 in the combat, and then fell back and shot and wiped the rest.
Honestly, I wish Ben was here because we could like talk to him, because that was such an intense game. You know, like I'm sure he was just sitting there looking at some of those rolls. You know, we rolled 4 1s at one point.
And then the Banshee Exarch went and killed like between the 2 combats, he killed like 9 Terminators.
So that's what she was. We were having a hard time telling what exactly was.
Yeah, I did mess up there. I applied my wounds badly, and I should have had the Exarch at 1 wound and then like 2 other Banshees. Then there was like a 1/3 chance it just died from morale.
Yeah.
But
inside the box of destiny.
Yeah,
as Ben called it.
Because they killed like 4 or 5 by itself the first time with the stratagems for, but I didn't have the stratagems for the second time, so I only killed like 3 out of those 5.
We were watching that game, you know, with one turn. I mean, he whipped out there and he got that fire prison. We were like, oh, is Dan going to be able to recover from this? And then
he thankfully failed morale on those last 2 Terminators.
Yeah, and then you whipped out there. You got that big punch in, and then all of a sudden all that deep striking came in, punched out your warp spider. You know, you killed your warp spiders, killed the airplane.
Not being able to get my warp spiders back in the building because his Terminators were there was big.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I was planning to do it, and I went to do it, and I was like, oh wait, I can't. Crap. I planned around doing this, and I just didn't know what to do.
Had to adapt.
Yeah.
Not used to having Terminators in your backfield turn 1.
Yeah, exactly.
Who would have thought?
But those, MVP. Well, I have an MVP for that game.
I think it was the Shining Spears.
Shining Spears, 100%.
Yeah.
100%.
I wouldn't know. The points were very close, and I think Shining Spears, they didn't kill a lot besides like the really weak stuff, but they killed the important stuff.
I think the Exarch took out like 4 Marines or something like that.
Yeah, the Exarch, I don't know if it killed all of them, but between the Exarch of 1 dude, they killed 10 CSM.
Yeah.
So,
they just wrapped that side.
Yeah, they took both the objectives out of 5. That's pretty important.
Oh yeah. So we were looking at that like this is like the game you want to show people, where you're just like, this is like a movie, you know. It's like one you're like, oh, then there's another one. Oh my god.
Emperor's Children are a very glass cannon army. They go hard and they go fast.
Yeah. Well, I mean, and Eldar pretty much glass cannon armies too. So man,
but I mean, the way I generally play it is I had to play that way, but I generally play a lot more cagey of a game, and he kind of forced me to play on my back foot most of the time.
Oh yeah.
He did a very good job trying to disrupt what you wanted to do.
Yeah, 100%.
Oh yeah.
And it was fantastic to watch.
Yeah, we were very
He's about to come offer you a cookie.
Yeah, that was. I couldn't have asked for a better game to and today's tournament on, and you guys went to the very end.
Yeah, those are the bottom 4. We had a couple units left, and
yeah, you guys are doing a great job. I mean, if you want to come on, Ben.
Yeah, that was quite a match.
Losing games, you know, I'd like to say I'm a below average player with a below average army, and Daniel just
I'm good. I need to get another drink. I need to get another drink for you.
No problem.
I was just very impressed with all of that.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah.
And I think forever I will have Box of Destiny stuck in my head.
Sounds about right. See you guys.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think his main mistake was at the very end, or in his deep strike. So once he dropped that 2 big shooting shot blocks at the very back corner, I could just outrange it. All the shooting was only 24, so I could just stay to the one side and be okay.
It was a little bit like we were sitting here and going like, man, he like really defended this one.
Really committed to that.
Really committed there.
And he kind of needed to, because I don't think he would have taken as much off if he didn't. But it's a tough situation.
Well, he needed all the Havocs and the Blastmasters to get that.
I still think he could have done that by dropping at least one of them like in the center behind that objective. So then it would have more versatility.
That's fair.
Yeah.
But the other one, I think hindsight's 20/20. I also think Assassinate was a ambitious choice.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
But
killing Baharov is very difficult.
She's so.
Well, I think we were looking at it, and I was like, I don't know if Ben's ever fought Baharov.
Yeah, he said he had not played Eldar, at least not the new book. At all.
Well,
so I kind of had an advantage there.
I remember my friend when I first started playing, he ran Eldar, and he looked at Baharov and went like, "I'm gonna play this against you." And I looked at it, and I went,
"It's very."
We're not going to be
fun to play.
Yeah, we're not going to be friends anymore if you do that, dude. But yeah, like so, you know, are you from around here? Like,
I'm from Dundalk.
You're from Dundalk, all right. So you know, we've got some local guys here today, but we also, you know, because so many people are at this tournament from like really far away. I know some guys
Yeah, I'm
from
surprised
Atlanta.
how far people will come.
Oh yeah.
here.
So I was
especially right after another big tournament last weekend.
Yeah,
Crazy.
the
ACO was last weekend.
Yeah.
Wonder if they made a whole trip of it. Went up to ACO and
Some people did. I know at least like 2 or 3 of them did.
I mean, that makes sense.
Obviously, there's
I've
tons
seen
of people here.
Yeah.
I've seen some people do that with like Magic events where they'll be like, "There's one in Baltimore and there's one in like Virginia. We're gonna hit the Baltimore one. We're gonna spend like a week in DC and then we're gonna go down to the Virginia one."
That's you better. That's like a whole vacation. That's like your vacation week.
Yeah,
It's crazy.
well, I mean, it makes sense, especially if you're like
out.
West Coast
Fair, I
and
guess.
like you don't get to do like. It's different for us because we don't think of DC as a vacation spot as much because
That's
we're
fair, yeah.
close. But if you're from like the Midwest or something, it's a really cool place to visit.
Nation's capital.
It's kind of important.
There's a lot of monuments and museums. And
Yeah,
whatnot.
the Smithsonian is
stuff.
great. The Smithsonian is great, and you know it.
It's old people stuff. Old people are cool sometimes.
Looking forward a bit. What do you think your list is going to get affected much by the changes coming up with the rules?
From what I've been told, it seems like my list is not going to go up too much. Like the Dire Avenger is supposed to go up points, and then like Farseers. And
Yeah.
I'm playing Field Tan, so I'm not like playing Masterful, the Hail of Doom, which is what everyone thinks is going to get nerfed because that's by far the most popular. So it seems like my list is probably going to go up like 60 points, and I can live with that. It's not a big deal.
What about the CP? Do you think the CP change is going to really affect you?
I only spend 2 CP starting the game. I'm probably never going to Eldritch Storm almost at that point, unless they give me a really ripe one.
After that one,
Oh, that
you
one
were
was
like,
so sad.
that one makes me feel
I was laughing when the disciples made it through it. You were like, one. I was like, the disciples made it. They're
And
like,
then all of his characters
work.
missed.
yes.
That was so sad.
I have a soft spot in my heart for Chaos Disciples.
Well, and they
That's just me.
lasted a surprising amount of time in that game.
They're
'cause
not
you
worth
just-
shooting
they-
at.
You
They
didn't want to
weren't
spend the
shooting-
effort on them.
By the time they were relevant, it actually kind of gave me points because of Wrath
Yeah.
of Cain.
Yeah.
It was easy.
True.
It was an easy unit to shoot.
I usually use them as just.
Actually, I didn't even use them for Wrath of Cain. Never mind.
Yeah.
I just died to a Farseer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I was. We watched him. Ben charged up with that apostle at the Wave Serpent, and we were like,
Yeah, he just 4 ones.
whiffed. Like, he just like fell on that. That apostle just. He
To be
was
fair, I didn't
ripped
care if
and
that died. The Wave Serpent didn't do anything from that point on.
Hey, what it had you had bright lances on it and stuff.
Yeah, again, it fell back and then just didn't shoot because I didn't spend the CP
Yeah.
on it, and it was like, whatever.
Yeah.
Like 2 bright lances. It's okay, I'll kill like 2 Marines. Tops.
Yeah.
It's not a big deal.
Yeah, it's weird when you run. When you run a. We were talking about this. He had no vehicles or anything like that. I was like, this is such a weird list because so many half of the weapons in any army are designed to tank smash.
Yeah, I'm surprised there's nothing like Obliterators or anything like that because they're so good with Slanesh.
Well, not only that, but you can set them on a backline spot and just kill anything that comes in the mid.
And if you're in cover, then they have a 0-up armor essentially.
Something like that. It's and 5-up invul or something.
Yeah, so
they're really good.
You have to have AP4 just to do anything more than like a 2 or 3.
They're
insane.
really strong. And of course, hitting up straight 8 or 9.
Yeah, it's like 7 to 9.
-2. Yeah. Crazy.
It's a lot.
But if going forward, you've gotten now 3 wins. What do you think is going to be the scariest list for you in your next?
Harlequins.
By far.
I'm playing Biltan, so I get a lot of free natural rerolls that I just don't get against Harlequins at all.
Yeah.
Like my Warlord trait does nothing, and half of my sub-faction trait does nothing. So I think there's not a ton of Harlequins here, but
Yeah, there's
I'm at least familiar with Harlequins because I mained Harlequins for 8th edition. I just haven't really enjoyed them that much with the new book. But that's
fair.
not a big deal.
I like your clown cars.
I just don't like all the stratagems are infantry only, so you're just playing Hero Hammer.
Yeah.
Not how I want to play.
That's fair.
So, how have you felt about this year's tournament? As far as who's here and the
Diversity
overall
of the armies and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I mean, the only thing that really surprised me is how few Tyranids there are. I thought there'd be a lot. There's a lot of Eldar and not a ton of Tyranids.
There's about 8.
There's
8 or
8.
9.
That's not a lot
Nah,
for an
that's
army
not-
that's
No.
generally at the top
Yeah.
tier.
Well, last year it was all Drukhari, the whole
Yeah,
way
exactly.
down,
You'd think it would be like that, where it's
Well,
like the best faction. There's just tons of it.
30 people
I
showed
think-
up out of 80.
Yeah,
I
it's
think there's
insane.
a lot more the
Right now, it's just a ton of Eldar.
yeah. I mean, there's actually it's about the same number of Eldar as Tyranids. Yeah. A few more, depending on how you combine them.
Yeah.
But yeah. There's about 8 Eldari, there's 1 Yanari, a couple Drukhari.
There's actually a lot of Space Marines, and I think people are here to, like, I think everyone's trying to give Armor of Contempt its chance to, like, see what it can do.
I definitely saw a lot of Blood Angels. I played Blood Angels round 1.
There's a couple of Blood Angels, 2 or 3.
2 or 3. It's Chaos Knights that are actually, like, the really kind of, to me, the surprise.
Because Knights are very popular
5 or 6 Knights. Chaos Knights and a Imperial Knights player.
Yeah,
how do you think your list would do against Knights?
Fire Prisms love Knights.
Okay.
So I just shoot and then pop back around the corner with Vectored Engines, and I'm Built-Tan, so I have a minimum 3, so I can always get back.
Yeah, you can always get there. Yep. Okay. That makes perfect sense.
They're very sad. I run a lot of anti-tank.
Oh, that's fair. That's fair.
I mean, yeah, those Fire Dragons can do work.
Fire Dragons, the Jet, and the Fire Prisms are all very efficient.
Yeah, we were curious why the Wave Serpent sat in the back for, like, so long. We feel like, well, it was like for just one turn. Sorry, so long, you know, and you realize that the first round took over an hour. So we're like, wait.
Yeah, well, I wanted it there so it had the option of where to go. Because my original intention was when I saw him move up to my ranger, like to use the Rangers to bait out, so we have Banshees to charge over there. But then I really needed the Banshees to come back and kill some Terminators. So that idea went out the window real quick.
That's fair. That's fair. You know, I just, again, no one expects Terminators in your back line turn 1.
Yeah.
You know, it's something you could conceive of when they could strike back there, but not that they just ran up to you.
Yeah. Especially when it's not like Thousand Suns, like just try and make the long bomb off of a teleport or something.
Yeah. I was.
He even had -2 on the charge.
Yeah. We saw that. You were like, I was like, man, -2 on the charge, and he's still got
he was like, I'm gonna charge into those Rangers. I was like, that makes this very shaky. And then he's like, nope, I'm just gonna make it anyway.
Yeah, I was like, why did he even charge the Rangers? I don't know, but it worked. And
one of the things we wanted to compliment you though on was that we felt that your sportsmanship was really great. Like you told him, hey, I have this power, I have these stratagems.
Oh yeah, because he told me it was he hadn't played Elder. I'm like, he's putting a lot of stuff right there, and I just
don't want that gotcha moment.
But you didn't do the gotcha. Like I gotta say, like, man, props, because like I know some people would be like,
yeah, because he definitely changed his mind.
Yeah,
when I told him
I saw it. He was like, all right then, I'm not.
Let's slide this over here.
So like mad props, because that's great sportsmanship, man. I can only like compliment.
It's easy to forget to do that when there's big tournaments.
When you're doing the tournament, you take advantage of people.
Well, I know Ben. He comes. I play a lot of events around like Delaware, and he comes there all the time. So I see Ben all the time.
So what you're saying?
Yeah,
you just didn't want to miss out.
I haven't played as Emperor's Children just by coincidence, but I see him all the time, and I know he's a nice guy. I don't want to have a gotcha. And like that.
That's great stuff. So, well, hope to see you again tomorrow.
In the winner's circle.
In the winner's circle, maybe you'll make it. You hope?
I hope so.
Yeah, obviously, but I'm just like,
I started going through my last GT and just went, day 2. So, it happened.
Hopefully it goes a little better.
The last game is just like, whatever, it's a fried match, but still.
Oh, yeah.
Hopefully it goes a little better tomorrow then.
Yeah.
Great having you, man.
Thanks for coming on.
Thanks for coming on, seeing us.
You guys have a good day.
Yeah, you too. Well, so that was it. We saw 2 matches today. We saw one that was, I would say, a great example of what's going on in the meta right now, and another one that was
just great example of 2 players doing the best with what they had.
Yeah, it was very impressive. I will not get over just seeing that much effort put into that game.
Yeah, it was a very good game to watch, and a very strong point to end the night on. Say much more about it than that, but
well, we'll be back tomorrow. I think first match is again 9:30.
Yeah, something like that.
10 o'clock in the morning. 9:30.
9:30.
Yeah. We'll be here 9:30 in the morning.
A little before to get set up and all that, or get
all that good stuff. We'll probably be here at 9. But we'll welcome everyone back, and we'll be seeing the final 3 matches for this tournament, the Maryland Open. Again, here at Tables and Towers in the Westminster Town Mall. They are so gracious and wonderful to host us here today and tomorrow.
All like 90 players or whatever it ended up being.
It's a huge amount of people. Not just the players, but like the people that come in and see all of this and
There's
are
some-
here in the community.
Yeah, some very big hobbyists and stuff. We had an excellent judge and Nick Wright.
We're just happy to be here. That this, these kind of events gonna happen around this area, and people are so polite and really good sportsmen. I gotta say, I've heard some horror stories from some places.
I've seen some horror stories in other games. Don't run at Yu-Gi-Oh events. Some of those guys are rough.
Wonderful being here with you, Phil, and we'll see everybody tomorrow. Okay, have a good one.
Have a good night, everybody.